Welcome everybody back to the WePlay Academy League, well into our season in the final day of our little stretch of opening games for the past week and a bit here. I'm the Eternal JM, joined by Dweg for another 7 best of ones of action as we look to round out the first leg of the group stage. Dweg, a lot of things were settled in place, but a lot more can also change.
And just knowing that the more days that we get, the more surprises we find. The idea that even for Flames Ascent, a team that not many people expected a massive amount from in this entire group stage to start off their debut season, seem to somehow keep getting more wins on the board.
And then we'll look to see whether they can get more wins on the board as time rolls on. Again, 7 matches over the course of the day. I'm sure we'll see them in action. We've got plenty of action. We're going to start things off with the lower part of that particular group, though. Apeks Rebels are a team that have been a little bit more of a miss than a hit team over the course of the season thus far. 0-5 in terms of their season record. And against MOUZ NXT in the opening game, Dwayne, something tells me that it might not get much better for the Rebels today.
The Rebels have had it tough, and up against the MOUZ NXT side, who have been able to put 4 wins on the board, I think this is going to be very tough for the Norwegians to even scrape by a competitive game.
Well, wasting very little time jumping straight into the pistol round here in this map-up of overpass, which will be played between these two teams, Dwayne. So I want to get a general idea of expectations as to how you think things are going to go.
I think we've seen a few officials out for MOUZ NXT on Overpass when it comes to this season. Haven't seen any for Apeks Rebels, so expect some good stuff from MOUZ NXT, and they're going to be the favourite for me.
Certainly into the pistol round, the Glocks are pulled out, the P250 for Jimfat. Lining up positions and looking out towards the T-Con control, trying to prod in against that T-side line, but still nothing going to get gained. P250 taps will only get so much damage. Nexi is forced to trade double up as well against Berserk. Trades on to tape where we'll bring it into a 3-on-2 for the Apeks Rebels here.
I see that pressure just being applied out towards the fountain control. Christen's now the last one left and scraped by with an aggressive setup. Really like that from Apeks Rebels. You've got the fights coming through from the top of fountain, out there to long. And for MOUZ NXT, you get out of T-Con, you try and gain some of that park control, and you're just getting engaged immediately. What a start coming through for the Norwegians.
Opening pistol gained by Apeks Rebels, and that's the start that they want to have in a kind of matchup like this. This game will not be easy for them. SMGs for Masters brought back as you would expect. No real force buy-in from MOUZ NXT, no bomb plant, so it makes sense. That means the Glock should not stand much of a chance against the Apeks side.
We saw that Apeks Rebels took 6 games until they found their first victory in the last season of the Academy League. Now down 0-4, having some tough games against some of the stronger teams in the competition. Knowing to themselves that it's only going to be a matter of time until one of those losses turns into a victory. Up onto the anti-eco, the Glocks are just trying to see if they can get some pace down to the long control.
Smash burst through, doing their damage, timbering away at the HP bars. One trade is found at least by the MOUZ side. In fact, those Glocks break into the site, almost get the bomb plant for it, but not quite able to go past the finish line. That Sense comes up with 2 kills on the SMG, and that will be the closer from Brave. 2-0 for Apeks.
I could just see from MOUZ NXT, they wanted to get the bomb down, open for bank, open for dumpster. Hope that if there was going to be any quick rotation, it was going to come up to the connector side so they could get it down a little bit safer. Instead, the swing comes from dumpster and there's no allowal of that bomb plant to go down, so no extra cash money float to be able to work with. As for MOUZ NXT, they will be able to buy it back. And I think over the course of the last few days, we've been hyping up Jimfat as being the guy to watch out for. In the game yesterday, I felt as if we saw a little bit more from Christen and from Nexius, but Jimfat's always the guy.
Same with the AKs for the MOUZ NXT camp. He certainly was impressive over yesterday's broadcast, Dweg. Well, the consistent elements for MOUZ in spite of the setbacks that they had. And I guess the question really in this kind of context is which MOUZ are we going to see in these matches today? Have seen the best and worst of this team. Right now we are seeing the best. Might be down on the scoreline, but they're up on the man advantage here for round 3.
Just working with that information. Molly out to the left side corner, double spray in, nothing that you could do against that. Brave tries to get out of trouble with VHW, and now MOUZ NXT could just slow this right down, leave Ajax as a late lurk outside of that long control towards Monster. Everybody else start prodding, getting into the counter action. I like this aggressive maneuver coming through from Sense. He might be able to get behind them, look up for a multi, and try to drop the bomb.
50 seconds for the hit to come through. The backstab catching false information on Sense, believing that there's nobody out towards the A side of the map. SMG burst through. Apeks does get caught to a 3-on-3, and that should be the send call for MOUZ NXT here. Seeing nothing in Monster out on short, the utility thrown down. It's going to be the A play, and MOUZ will be quick in against the anti-retake here from the Apeks Rebels.
even though the information's down, it's still going to take a while for them to get into position. Bomb down going through, allowing Nexius to hold the truck control. You've even got Jimfat pressing the issue, getting quite aggressive towards Bank right now.
Nexius holds his nerve with that AK. Sitting ready to receive. Flashes over, CT's caught, Tapeware down, Nexius makes it a double, on for the triple, in fact, Berserk, last man standing, couldn't line him up, only gets the first, one-on-one now, onto this defuse, he can make his way up, no smokes in play, however, flashes for both players, and Berserk making a ton of noise, Krisen knows that he can't make his way towards the bomb plant, and bomb defuse rather. Too little time left for the face of the AK, now knows it's going to be a safe Berserk, it will be the first round for the MOUZ side.
That was an incredible hold coming through from Nexius. Down there at the truck control, you can just see the time being stalled. Even Berserk that tries to save onto that rifle ends up going down to the bomb, so no weapon staying in play for the Norwegians coming to the next round, and that's not going to help the economy game at all. You've got two players, a Brave and VHW, that can buy. Everybody else can't, so this is going to have to be a light eco.
Deagles and the Force Spider follow suit, actually. Okay, so not quite the eco basis for Apeks. Taking a bit more of a risk here for round 4 to 8. Talk me through it.
It didn't look like it was going to be a crazy double eco status for them. They could have got a buy together, but they want to keep the pressure on. They want to try and see if they can hold on to this lead rather than just give it away.
That is certainly going the way of the MOUZ cam now that they're really getting control of the situation. Where's the Eagle stands ready to receive ahead of the Incendiaries. Flash in from Brave might enable some sort of peek forward for VHW. Kill found on Berserk. Tapeware can trade it very quickly. So that's a 4-on-4, making it all of a sudden a 4-on-2 for the Apeks side. This Force Spy's working for them.
You can just see the pressure building out there to the connector control and out to the short pipe. MOUZ NXT had a very good idea that there was going to be an explosion, but just couldn't deal with Tapeware at all. Just a slamming structure coming down to that B site, and even a resmoke to Monster. Jimfat and Apeks, they've just got to go.
A little bit late to the party, however. A counter smoke back on the part of Sense here. Flash in. Tapeware's follow-up flash. Going to try to press the T side even further. Both players will get caught. And neither man wants to try and take the fight here for Jimfat or Apeks.
VHW is still trying to see if it can spot for some information deep towards A in case there is a lurk attempt. But for MOUZ NXT, they're hanging around. They're hoping for an overpeak. Flash
forward, Sense. Watching for them, gets killed off. Apeks doubles him, tries to look for the triple, but is put down by Tapeware. One man known to Jimfat, the second player barely missed out on the spot information. The plant will be secured, and it will be a retake for the two players of Apeks. Get that flash down, try and see if it can fall away, go over towards that short sandbags, and now just play the time. Now there is a smoke to work with for VHW. They can go either down onto the bomb or towards short. That's AK. Ready to receive him, making his way up, sprays through, tap on the Galil. Swing forward, the AK shot does not quite connect onto the second. VHW trades it, and it's advantage. Now, Apeks Rebels 3-1 up on the board. Oh, that's an excellent force buy coming through from Apeks Rebels. Yes, it's expensive, and it gets tight towards the end there, but the job gets done. And from MOUZ NXT's point of view, even with a bomb plant, it's not going to be enough. The money is not ideal for them. They might go a hero rifle onto Jimfat, but it should just be a half. Or not. Again, the Force Spy's coming in for MOUZ. What? Yeah. Is something in the water today, Dwayne? Like, what's going on? Well, they want to reset one another. It's two very unorthodox buys, but look at that from the perspective of MOUZ NXT. They've got a bomb plant. They know that it came down to a 1vx, so there's only one player staying alive. When Apeks Rebels initially buy down, going into round 5, there's not going to be much money left in the reserve, and both teams don't have any loss bonus. So I can imagine from both teams, they just want to try and keep buying it down until they can get that harsh reset, until they can force that double eco. Tactical taken by the CT side. Moment's respite here for the Apeks camp. MOUZ have their guns in, as you mentioned before, the Force buy for this team. Unorthodox, but on for the reset regardless. Apeks, the majority of the rifles, the AK, of course, saved from the previous. The M4's in, the FAMAS's brought down. Firepower kind of counterbalanced in this round as a result. Still with limitations to the SMGs for MOUZ, and now the HP advantage going the way of Apeks.
For Apeks Rebels, they're not putting much of a fight aggressively up there towards a fountain control or even to party. It's actually quite deep and passive in for the likes of both Berserk and from Tapeware. So it allows MOUZ NXT to gain some more map control towards the top end. And you'd think now for Apeks Rebels, they might have to make a reaction, allow themselves to make a counterplay, get in towards short water, go in for a con peek, just to try and gather some information coming into round 5.
Down an incendiary is thrown down against the smokes. CT side trying to block them away from their common positions. Re-smokes on the VHW, going to be a bit missed out there from the monster position. Brave can put one back into position. The pressure is there against MOUZ, but they're going passive anyway.
And we saw the overpass coming through in the defining victory against Fnatic Rising for the MOUZ NXT side. That's 16-13. 9 rounds on the T side is what was gained from them, led by example. Now, it does indicate that it is going to be a B split and a pop to come through, with Nexus being the late lurk on A to try and cut rotates.
Smoke sent here. Lil trying to take face. Brave is the first man forward here on the Apeks Rebel side, defected by QQ, but Krisen is there for the trade frag. 4-on-4. VHW has an easy spray to drop that bomb. Low HP players around and doubles up, looks for the triple, Scent steals it away. Not like it matters anyway. Jimfat caught out very far away from any contact against the CT forces in that mid-control. Crossfire's locked against the bomb, and Apeks Rebels will find their 4th.
This is actually looking very promising for the Norwegians. They've got themselves out of trouble when we look at just the economical point. Even Jimfat could get hunted down after time. I'm not sure if that gun barrel would have been seen. Tapeware on the other side does get dropped in the end. So that's Jimfat just holding on to that AK, not making matters even worse. But you could just see that monster hold, how defining it was. You had the swing around the corner on the left and then over to the monster wall, just the crossfires being set. MOUZ NXT, even with the flashes, didn't catch the majority of players blinded, so struggling to get those entry attempts.
Now the first tactical gets called in by the international squad. MOUZ. Appropriate time to make a move and make an adjustment. Decimated at the early part of that round. The utility damage was just too much for Jimfat and Apeks. Ripped apart by the utility bases and made it real easy for Apeks to get control.
Where is the response? It's not going to come this round. It's probably going to have to come in the next rifle. But I still look at this from Jimfat and think I think to myself, this is still a round that for someone like him, he can make this expensive. He might be able to drop 1 or 2 players, get as maximum potential out of that AK as possible.
What damage can be done? What work can be achieved? Minute and 30. In the area set for Scent, tries to press again. Expecting there to be a faster play from MOUZ. That's not happening though. They are just slow as a snail.
We saw Apeks Rebels playing a best-of-3 series against 777 last night. One of those maps in the series, Jay, was an overpass, in which the Apeks Rebels actually came out on top 16-11.
Want to get a similar result to get their first win in the Academy League? Certainly would be nice. It's a question of whether it happens here at this moment in time. Tapeware lining up 2 kills, gets traded by Jimfat. Quick responses available for the MOUZ side, but it just continues to come in for Apeks. Jimfat now 8 points of health. Very similar to how we started off the last round with, and it's going to be 5-1 here for the Apeks Rebels camp. MOUZ NXT. Not the best of starts from this squad, and I did toss the question whether or not we'd see the good MOUZ or the bad MOUZ, as we talked about in previous matches. It almost was a guarantee that they beat out Apeks Rebels here, but the way this match is starting, it doesn't seem quite as simple as that.
No, I'd counter that completely and say this has been a wild start. We've had unorthodox force buys. We've had both economies being shattered. So with that in mind, we haven't had what I would call like an orthodox start. So yeah, MOUZ are down 1 and 5. I don't think that's a concern at all. I think the deeper that we get into the rifle rounds and the deeper we get into the first half, if it's still a big scoreline differential at the turn, that's where there'll be more concern.
I would remind you, of course, that MOUZ's opening matchup in the Academy League was against Flames Ascent, and that one got pushed quite much further than what Flames really should have done in that particular match. Maybe this could be Apeks. A similar stance here and now. Comes in as standard. AK is saved on 2 players for the Apeks Rebels. Of course, MOUZ are forced back into this round. Saving up the money to get the guns together. Nexius facing against Tapeware wins the opening duel.
Just hugging that wall, peeking out to the right-hand side, but not overstepping the marker. That's a lovely duel being presented there from Nexius. And now it shows more presence towards Connector. You might have a bit more of a rotation from Sense to help out on A. You're even starting to get the B players to shift further forward. An aggressive long setup coming through from Berserk, and he catches nothing.
Apeks with the frag found. Sense. Spray through on the AK of the man. Will dish out some more damage to the MOUZ camp, but still no trades here for Apeks. Bomb now picked up from QQ. Have gone away for a rotation stack into A, so with this rotation from Nexius, this is hard to read the fact that B is a pretty likely and open bomb site. Might see one flanking from VHW that could cut that bomb off on the rotation. He's missed Jimfat though, he's lined up two instead. Christian comes up good, Jimfat responds, and now Sense can't line up the double. Only the single frag on to Jimfat. It's the second round of the board of MOUZ.
That got a lot messier than I thought it would. Christian was low HP, and if he goes down, Nexius has got B, but the bomb gets dropped out in the open. He's got to come all the way back to A. That could have got so far out of control in an instant. You could see the Apeks Rebels, they were trying to gamble shift that very quickly, even losing one player, Jay. Yes, there was only 3 on A when you mentioned it, but they brought a 4th player forward. It was only when a drop finally came through that's when a little bit more of the marker and the indication was able to pass through. Apeks Rebels losing quite a lot in that engage. And this is what I'm talking about, the unorthodox start. The idea that both teams haven't seen a massive amount of rifle rounds, haven't seen the great side of the economy. Look at the scoreline at 5-2. You think, right, Apeks Rebels are going to buy back. Oh, wait, look at what's happening. They have to be on a force buy. It's a glass cannon AWP. You've got one M4 out for VHW. Tapeware might be on an MP9. No, he's going to go onto a Deagle to get extra util.
Well, again, MOUZ will have the advantage in these buys, but we've also seen very weak in investments work out well for Apeks Rebels here. Their CT side could still steal round 8. Tapeware taking the first contact in towards mid, the only player out there. Other than that, a stack onto the B play, giving the M4 of VHW a bit of a boost up into that short position. Got MOUZ setting utility, the Molotov sent down. Nexius with the forward contact individual as Jimfat flashes his way into long.
We saw 4 overpasses being played for Apeks Rebels last season, one of which was actually the first win that they managed of the season, up against the likes of OG Academy to get their extra bonus, get themselves off as close to the bottom as possible. That's what they're going to be trying to achieve come this season around. Tapeware showing more presence up to A when more of a rotation comes through from a couple of individuals of VHW and Brave. This might be another heavy bonus stack round for Apeks Rebels where they just completely gamble it.
Flashes in, Nexius. Spoke also sent up to the mid control in A. Prod towards that A site, force out some sort of responsive from Apeks Rebels, but they have responded in passive positions, holding the rotations of 4 players stacked up. Got Jimfat working his way into the site. Deagle back from Tapeware gets that kill. That's an AK to play with now.
And they're putting pressure onto the AWP. Down there over to the B site. Sense is pretty much by himself. And without armor, this is going to be tough.
Oh, spray through from Nexius gets the pick into a 4-on-4. Smoke goes down. Bomb can commit and get planted, but VHW finds a pick back to return. Advantage now for Apeks, but Apeks gets it right back on Brave. So 3-on-3 situation.
Even Christian taking damage up towards heaven, just wasting so much time. Nexius doesn't get cleared. They've got to start backing off. They've got to start saving, but still, they throw themselves at it. In my mind there, Jay, as soon as you lose the AWP, instant save. There's nothing going to present itself after your AWP goes down.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Defensive fell. Maybe if you had the gun basis, you could go for it. Maybe if you had rotations a bit quicker, then maybe you could have justified it, but not in that circumstance. MOUZ will start to stack up their positions and try and reclaim control of this deficit. USP's out on the Apeks side. Harsher eco at last for them.
I think we've seen for MOUZ NXT, they've got stronger on T sides as the competition has gone on. Maybe that's not the message of what we saw against Na'Vi Jr. on Vertigo yesterday, but it has been the case on a lot of the other games that they played. Keeping that emphasis forward. Now, it's all about not running into this stack. Trying to gather as much information towards A and not run into the B lane of 5 individuals.
Flashes forward from prison. Checking back sight. AK of Nexius leans in. Watching the monster control, but so far seeing so little Might be a stack towards the B side, but it's a passive one.
This long walk is starting to come through. And as soon as Chrisen is able to see that there's nothing on A, that's the tell. Bring that bomb back either through T-spawn or up to connector, but bring it down on A. So much time. Still so much to work with.
45 seconds. Flash from QQ should set up some sort of execution, but a bit more tentative about it. That lurk from Chrisen is now detecting the A site's pretty clear, but I think it's all a backstabbing for this one. MOUZ too far committing and in that heaven control. There is 2 kills. The USP trying to adjust towards it, but QQ ends up with 2 of his own BHW. Dealt with by the central site attackers, and that is MOUZ with number 4.
And that's actually a very good counter mid-round there for MOUZ. They just slow it down. It's really patient. And notice the slight little tells that you get from this team. That even though they know we're going to end up on B, that's probably where the stack is. We've got alert coming through from heaven. There's still a slight amount of utility. There's a flash. There's a smoke. And it just keeps that attention that the CTs aren't going to be looking up to heaven, aren't going to be repositioning around, and instead keeping all of their main focus towards the short sandbags and Monster.
Only 1 casualty taken there by the MOUZ side. Alex going to buy into the AWP, and the money's going to be pretty bolstered here for the T's. Take well, awkward adjustment there in the top of middle into Park. Will catch Jim Fab, but Chrisen there with a quick trade to return. Alex's AWP is also detected, but still alive here.
Apeks Rebels trying to see if they could find that response, because MOUZ NXT are one of these teams that can strike quite a few rounds in a row. We saw it in the series against fnatic Rising. We've seen it in points against OG Academy and Flames Ascent. That when they get the money strong, when they convert rounds in a row, it can be incredibly tough to end that. And this is another one of these gamble stacks. Apeks Rebels have been incredibly gambly on this CT side and have not been working with information, instead just working up A together.
Again, the press forward from Berserk catches a kill up towards top along. Apeks down this time, the AWP truly taken out. MOUZ leaning into the open B bomb site, though. This should be a free plant. They have got Brave at the backside to potentially try and deny it on rotations, but this will take some time to get to position.
But this is still going to be very tough for Apeks Rebels. They've picked up their AWP towards Park, try and see if they can get themselves in quickly, but without a kit, they need kills.
And there's that one against the bomb carrier. QQ's also been spotted. Nexius going to pick it up, put it down in the middle of the smoke. Open plant here for MOUZ NXT. 2-man advantage for Apeks Rebels.
Even Berserk's got that back line. Should be able to get the pick towards Monster, and indeed he does.
QQ standing alone now. Flashes in against him from the heaven position. The CTs make their way up extremely quickly. Brave checks him, and QQ goes down very quickly for that as well. So Apeks defending against the equalizer. 6-4 now to their board.
And for Apeks Rebels, it's not a philosophy and a style that I agree with a massive amount on the CT side, but I do understand the creativity. So in that round, they start shifting a gamble stack towards A, but they're not stagnant, and that always helps when you are being quite gambly, is that you're still making that information. You still have that slight little press further forward, up there towards Park. Ajax falls, it's a man advantage. They start bringing players back into the heaven stance. Berserk is able to pick up that big green, get himself back down towards Monster, and towards the end of that round, it is siphoned off of just how easily they can punish.
Three AK saved in by the Rebels here. Firepower to play with on the CT side. Again, they've got Tapeware trying to prod that mid position with the AWP posted on long. MOUZ have taken some damage early on short of the B lane. The default set towards Parker mid.
Ajax knows that he got aggressed in that last round, so thinking to himself, let me just keep the eyes on lock while the rest of my teammates start swarming some of the bathrooms and front banana control. You got Nexius working into connector. Now, he hasn't seen any press, any map control being taken away towards short water.
Flash is going over. Oh, it's a press position. So far, so quiet in these defaults. Careful placements from both sides. Tapeware's going to try to aggress, though. Might be the opener here. Indeed, Nexius is caught with his knife out, but Adex trades it quick.
They still don't know how pushed up some of these T-side players are to the front of the bathrooms. Ajax bringing some slight pace around him. Sense, even with the jump up with him and Berserk, still don't have a crazy amount of info.
Hunting with the AK. Oh, shot for Alex. Connects it. Sense now down and out. Advantage for MOUZ NXT. The AWP leaning forward even further as his teammates rotate back to the B side, but they've unaccounted for anyone here at Monster. A push-in wraparound will come through for Apeks, and this could be a flank play that MOUZ are unexpecting for here. Bomb going to lead out quite aggressively. QQ now knows what's going on. This should be a plant secured.
VHW needs to try and get a multi-frag. Got to try and line him up, deny the bomb.
Gets there in time. QQ drops 8 seconds as well. Or pick for Alex. They're back on the bomb, but the bomb going to get pushed away by the incendiary of Berserk. Facing towards Monster. Jimfat goes down 2-on-2. Brave is extremely low, and the AWP is hoping that Kristen gives up an angle. Alex is watching Heaven with the AWP. And the flash in to enable some sort of contact. Flash turned away from Brave. Oh, Kristen gets cagged up by the wall bang. The engagement will force Berserk back, and the AK leans in for the CT side. AWP caught off by Kristen's shot. One man left to Brave, overwhelmed by the rifles. It's 3 kills for Alex, 2 kills for Kristen, and MOUZ with 5 rounds.
Now, normally, Jay, you'd ask me to break that down, give me my thoughts of how that happened. I don't think I can. That round should not be possible. You have a look at Apeks Rebels, someone on a backstab to deny the bomb, 10 seconds left. You've got another backstab in from Monster, and Berserk on a quick rotate towards Heaven. With that position and with that pressure, with such little time remaining, there should not be a way in which MOUZ NXT make that successful. That is an unbelievable post-plant that somehow they win the round.
The Eagles and 5-7s back in for the Apeks camp. MOUZ against some upgrades, but nothing major. Certainly not a force buy this time here for the CT side. No war of attrition between the two. MOUZ playing in their defaults.
And this is where I get the feel that the scoreline we had in the very early stage of this best of one, Jay, was misleading. Yes, it was 5-1. Yes, it was an incredible start from the Norwegians, but look at what we're seeing when we're getting more rifle rounds. More presence, more control, and I would say more patience from MOUZ NXT for them to even come away with that last round successfully.
Oh, the boost detected by QQ. Gets Brave to drop. Nicely done. The rest of the pistols will fall pretty effectively now that they've lost their opening contact. They've lost their A-site anchor. QQ sees VHW, deals a take where doubles up in the end for the triple overall. 2 bullets left in the mag will get caught off by Ascent, so that's 1 AK to recover for Apeks. And they might go hunting against this here. The bomb will go down, so they'll guarantee the round. And yeah, the other players will give chase.
Ascent should not be able to hold on to this one at all. Kristen being able to peek forward down towards that right side of Graffiti. Get the job done. MOUZ NXT tying up the scoreline. Another buy back on the table. Tapeware actually showing us some decent grasps of some of his potential. Now, I want to make the mark, Jay, that he's actually the 4th highest rated player in the last 3 months for Apeks Rebels and for this entire season of the Academy League for the squad. So to actually see him up here at 14 and 11 is a positive sign for him. But you also start thinking to yourself, well, where is VHW and where is Sense to be backing him up?
Good questions, of course. In a match like MOUZ NXT as well, a very exploitable and winnable game for Apeks given the right day. Need to see so much more out of those 3 as a whole. At least one of them is stepping up. At least Tapeware's going good. Brave going to insert himself into contact here on the B site. Gets only 1 kill for it. The SMG of VHW is dealt with by Nexius. The same Sense caught off, flashed. Incendiary is put down towards Shore. But still MOUZ press ahead of it. Sense gets that 1 pick. Unable to deal with Jimfat. At least the bomb's been dropped for a little bit of time stalling. But players coming in so close. Jimfat puts that Molotov back against Tapeware. Forcing him to the open. Trying to see if he can win a fight. Which he should be able to gain with the HP advantage. No, the M4 comes up good. But Tapeware burns at the end.
Even Berserk up here at Heaven, just trying to see if he could fight before the smoke goes down. The aggressive Jewel does get connected, and now it's forced into a clutch situation. Orb the Orb.
Picking it up. Rotating around to grab the site. Berserk. Going for a bit of a wraparound in towards Connector. Alex might not be ready for this. He's checking out the CT entries. Plant comes up here, open on the default plant position. And now he suspects the Connector might be a play. Now he suspects that the rotation from Berserk is found, and he connects that shot. Nice and effective. Only needs 1 kill in this round. MOUZ have the lead.
What a read that was coming through from Ajax. And I guess because he looks over towards Graffiti, he's going to get the bomb down and he's not being chased. I'm expecting a reposition. I'm expecting a big wrap, and he just positions himself right out in the open on the off angle. Nothing that Berserk can do about that at all. And I look at that ramp for MOUZ NXT, and I'm just seeing the strong trading game. Very simple on the site hits, good entry pass, good spacing. And for Apeks Rebels, struggling to get multi-frags is it being a concern of dealing with those trading players.
Flash is sent towards me and out towards that long control very quickly for MOUZ. Against the pistols here, the Apeks Rebel side. A little bit of distance can get put between the Eagles and the kills. Berserk's 5-7 is what takes first. Face up close. Tapeware tagged up with that casualty. Nexius gets both. Sense did find one on the exchange. Out towards mid control. One player drops. But a 4-on-3 for MOUZ here.
And check out the patience that MOUZ NXT are bringing into this round. Yes, they've taken a slight early advantage and a slight fight towards Connector, but you've got the long presence in from Ajax with the Orb. You've got a couple of players deep towards T-Spawn. They're just waiting for a reaction. They're waiting for Apeks Rebels to start charging in. And Nexius catches the info. Last two are con. Bring that bomb A.
Grab it and commit it. Brave. Watching in at the short pipe. Plant. Should be secured here with no real resistance. The AK saved on Brave. It would be nice if Sense can insert himself to catch the other player when he fell down. The second rifle to give a little bit of bonus going into round 15 for Apeks Rebels. That's their main focus.
MOUZ NXT keeping it strong, keeping it consistent. You can see a slight little hunt coming through from Sense because he realizes even if I get one kill towards the top of con, that's another rifle that I could save.
Been spotted, however. Back for the Deagle and eventually just fall away. Join that AK save. Bring in the half for the MOUZ NXT side. It was a stellar start from Apeks. You mentioned how wild the early game was. But MOUZ are back in control. And actually, it's still going in for this rifle here. Sense wants it. Will run out into the open, get caught by Jimfat. So, Brave, only man to save. Into the last round of the half will go. With a buyer back here for Apeks.
And just knowing that for MOUZ NXT, this is a map that has constantly been played over the course of the last few days from them. So, they'll start getting more comfortable with their overpass. Be a map that they'll continue floating in the best of ones. I think back to even their last game that they had of the day against FURIA Academy yesterday. 16-6 on Mirage. That was one of the cleanest games we've seen from them yet. Didn't feel like much of a challenge. These last few rounds to end out the half haven't felt like that either.
There's the shot for Berserk, connecting on Nexius. Kill found. Apeks, one man up, Tapeware his M4 to engage against QQC, where Jimfat is as well. That's the bomb carrier and everything, but Jimfat just about wins that fight. Advantage still sits with Apeks though, and it's even better with the HP, and now Crizzen going down. Jimfat and Alex left to clutch.
Always so difficult to gain that connector control up the stairs if you don't have a smoke forward to the door being opened up. Ajax is hoping that VHW starts re-aggressing forward, get a trade back with the AWP exactly quickly.
3-on-2 now for Apeks. Passing the weapon back over to the next man of Alex. AWP just watching and waiting, hoping that Berserk gets caught instead. He runs right past that AWP. The shot is missed for the CT side.
Ajax has got an opportunity now. AWP v AWP duel towards Divider does not get landed, and Sense gets caught again. Oh, they're cutting off the rotate so nicely, and they know there's someone close to Divider.
Isolating all the 1v1 duels here. That pick back towards the B site, and the connector control indicates that B might be on the cards here for MOUZ. Berserk hearing footsteps, taking further shots against the T side. Both AWPers going back and forth. Jimfat is seen, and now Jimfat's dead. Alex left alone, and the rotations do come back to the A play. He can still make his way into the B plant.
Get that bomb down, set himself up. We've seen him in the clutch. We only saw it previously. Brave and Berserk have got plenty of util behind them and the kits. They've got a lot of positivity. They just can't offer up individual duels onto this last player of Ajax.
Bomb down default, and the AWPers leaning in closer to the CT contact. Not in the short position. Back of Graffiti could catch the player off. AK v AWP at close range. AK wins the fight very quickly. And that will make it 7 at the turn here for the Apeks Rebels. Still MOUZ up to 8 on their T side. And knowing how CT side of this map can be for MOUZ at times, Dwayne, is this a concern for Apeks Rebels?
I think it's been a concern ever since the 5-1 start. You think about it from Apex's Rebels' perspective, individual rounds, not enough consistency onto the rifle. So seeing what we've seen so far, I would think to myself, Apex Rebels are going to have a tough time. This could be a tough second half for them.
They built up some of their markers, but the start of the game looked far better than how the half ended.
Well, in saying that then, okay, I can be a little bit more positive for Apeks and say they did prove to be very strong at the start. So maybe that is a key of going into the second half, is that, okay, even if we push the conversation aside with the rifle rounds, if they get off to a good start and they prove themselves to work with that momentum, that could be a way in for them.
Vantage MOUZ still by a single round. Apex Rebels bringing those Glocks in for the pistol on their T-side MOUZ. Julie's in for Crizzen and Nexus. Seen a lack of them in the last week or so, Blake. Been an increasingly popular pistol setup for them, and now MOUZ going to bring it out in full force. Fast execution inbound from the Rebels here. Got players in connected that will start to rotate out towards short. No one directly on the B site. There's one player backed up by Jimfat. Might get faced in by Tapeware here. QQ with a crossfire. Brave gets that kill, and Tapeware follows suit. So it's a 5-on-3 for Apex instead.
And now they can start to see the CTs charging it through, out to that short control, and look at that bomb just being driven back up to the A side. But so are some of these rotations. Ajax is trying to come up top con, put some pressure on quickly.
Braves heard both sets of footsteps. They're going to rotate away from that B site and now join the defensive line, and all their focus is set to the back here. No one will rotate in for a counter backstab. Nexius, Julie's trying to prod forward first. Alex's USP leans up. Nexius gets caught. Last man standing. Faced upon by the Glocks. Eventually getting picked up by Tapeware's triple. And Apex with an all-important pistol.
And that was a very good reaction setup there for Apex Rebels. They fly into B. They do very well getting those entries towards the left-hand side of Graffiti and to the right. And then it's the tell. We've heard Condor opened up. We're hearing the footsteps towards Shortwater. We're seeing the Jules get presented. Swing that bomb to A. Very smart for them not to stay around, just to start moving that offensive away. Now, MOUZ and XT back onto the force. We'll see a scout, upgraded pistols, mainly Deegs, but a single P250 for QQ.
Lashes in against those smokes as standard. Suppression involved there for the MOUZ side. Seeing what this force buy could do. Of course, Apex found a lot of their success on the CT side thanks to the force invests. Shot in for Alex, especially. Wonderful kill on Tapeware.
And just knowing that he's the majority of the A presence, he can try and work with some of that information. Now, he's going to reposition himself slightly aggressively, get out to long, be able to swing wide on the contact, look down to the fountain angle. And for MOUZ and XT, they now need to make a decision on what they want to do to Con. Do they want to put pressure towards short water or fight all the way back to T-Con and get close to T-Spawn?
60 seconds.
Good read.
Yeah, AK will get picked up. That's a rifle now to play with. Wrap in towards with this bomb. Sense. Mac 10 gets his pick. Nexius does pick him right back. Brave with a responsive to the 3v3. Berserk now coming in from Connector. And that backstab comes in just as quickly in towards Monster. Jimfat down out towards the short control. Prison Steagle doesn't last long. Alex now creeping in slowly but surely. The linchpin winning element here for MOUZ and XT. Catching Brave. Seeing BHW struggles with the spray. Looks for the 3K. But doesn't quite complete the job.
Oh, that was close. Very close and down to the thinnest of margins there for the Apex Rebels. Looked as if MOUZ had done enough. They had a strong information of that B stack. Ajax was pushing all the way forward into Park. Saw nothing to T-Con, so they started shifting it over. Just couldn't put off enough defensive on the trades to make that doable for Ajax in the late round. 1v3 nearly comes through. Doesn't quite happen. They're going to harsh the eco. And for Apex Rebels, they've got to start farming up some money. That's why there's so many Mac 10s.
Fast play into the B, so to try and do it as well. No one set on the defensive line for MOUZ. They harsh stack their way in towards long. All trying to make their way around to try attempt some sort of retake, but a lot of money could get conceded to the SMGs here. Money bolster tactics for Apex. MOUZ setting these USPs here. We'll try to see what they can find.
Berserk's hearing a lot of these footsteps, wanted to try and keep the AK in play. Will get dropped down, and now for Tapeware, you've just got to keep fighting, mate. Do not give them that AK.
Grab it back for yourself instead. Sense, wrap the corner. Sees QQ, gets Jimfat. 1,200 bucks gained. Last man of Adex known towards the right-hand side. Tapeware will get his pick in. And that'll be the AK saved. A lot of cash gain there by Apex. And now the gun's out for MOUZ.
They should keep this as a heavy bonus round. Don't upgrade any of those Mac 10s. Just keep them as they are. allow MOUZ to get back onto the buy. You got Jimfat and QQ going down with the A4s, while Nexius and Chrisen are going to go on to the A1Ss. And that big green coming through from Apeks now. I don't think we've seen the best of performances out of Jimfat, knowing that coming into today, he'd played 6 maps in the Academy League, positive 46 KD differential, and a 1.34 rating. We've got to expect some level of performance, and I reckon it might just come in the second half from him.
Well, taps on Berserk taking damage to the MOUZ side. Blind shots through the walls, not quite finding the kills themselves. Just HP down on the AWP. Jump face for Kristen's got a ton of info there, and Connecting will continue burst firing, dishing out more damage. Minimal amounts towards Tape, where the AWP is pressed up towards the short entrance. Meanwhile, and will catch Nexius for QQ. Fast to respond.
Just that adaptability to swing on the contact. Even QQ trying to take that duel onto Sense. You've got Krizen a little bit further over to the right-hand side. Jimfat still jump spotting for information. Even Ajax is focusing his attention towards a top of con.
Facing positions, the flash is over for Jimfat. Krizen with the M4 holds position. Waits for the execution from Apeks.
Now this is going to have to be the B lane. Oh, Kristen's got aggressive. They might not clear him.
Mac10's seen him now. He over-aggresses a bit too much. He's spotted 3. QQ. Defensive lockdown. Gets another kill. Needs that triple. That's exactly what will get. USP pulled down against Tapeware. Will not be good enough against the automatic firepower. Jimfat training. Brave responds. 1-on-1. Another down to the wire situation for MOUZ and Apeks here. And Adex closing in slowly but surely into that short position. The AWP on him, though. Not scoped in, but the footsteps heard. Now they know.
Oh, this should be easy now for Brave. Too much information being given away. Got to jump down silently. Ajax is hoping that a duel is going to come to him, but instead, Brave's playing time.
Knows exactly where Alex will come from. Checking Monster just in case. Orpa versus the AK headshot spray. Just damage being done. Brave to reposition. Chased back by Alex. Pistol pulled out. AK tapping and bursting, and Alex will fall. Oh, the information game was the winning element for Apeks there. 11-8 now for the T side. They're pulling away.
And that's a schoolboy error. Shouldn't expect that at this level. I mean, that can't happen. In clutches like that, when you're going up against these strong Academy rosters, if you give them a slight glimmer of information, if you give them a sound cue, if you give them a tell, they're going to read you. And you could just see for Ajax, as soon as he drops down, he probably knows to himself, yeah, I've done myself here.
Tactical taken by Apeks of all teams as well. Mentality crippling for MOUZ in my money. I would have thought they would have called attack, but third one in for Apeks.
Even QQ in that round had one of the biggest rounds he's had in the entire best of one, and it still wasn't enough. He's been struggling. He's had a tough time individually. He multi-frags, dropped the orb, wastes a lot of time, but just doesn't get that support. Even Jimfat, with that rotation, comes away with 1 kill, but just gets forced out in the open, and it has been a game of clutches. There's been quite a lot of 1vx's over the course of this game.
When your lowest player gets a sequence like that, you really need the rest of the guys to step up around him. Didn't happen here for MOUZ, and they will force or half invest with a hero rifle. The Eagles on 3, SMG and M4 with VHW. Leaning up for QQ's part, M4 spotted and sprayed, but just forced away from contact. No casualty, no damage.
Even Nexius still keeping his attention locked over towards those short sandbags. Berserk and Tapeware are so deep and so passive out towards Deacon. VHW does eventually catch the information, but the trade is there for the M4.
4-on-4. Sense hoping that they aggress to try get that rifle in the CT hands. That's not quite happening at this moment in time. QQ. M4 set and ready. Sense waits for his move in. 60 seconds and they will fight. Man falls away though. Tapeware AK in against Prison. Advantage regained now by the T side. QQ still feeling a lot of pressure here on the B side.
Got to try and stand and deliver. Rotates are still making their way forward. Even that molly's going to be a little bit late for Tapeware.
Smoke and flash. Combinations here for the Apeks side to try to get into this B site. Shots ringing out for the Deagle. One man up at heaven, forced away. Jimfat's SMG comes up good, but only for a single frag. Sense trades back the M4. AK is recovered. Alex can't get to the rifles. The Deagle looking for headshots, and he gains 2 of them. That's all important. Needs 1 more against Sense, but the AK is tapping for his own head, and he will grab it. Very close again for MOUZ, but still not coming up good.
I think this actually may be the only game we've had in the Academy League that has rested solely on clutches. Because we've seen so many clutches over this game. And it sometimes can be the difference maker. It resets economy, it brings a lot of rounds onto the board, and for MOUZ and NXT, even if they do have a very strong CT side to show us, if you're not coming through with the clutches, you're not going to be able to bring back this deficit. 4 rounds the difference. Apeks Rebels now tied up for the most rounds they've won in a single game in the Academy League.
MOUZ down by 4 rounds, get the rebuy in with the guns out. Of course, that last one was a hero investment basis, and now they need to turn it into a round. They need to get something on this CT side because so far they are scoreless in the second half.
Look at Krizen making that info play out towards T-Con. Oh, he actually gets checked from Berserk, and 7 points of health. The AWP comes out on top.
Just about. Lightning fast adjustment. That is quick, and it immediately forces rotations from Apeks Rebels. An exit path into mid. Apeks solely focused on that short control.
This is a complete gamble stack now. You might have Jimfat as a little bit of a lurker that moves back and forth on the rotates, but there is main presence over here towards B. You've got 2 on the monster wall side and grill, a single player in connector that's trying to gather information. Now they've left VHW out here towards the short pipe and short water. Everybody else is pretty much gaining long control, and Nexus is going to be able to call that forward. Start rotating players up and deal with that lurk.
A 4-on-4 regained, and now with that pick found, they'll start the rotations back into the A site. Smokes and Molotovs, the flash support will also try to indicate and telegraph exactly where they're going. Rotations into connector. Jimfat turning away from the flashbangs in a pizza corner. Sprays line up damage and a kill found on Brave, but Tapeware responds all the same. 3-on-3.
Bomb out in the open, spam comes through. QQ finally gets him, and now Sense tries his best to get the clutch forward. Time is low.
13 seconds, needs 2 more. Leads up against Alex's AWP. Checking positions, the AWP scopes up, and Sense caught in the open. There you go. There's the first round of the half for MOUZ. Another struggle for them, but a much better defensive this time.
And this is where, for Apeks Rebels, you do wonder, is pressure going to get to them? They've now tied themselves up with the game against Na'Vi Jr., the 3rd game of the group stage for them of those 12 rounds gained. They're up by 3. They didn't get a bomb plant in the last round, so there won't be a buy on the table. It'll have to be light. Get a couple of upgraded pistols. Try and strengthen, or at least make MOUZ NXT not strengthen the economy, because now that you know that you've got them on the ropes, you want to try and at least achieve a couple of kills in this round.
M4 engages for Jimfat, kill on Tapeware and on Sense. 5-on-3. Deagle at VHW does find Alex, so that's a response. AWP now in the hands of Brave for Apeks.
This is workable, very much so. Now, they've given a lot of information away that there's a lead up to A, so the rotates are going to beat them. The best that they can hope for is to try and catch more players with this AWP. VHW with the D cannot follow up again.
Brave and Berserk. Last 2 players standing. Brave down, Berserk last man left. AWP being conceded by Berserk's part. We'll try and see if we can keep that away from the CT hands. Grab a Tech 9. Try full back.
It means that Jimfat's going to have to buy the AWP for Ajax in the next round, which just does not help the CT economy at all for MOUZ NXT. But you also look at it from the international squad's perspective. They were up against a light eco. They haven't let a bomb plant go down as of yet, and they've only taken 1 casualty. So they haven't lost a massive amount themselves.
They won't lose any more in this one. AWP being the main sort of takeaway there for MOUZ. 2 rounds that are good still for Apeks, and guns, of course, will come back for MOUZ. They will buy into that AWP, pass it off to Alex. Been pretty decent so far. I would say he's been the star of the match here for MOUZ, but even Nexus is having his moments. Jimfat, not quite the stellar element, but still holding pace. So as a team effort, it's been looking okay. But still down by 2 for MOUZ here. They need to make up that difference.
Got to dig deep, not give many opportunities forward at all. You could see the intent on some slight over peaks coming through from Party. Doesn't get presented with anything. Jimfact can get another flash forward for Ajax, but they've already wasted a good 10-15 seconds. No peak has come through from Park or from T-Con, so let's break the setup back. Let's play default on A.
Flash forward on the USPs, the smokes come down for tapeware. Molotovs into mid. Trying to see if they can force back into the smokes coming in for the CT side. Suppression involved. No damage done.
You can actually get a slight tell here for MOUZ NXT that they feel as if there's going to be more presence up to A. So they've rotated a third player forward for Chrisen, and you can get a feeling for why that's the case. They're now starting to aggress out towards short water, not saying anything, but as I say that, now you got Tapeware with a kill to A, and another one down to short water.
Spray through, Nexius catches two, trying to make it a triple. MOUZ bring it back to evens at least. Chrisen sees the player on the site though. The backstab dealt with by the FAMAS. 1 HP for the man, but he's done his work. And now it's up to the rest of the players to try and hold the defensive, especially as Berserk tries to strike. AWP shot missing against the man. Jimfact comes in, sees the cross out from Sense. Low HP for that player. Being watched still. 16 seconds for Apeks Rebels. They're pressured against the timer. The AK swings against the AWP, but now Sense is left alone. 1v3 in from the short control. The nade is perfect. The man is dead or not, or he is. 11 on the board for MOUZ.
And that's disappointing coming through from Apeks Rebels. And one thing, Jay, that we have noted, I think, over the last few days of group stage is that some of the weaker teams at the bottom of the board, your likes of MIBR Academy and your Apeks Rebels that are struggling to get your first win, is that how many times have we seen mass man advantage situations not come through? That is a two-man opener coming through for the Norwegians. They had so much leverage in the round, and instead of slowing it down, baiting in further mistakes, it gets further pacey, it gets a little bit explosive out of connector, and they can't even recover a single pick after that fact.
Much like how the first half went down, Apeks got the solid start, but MOUZ started to bring things back. Nade stacks at least going to do some damage to Nexius, but Jimfact catches that open up towards top log once again. Second player unaccounted for, undetected at this moment. But the firepower difference should still mean that MOUZ have the favour. As I say that, VHW comes up to a 4-on-4.
Apeks Rebels, though, don't have much to work with in the round. Yes, they picked up the AK, but whose hands do you put it in? Without any of that armor, the aim punch is going to be an issue. Even Ajax is keeping that AWP quite passively towards both the divider and the banana entrance. QQ spotting nothing over to B, so they might even think about rotating Nexius up to try and assist with a 3-man crossfire on A.
Oh, Brave gets the kill onto Alex. Next advantage now for Apeks Rebels. The Eagle Ascent trying to fight. Chrisen drive-by headshot straight through the smoke. And that turns the whole tide of the round here. A 4-on-2 with rifles. Yes, they've got no Kevlar, but no, MOUZ are not interested.
And I did not like the way that MOUZ actually positioned themselves in that 4v4 at all. You know you're up against an anti-eco. You know that they picked up an AK. Why would you hold aggressively? You had Ajax playing close towards that divider smoke, and then you even have Chrisen, who to me is well too far out in the open. He gets caught. Yes, it's a bit of a lucky shot, but at the same time, they knew that he was going to be there somewhere. If that first bullet didn't connect, I'm sure one of the spams would have.
This is a hell of a steal from Apeks. One that puts them back on track, one that MOUZ will have to take a moment to account for. Tactical called in by them, their second of the game.
And there's two ways of looking at this. For Apeks Rebels, they've obviously proved they're incredibly strong out of the gate. The 5-1 start that they had in the first half, and the 5-0 start that they had in the second. Now, from MOUZ's point of view, they can say, well, geez, they're not very strong in the mid portion, they're not very strong on the rifle rounds, we can wrap this up. You can look at it in that perspective, but you also need to look at the scoreline and say, even if that's the truth, they're still up by 2, and if you get reset one more time, that could just be enough. That will springboard the likes of the Norwegians up to 15-11, and by that point, that is closing time. That is the perfect opportunity for the Rebels to get their first victory on the board here this season in Season 6. MOUZ cannot afford to get reset once more.
Two rounds to the difference. Still Apeks hold the contention in the lead. No AWP for Apeks this time. M4s with the AK sets and the rifles make their way into long very quickly. The default set up by Apeks. It's passive control from MOUZ.
And just knowing how successful MOUZ have been in this entire group, 4 wins and 2 losses, you've got to think that they're going to close this down, put the further pressure on in the late portion. They've started off with the right foot. They've got the opening kill towards long, but they don't know about Tapeware. Ajix caught in the open, does fall.
Kristen's going to try hunt for the second frag, though. Tapeware still isolates his headshot. That's advantage now for the T side. 4 on 3 for Apeks Rebels. A site could still be a weakened element, but they're leaning into the monster play on the B site here, so up to Nexius and QQ to defend.
This is still a slight misdirection of information. Nexius is getting aggressive into Con. You've left QQ alone. Now, VHW hasn't spotted or heard anything going down towards the short pipe out of this monster control, but this does seem to be the right mid-round call here for Apeks.
Orp leaning in, QQ about to give him exactly what he wants, and that's a frag in Monster for the 4 on 2. Overly aggressive again for the MOUZ on XT side. And that is a save already before the bomb's even gone down. For 14-11 now for Apeks. MOUZ put so much in the investment into this round, and this might come out worse for wear as a result.
Now they've got to consider what they need to do. 2,400 loss bonus. Ajax can buy. Nexius can drop. I think you got to buy here. I think you got to buy next round. I think taking the safe option and light ecoing around it could be a mistake.
What's the call? MOUZ will take this little bit of time between the C4 plant and the round ending to discuss the situation going forward. Money probably leans itself to a bit of a scuffed force buy here. Alex can buy. Nexius can drop. Jimfat can drop a weaker weapon. Yeah, they'll go in with it.
This is a good call for MOUZ NXT. I like this. Keep the pressure on. Don't let yourself play to OT. You've got to be able to springboard back quickly. Apeks Rebels have not given much of a chance forward for this comeback for MOUZ NXT. Only 3 rounds gained in the second half for them. And just knowing it's streak-based, this is only going to help out further. Pressure out towards the short water. You've got the idea that Brave could smoke it off, start working connector from the bottom up.
Last cannon on Alex is a big concern for me here on the MOUZ side.
He can play passive though, so that should be okay.
Kristen's nade is another concern. It tried to go down into connector control, but bounced off the door frame. At least that opens up the door most certainly at this stage, so Brave can lean in. But can't see any CTs. They're mostly passive on the B site, minus that player on short.
So you've got Jimfat just jump spotting towards the back of Dice. You've left Ajax very deep towards the long control. And it makes sense that the AWP is so deep. You don't want him to play aggressive when he doesn't have any armor. VHW is just trying to lurk forward out to B, but it's just a lurk. That's all it is.
Oh, engagement gets a little bit awkward at the long range angle. Krisen gets that SMG spray as a result. Great frag. Only one player being seen though. And now the smokes and flashes come in for Berserk, setting up his teammates for the hit. Flash evaded by Jimfat in the pizza corner. Gets 1 and 2. Not quite the third man of Brave. Locked on a body shot to a 4 on 2 instead for MOUZ's favor. The bomb should get planted, but he's flanked in all positions. Berserk is watching the backstab as well. Apeks Rebels are pressured here.
Even that molly up towards top of Con gives the inclination to not over-rotate so quickly. Ajax going to try big again.
Oh, he's gotten picked up by Brave instead. He's looking for the next back on towards Krisen, but QQ uses the info to spray through the wallbang, get him back. Berserk now left alone. Also detected and also wallbanged by the Dane. MOUZ find 12.
And that's Jimfat in the element, in the zone, where we expect him to be, right? He's out there towards Pizza Quarter. He's got Ajax to long. He's kind of the only A player in that situation. The only guy that can make that round winnable. To drop the bomb, to put some damage on, to give yourself some leverage. And what does he do? He multi-frags, because of course he does. He thrives in those situations.
2 rounds. Again is the difference between Apeks and MOUZ. It's been a thrilling start to the day, by the way. Apeks have done all they can to keep this competitive, and Krisen again reads VHW. The jump face got the info, barely saw him at the edge of the smoke. Tagged to the 20 HP. That HE gets the kill as well.
And now you're starting to see some further pace come to the long control because of that. A counteraction in from the T side. Both Tapeware and Sense try to work their way forward. Now, while that's happening, you've still got the bomb trying to commit out of T-Con. They've got a deep lurk smoke coming down from Sense, so that will give MOUZ NXT the idea that there's more A presence being shown.
Smoke set. Apeks Rebels try to work their way into the A play. Crizant having Apeks as well. M4 watching. And there's the kill found on Sense, leaning in against the next man right around that corner is Tapeware, flashing against Crizant. Dives out into harder cover, gets away from contact, swings around for the casualty. Berserk can strike in mid, but Apeks is always ready for him. And now one man stands for Brave. Orp, the AK. M4s to back it up. A swing from Jimfat will get his 22nd kill and a 13th round for MOUZ.
And for Apeks Rebels, they're starting to run out of money because they haven't been able to get the bomb plants forward, which isn't helping the case at all. What do they invest? I think it's got to be like... I don't even want to see a hero in this round. I don't think it's worth it.
We've seen a myriad of force buys in these unlikely circumstances. I think at this stage, though, with it being where it is on the scoreline, then yeah, upgrades on 2 players, the Deagles only, a little bit of helmet for VHW, no hero rifle, and an eco outside of that.
Now, you might look at this and say, well, what's the point if only 2 players are even ecoing? They want to try and get the AKs out of play. They're not looking to steal this round. They're not looking to make it wild. If you can just get 1 or 2 kills and drop those AKs, it's going to make the challenge of the next rifle round easier for yourself.
Well, they might not be looking for the round steal, but it wouldn't be the first time the 2 Deagles have capitulated MOUZ NXT in this game. Unfortunately, this will not be one of those occasions. Jimfat, Quadra, Apeks with an AWP shot. And it's 14 apiece, evened up, going to the 30th round as well. The gun buy from Apeks Rebels, though, will leave nothing in the savings account. It has to be this round.
I like the way you were shaping it up there, Jay. I was almost hoping for your sake that we were going to see some magic, but not to be. Last tactical in for Apeks, and this is crunch time. This is the best performance that we've seen from them in the entire group stage so far. They're down 0-4. They've had a negative round difference of 27. This is the chance, right here, right now, to come through, make it 2 rounds in a row, get the 16-14. But it's easier said than done, and this is what guidance and the message that Mytho is going to have to be trying to achieve down onto the guys to respond, because they absolutely need to.
14 apiece. Guns in for both teams. The Galil out for Sense. MOUZ NXT. The positions held as QQ. Incendiary down initially with the HEs also onto position in at the monster control. Trying to block any sort of fast plays in from Apeks Rebels, but slow on the default and slowly walking up into connector.
And not even putting a smoke down to give themselves some coverage. Nexius playing an off angle, trying to even bait and trap Apeks Rebels to go for a walk commit out of the short pipe. Gaining top con. Information's going to be very deep because Ajax is super passive on A.
Flash in, Crizant. And some sort of placement for the utility here on the smoke on short position. Should block them off from the site, as well as a swing forward from QQ. This could get real interesting. They might just set their whole round up on this one face.
Lack of nades. They've been able to bait really well. But the spam coming through from Monster, and Berserk actually wins it out onto QQ. Now they can go off the back of this.
Barely spotting him before it bloomed as well. Aggressive from Apeks, and now the utility comes in, flashes over. 2 players get caught by them. Nades down, kill for Crizant. Jimfat lines up a double, looks for that triple, struggles with it, but gets it together in the end, and MOUZ have match points.
And that is so frustrating coming through from Apeks Rebels. You get the opening kill. You've given yourself the Kickstarter in that round. They go in for the B pop, and that crossfire is just too strong. That's a very good read of information there for MOUZ NXT. They had rotated Jimfat away from truck on A with Ajax down there to the B side. Crizant takes the first contact, drives the attention forward, and then Jimfat towards Pit just lines him up. Just does so much damage with that AK.
And considering the wider context of how well Apeks Rebels have done in this half, safe on how the starters come through in this particular T side. You're right about the quick execution coming out towards Monster very quickly. Smokes against the CT side, but still the blind spray comes together for the AK. And now backups arrived in at short here. Apeks suppressed are forcing them back to get a bit of breathing room for the bomb plant at least.
The HE's just doing so much damage. That incendiary not quite spreading. Berserk will get the bomb plant in.
Out of the way now in towards water position. Chris in, AK engagement, kill found. Brave responds towards it. 4-on-3 scenario. Nexius next to face. Brave next to 4. VHW and Berserk. Last two players standing for Apeks. Jimfa leans in. VHW's caught and Berserk goes down just as quickly. It's a successful retake for a successful map. 16-14 for MOUZ NXT. And it is heartbreaking, utterly heartbreaking for Apeks Rebels, considering how damn close they got to that victory, Dweg.
And they couldn't have got any closer, and that might be one of the best chances they had in quite some time to get the first win, to get themselves off of all the streak of losses. But you have to dig a little bit deeper and say to yourself, we need more consistency in those rifle rounds. They had a 5-1 half at the beginning and a 5-0 half at the second. That's already a 10-1 scoreline before we talk and even get into the discussion of the majority of the mid-game and the rifle rounds on Overpass.
And that makes it even harsher at this circumstance. The idea that they got those early engagements, the fact that they got that early sort of momentum streak, and it felt to me like they were going to take control of this matchup. I was like, well, are we going to see the awkward MOUZ that lost so handily to Na'Vi Jr., or is there going to be something more to talk about? Certainly there was more to talk about, but you are right in saying that there was a possibility in which it could have been a much more one-sided affair there for the Apeks Rebels side. For now, another loss to take, still winless for them, and this is going to be the harshest one so far in their entire tournament run, right?
You would think so. Whenever you come that close, oftentimes it's better to lose 16-2 than 14-16. So when you look at that sort of stance, I think for Apeks Rebels, there's more of a learning game. For their sake, they had a lead. They were up by quite a lot. They just couldn't pull through. And to add even more to the conversation, you can't look at that and say, oh, but they needed some more chances. They got a lot of chances. They actually had a lot of clutches go their way. But in some of the important and stressful rounds, towards the end there, they weren't even competitive. We saw some good reading, good countability coming through from MOUZ NXT, and then Jimfat started coming alive in those last few rounds. And when he's starting to multi-frag and to put that impact forward, he's a player that's very difficult to play up against.
Zu yourself, who also said the fact that how many clutches went the way of the MOUZ side, indicates to me it probably could have been a case where something could have swung the other way had they just had a couple more of those rounds go in their direction there on the Apeks side. But as it stands, the result is 16-14. There for MOUZ NXT, taking another victory to put on their board. We move on with our day as well. After the break, we've got OG Academy versus fnatic Rising, so do stick with us here for the rest of the Academy League. And welcome back to the Academy League. We're getting into our next match, our second one of the day between fnatic Rising and OG Academy. One team has been doing particularly well, the other team, not so much, but that was very similar to how we were talking about MOUZ versus Apeks a moment ago, and that ended 16-14 for OG Academy. Definitely would be on them to sort of raise hell and try and make a similar result, Dweg. We've been talking so much about the potential in all these players here on this OG Academy side, how I think that if there's a team here that can make something happen, but as of right now, the record in Academy League has not been great. They're on the rematch against fnatic Rising, who haven't given them any breathing room in any of their head-to-heads. So I feel like the question to ask is, what's going wrong right now for OG Academy?
Just feels like something isn't clicking. I don't know what to pinpoint it is. I mean, the first thing has to be the weak AWPing that we've seen in the past few seasons from them, with Shaik, now in forward with the likes of Awaken, because there are strong players on this team. There's no denying that at all, but you look at the last couple of seasons, middle of the table, out fairly early in the event. You come into Season 6, you got a new change. Okay, it's fresh. It's something new. It's something to look forward to. And we've seen them get a win against Apeks Rebels, and that's it. This has been an incredibly disappointing event once again for OG Academy. They have to respond, and I don't think this is the game to do it in.
We were saying yesterday as well with their loss against MOUZ and XT, how one side of that match was that if things keep up like this, then we could be seeing OG dip out of the middle table and into the bottom three to be eliminated in the group stage. And that is something to definitely pick up, I think, for OG Academy. I'm not sure whether this is the match that will start off their true return in the season, because on the other side of the board, fnatic Rising currently tied up at the top of the group stage at the moment here with Na'Vi Jr. So the idea that OG Academy are going to take on one of the top-end teams and win them, it's kind of looking unlikely given the current state of affairs here for OG.
I've been thoroughly impressed with the performance coming through from fnatic Rising. We know that they had the likes of Depression being their main AWPer in the last season. They brought Wolfie forward, and it's just been very consistent. It's been very clean. I don't think they've been challenged all that often. Yes, they did take their first loss in the game against MOUZ and XT, going down to a 13-16 result on Overpass, but overall, even in other events, things have been incredibly positive. There's been a lot of wins on the board, and I'm only expecting another good showing from them today and another good season from them.
Yeah, they've had a fantastic time in terms of, jigging up the roster and finding the new elements that they want to play with in this team, and it feels to me like fnatic Rising are going to be one of those solid title contenders. Obviously, there hasn't been a true standout MVP level player as of right now, but you mentioned how the moves have definitely impacted the team overall. Currently holding top first. I'm looking forward to the fnatic versus Na'Vi head-to-heads when we get them in the second go-around, because we have already seen one of those, and that was a pretty decent banger matchup for fnatic Academy. For fnatic Rising, obviously, their position is still just being separated by that one victory for them, and I think the concern, of course, for them is going to be more so the top end teams. This should be a bit more of a formality against OG Academy, because over the last 2 seasons we've seen 3 head-to-heads between these 2 squads, including one matchup last week, all of them being on Inferno, all of them being fnatic Rising victories, and with Inferno being played out in this match as well, Dweg, I'm not as convinced that OG are going to have a great time. I mean, I'm not sure whether this was the right map to choose given the history.
I think it is. For OG Academy, one thing that you have to always consider in best of ones is you want to try and keep your 3 permers as close to each other as possible. You don't want to be floating your map pool around in best of ones. So keep your 3 permers, keep it open for fnatic to choose what the map wants to be. And I've looked at their Inferno in that first official, and I saw glimpses. I saw some decent competitive nature for OG Academy. It was also the game that got them the first win of the season against Apeks Rebels. They haven't had a massive amount of success on Overpass. Vertigo's been a tough one too, so stick to Inferno because it's been the most successful out of all the games so far.
Oh, that's 12.5 win percentage on the terms of that map up, though. You have to sort of question it given the current circumstances. Yes, those were a massive streak of losses prior to the series against Apeks Rebels, but even so, I have to sort of question whether or not it's really going to insert itself, considering the history again against fnatic Rising and the teams of this caliber here. You're right about the Overpass situation, but the fact that we're taking a look at these 2 maps with those kind of numbers and those low ratings, and we're thinking to ourselves that this is the best map for OG Academy, something does feel wrong to me to say it like that.
And for OG Academy, they're either going to have to pick it up or break it apart. That's the way that I look at it. If you're getting yourself into a position where you're 1-4 down, you come into your 3rd season of the Academy League in a row, you have to expect to be on par and further, to be impressive. And I think a lot of teams have shown that. ENCE Academy is a prime example. Okay, they're not a top-end team of the group, but they're a team that have always done better than seasons before. And for OG Academy, it just feels very stagnant. It feels like we're not seeing any level of success being prior forward of where the average is.
At least for the team, for some of the individuals, they've had some great matches of their own accords, which haven't converted over to the 16 rounds that OG requires. So in terms of those star players, like, we kind of need them to step up, but they, as you mentioned, that click potential of the team coming together is the thing that's missing for OG Academy. So you are looking at guys like Marix to have a great game, guys like Dementa to frag out and hold the IGL position within a decent regard. You know, all those names that we know and love so far in this team have definitely got the chops to do work on this game, but the concern, of course, is just having that a little bit extra for OG Academy. So it's not like I can say who are the stars to watch out for and leave it at that. Like, there's something a bit deeper in terms of what OG Academy need to bring this matchup and to bring this whole season together.
Well, if we actually just wanted to look at an individual point of view, considering we know how strong some of these players can be, Awaken, your AWP player, lowest rated on the team. Marix is 3rd rated on the team when he should be right up there at the top. And then your IGL Dementa, who in the last 3 months is the lowest rated in the Academy League, is the 1st. So it feels like even for the star players, we're just not getting the consistency in the Academy League. We might have seen it last season. We might have seen it in a couple of the closed qualifiers. But in the 5 best of ones we've seen for them already, the consistency is not there for the star players.
Well, certainly they have had their moments of potential, and you can see where that potential lies for OG Academy. It takes a lot of refinement to really make it consistent, though, as you mentioned, Blake. So we'll jump into this matchup. The pistol out to go live against fnatic Rising. I'm back in fnatic. I guess you're the same.
I'm going to join you on that one. This should be a 5-1 record after this game for fnatic Rising.
Well, let's see whether OG can put a notch in the bedpost and bring in a decent match victory for them. Very unlikely. We doubt it. I think OG themselves might doubt it as well. Double flash smoke in for Marix on the utility setup. Dementa had some of his own, but it's Banjo into the apartments, drawing first blood in that second mid control. IGL down.
Showing more presence up here towards the top of Banana around that half wall. fnatic Rising having the slight backup support in from Volt that could peek on the contact, bring that information forward. Even Pepsor's going to rotate in CT to allow himself to keep 3 on B.
Man advantage for fnatic at this moment. OG working their way forward ever so slightly, ever so carefully here on the T-side default. Being as quiet as they can.
Look at the aggression from Pepsor. Love this. Getting down from Banana, getting in from behind them, and there's so much information. They're going to stack up the A site. What a read this is from fnatic Rising.
Check position. Pepsor sees Marix fall, seeing him fall away, and now has the information to stack A. 4 players here. Volt, kill off on towards Oxygen. Taps forward from Awaken, does get Wolfie. Sound and Awaken actually trying back together. Suddenly Banjo is left alone and isolated, but their backs are turned towards the box corner. He gets it to a 2-on-2. Looks back in on Awaken. Strikes on Marix now. Crossfire against 2 CT players. Pepsor closes it down, and this will be a pistol round for fnatic.
And for OG Academy, you can give them some praise on the trading game, the idea that Awaken's actually giving them a chance on the apps pop to come through. But you have to look at it from OG's perspective. You're coming into a game where you've had a lot of head-to-heads on record. You're always playing Inferno. You want to get stuff more so in your side. You want to be able to get under the skin, put yourself onto the positive note. And we look at the pistol round, you lose your first pick towards top mid, and then you're just being read. Pepsor is allowed so much control, aggressing down from the bottom of Banana like that.
He's on the FAMAS for it, the 1 rifle, the 1 automatic rifle here for fnatic. SMGs on 3 as they try to farm the cash in against OG. Double nades down Banana, sound to 8 HP, and now dead to the hands of MOUZ.
Try and farm up as much of that money as possible. Wolfie with the scout does see a player down there towards underpass. MOUZ is going to be able to chime himself in, and Banjo with the assistance. These MP9s are loving the cash.
2,400 bucks in bonus between Banjo and MOUZ. MOUZ taking the brunt of that. Marix. 1-on-5 for him. We'll try and take face in against MOUZ. The SMG swinging forward, catches his kill. Quadra in. That's the 2-0 for fnatic.
A very happy birthday to Volt today as well, turning 21. I'm sure the best present that he can get is another victory in the Academy League and keep that first spot in order.
All right, happy birthday, bro. How old is he today?
21.
21.
Do you reckon he gets 21 kills?
That would be pretty nice. It does
Mark's just got a
upset me
P90.
that I've got. It does upset me that I've got 5 years on him and he's significantly better at Counter Strike than I ever have been.
Significantly. Oh, come on. Say it how it is, mate.
Oh.
Astronomically.
The point stands, okay? I'm getting old. I'm getting far too old for this. OG surely must be feeling like the losses are getting old at this stage for their season run, so guns are out for this round to try and turn their fortunes around. The fnatic been so confident on the start, and they're playing bonus here for round 3.
It's a very unorthodox buy to see a P90. It's not often at all, so I do wonder what we're going to get into the hands of the setup and the protocol with that in mind for Marex. Retaking nades towards the top of Banana, not seeing anything. Oxygen is close here towards Boiler, indicating more of an A presence, but they could retake Banana control.
Smokes down in the mid position just to stop them from progressing any further into brackets. One player in at Boiler. The Molotov's back, the flash is forward. In for the T side, got Pepzor with the incendiary at the ready ahead of the smoke. Puts it down, stops any further progress again from OG.
And they're really trying to drive OG Academy back into this B site. Even with all of this util and noise, they're not over-rotating back to A at all.
On the back of Sound, smoke in. Arch suppressed. Got Pepzor and Banjo in at fnatic rising. Flashes forward, Dementa. Try and lean in, burst through. Damage will be done towards the man. The SMG doing all that they can. Sound engages, does take a double dink back, but still find a decent headshot alongside Awaken finding Pepzor, so they overwhelm the A site. The plant will be secured.
And fnatic Rising just not getting enough in that round. OG Academy being very telegraphed towards that brackets control, but maybe because fnatic Rising are on a bonus round, they want to keep it slightly more risky and think to themselves, well, we've already gamble stacked towards B, we'll buy up in the next round anyway. So rather than having a lot of reactability, let's just keep it passive, try and get them involved into the bait. They hold on to a lot of weapons, so we'll see it buy next round. There won't be an issue there.
SMG in for Volt to try to look for exits. Wolfie seeing one, just trying to see if he can get rid of Marex at least. Headshot not great. Sounds also low HP, but it looks like they'll get away pretty okay. Do lose those SMGs in exchange.
That's not ideal.
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, the Kevlar is the most important thing in that particular position. That might not go in. Okay, they are going to go in with a full buy. I was thinking about Pepzor's position. Now he can't really go for the full-on investment. The SMG will come through for him instead. Still up for Mars for Volt as well.
OG Academy fighting their first round, keeping themselves in with a brackets take. Now showing to themselves on T side, it's about regaining some of this control, trying to see if they can get a foothold on the economy starts too. Slight aggression into Banana this time.
Severi's thrown very far forward from the CTs. Volt gets caught. Marex finds MOUZ, but they got one man in the middle of the smoke of Pepzor, seen there by Dementa, who overwhelms OG Academy. Now should be able to claim the B site.
Just beat them with pace in that round. Yes, there was a moment of opportunity for Pepzor where he gets overlooked. They go right past him. They don't quite see him. But still, you've already lost your backup of Volt being the first player. MOUZ towards the top of the car. What they needed in that crossfire for MOUZ to at least come away with one, try and help out to set up Pepzor. OG Academy could actually be shaping themselves out for an early lead on T side.
Going to bring up to 2-2, so for now they equalize. The flash there for Sound. Not like it matters though, no one's there in CT. Both players back on the A site to save the M4 and the Scout. This time no Kevlar to fall to the bomb blast. OG Academy indeed will equalize with a better buy in the next round as well to try and keep control and indeed to gain the lead you talk of.
And just knowing for OG Academy responding back with some poor results is going to be important for them. Of course, their first win being up against the Apeks Rebels, but losing to Flames Ascent and then losing to FURIA Academy with a coach as a stand-in is not going to add to the track record all that nicely. Being pumped against MOUZ NXT in their 4th group stage game. One of those officials out there on Overpass only getting 4 rounds. They have had a tough time. And one of the teams that if you compare from previous seasons to now compared to the track record would be looked at as a back foot, not keeping up to par.
USPs and then Deagle in, fear for fnatic rising. out and M4 set in. They hold their position and just wait for the contact to come through. Still slow from OG, however.
Try and prod their way forward with a smoke down towards a long control. I do like the position being held from Banjo. It does get cleared, though, from Oxygen. That's a great entry from him.
The 1M4 taken out so quickly. Scout still on the center of the A site. Will try and hold with Pepzor out towards the long control. Just trying to suppress and hold for contact and stalling for time at this stage. Try to force OG into a panic with the timer being so low. A resmoke can come down towards long, but the short control's cleared up. Dementa gets his kill in. But the bomb's making its way back towards B.
Even MOUZ with this dig up on the tower boost. Might be able to come away with one. Just got to try and stall for time.
M4 does get recovered meanwhile by Pepzor here. Vol taking face to the USP, doing quite a fair amount of damage, getting a kill as well. Deagle now standing, going to try hold for backup, drops that bomb against Awaken. Oxygen to lean around the corner, will free fire it, take some damage to his teammate, leaving Pepzor in the 1-on-3.
Try and look up towards Marks at the top of Oranges. This is actually somewhat doable. Even though he doesn't have armor, a 1v2, both players are low HP.
Made noise out towards the construction angle as well. Forced their attention to check out that position, but back at Darkin at the Shire. Dementa challenge first. Pepzor leaning to the left and right. Gun barrel, footsteps, shadow scene. And there's Dementa with the 2K. So not quite as manageable as he'd like it to be. Was winnable, but didn't get one. Regardless, 3 casualties taken by OG Academy. Fnatic Rising can be happy with what they got out of that round, considering what they had to bring into the round itself. Won't affect the economy game in the short term. At least the guns are out for them now.
We've seen a lot of success in the last week or so from Fnatic Rising, qualifying for ECL's Season 43 with their advanced run and then going into the relegations. Beating Aurora in a 2-0 best-of-3 in the lower bracket semi-final to get that spot and awaiting the playoffs of the CCT North Europe Series 1 event. So a lot of deep runs right now for this squad.
A lot of work being put in by Fnatic to continue their progress. OG caught taken down first again. Wolfie with his AWP pick. Oxygen first to fall.
Even Banjo just jiggling ever so slightly down onto the short control. Smoke goes in. There's a reposition from Wolfie, who just got that pick out to the apartments. He could actually be a rotate to B, try and gather some more information down on this long contact, and then be the guy to just rotate out towards CT spawn and help out the B players.
Minute to play with and Sound slowly moving forward with that AK, trying to find position. Marix, smoke and flash set up, making their way in. Maze counter incendiary back a little bit deeper. Sound's going to get caught by that and dead to the FAMAS. Upgrade as well to the AK as Volt gets involved. Dementa falls next. Backups on the way as well for the rest of Fnatic. 2 more join the fight. And OG have only 2 to try and stand the fight.
What a beast setup. They make that look so breezy. The peek on one another, MOUZ to take the first contact, the incendiary going down, even Volt being able to provide assistance towards City spawn. And from this point onwards, it's just about putting pressure on the last couple of individuals. This does not look winnable at all for OG Academy.
20 seconds. Marix gets detected next, and there's nothing left in this round for OG. Fnatic strike back with confidence and a vengeance. Should be able to get those AKs as well, providing the AWP support against Awaken, who peaks and even goes down before the timer goes up. That means they can grab those AKs as standard on 2 individuals. Banjo struggling to find a third one. Not like it matters, though. 4 players alive. OG knocked back a peg here.
And we know that Wolfie's been incredibly impactful since joining up with his team, even in the Academy League this season. 5 maps, positive 35 KD difference, and a 1.29 rating. Always an individual that we know with the big green is going to find consistency, going to find strong form. We saw the 2 picks from that last round from him. OG Academy looking to try and see if they can bring some pace to Banana again.
Looking again with a spray from Volt, blinded, doing some damage to Sound. Flash in for Marix to get the kill. May should be seen. Trades are decent for the T side. 4-on-3 now for OG.
Excellent entries coming through from Marix, putting pressure right back towards those 2 tall players, and it allows the B side to get completely cracked in. This might be Fnatic Rising looking for exit frags, but ending up just saving.
Backed up. AWP will hold for exits, and Banjo and Pepzor aren't even going to go ahead and join him or look towards that banana control. On the site they'll sit. Oxygen might get spotted there in the mid face. That's about it, though. OG will maintain the lead.
And this is promising. And for OG Academy, we saw in the last head-to-head, it was 5 rounds on CT, 5 rounds on T-side. Wasn't competitive from the start, though. That was the one takeaway from the last best of one, was that it was Fnatic Rising cruising to a 10-5 half, being able to give themselves a lot of room to work with to close it down. OG Academy have put in the hard yards, and it does seem as if the quick ability of reacting around that half wall from Marek was the difference maker.
Advantage now sits for OG as a result. Fnatic still have money to buy back into thanks to those safe weapons and the drops that will come through as a result. M4s, of course, for the utility afforded in all players. Be looking pretty peachy for Fnatic. OG, similar story in this next rifle round, though.
Knowing that they've been successful with the banana takes, they're going to offer it up again. This time around, look at how much more passive both MOUZ and Volt are.
Step with their M4s, incendiary stance, a rush tactic, nade in, should land pretty close for MOUZ's part, and that's a lot of damage being done. Now they've got to capitalize and get those kills. Flash forward for MOUZ, getting the first frag. Unawares of the player at the first box already. The 3 teammates right behind the man of sound, leading that charge, leading up to the back. Volt is going to get caught and tagged up and eventually killed off in the 4-on-4. Boost up, not detected. The teaser on the site, the bomb will get planted soon.
Even that late rotation from Banjo is going to take a while. Wolfie with the NWP just over-aggressing as soon as the molly starts burning him out in the open.
A 4-on-3 gained. Smoke set. Oxygen can't find his way around. Sprays through from Pepzor. Trying to go for wall bangs through the glass window, but unable to catch anything here. Flash is sent over as they walk their way on to the site, trying to get into the retake with such little time remaining. They have those kits, but they decide to fall back in the end. Money still lopsided, very broken for Fnatic Rising, but still an open position for Sound to shoot down into. Get MOUZ next, on for the ace. Pepzor puts him out of the way, but shouldn't even last that much longer. Might even go up with the bomb, in fact. Yeah, dead to rights. 5 now to the board of OG.
And that was an incredible round coming through from Sound. And I think that Wolfie just got a little bit too tempered in that one. He didn't need to over-aggress with that AWP. Yes, he was going to get mollied. It's a split decision call to make. You either go in and try and get a quick pick towards Goffins, or you fall back. And I think falling back was probably the right option. And even for Fnatic Rising, they realized we need a change. We need an adaptation towards the setup of B. Let's play it more passive. Let's give the respect. And even still, they still got rolled over.
Nade stack set in. Pepzor picking up Awaken to start things off. Guns. Pistols being brought out by the Fnatic side. Deagles, P250s, OG. AK's locked.
They do have the A stack involved, so the gamble looks like it's going to pay off. Seems like it's going to be an Apps pop. Marek's put a smoke down towards Moto. They have to commit with these early entries, and between Pepzor and Banjo, it's all about damage.
Locking for Oxygen, dives in, gets killing off on towards Pepzor. Damage was done. Amazing Banjo can capitalize. Dementa brings it into a 2-on-2, and one man stands in the corner of the site. MOUZ, the known entity. Molotov against him, extends to the corner, and Marek fights to get the pick in. Volt detected through the smoke. How many through smoke kills have we seen so far today, Dweg?
There's been a couple. There's been a few, that's for sure. OG Academy, they deal with the eco fairly easily. They just work off of the time. The molly's very good into the backside corner, getting MOUZ up towards that cold zero box. And the first tactical coming through here for Fnatic Rising. They've had it tough. They won pistol, anti-eco, but since then it's been 6 out of the past 7 rounds going the way of OG Academy.
3 to the good. As you mentioned, T-side is doing all right. The buy will return, of course, for Fnatic. This is their main chance to regain control. Let's see what they're going to plan to change up here. Of course, OG. There's a bit more about the potential we're talking about here, or at least I'm talking about with this team, is the idea that some of these performances can look okay and OG can look like a respectable team. Not all the time, though, and certainly not 20 victories. Guns are set. They have the advantage for now. Will it last against fnatic Rising? Fast forward again towards the half wall. Sprays through on Volt. He will get caught casualtied. MOUZ will get a trade back, but is forced to fall back himself.
And look at the retaking nades, though. There's plenty of them. Pepsor out in the open. Dementor even crossing before the CT smoke goes down.
Counter smoke to try and suppress the T side. OG. Further utility back towards the site. Nades on towards MOUZ, tagging him to 24. Wrap around in towards mid and make their way towards the A site where Wolfie stands as the solo defender.
And they've already got the idea. You can see Pepsor and Banjo starting to rotate back over. Wolfie's just got to be back passive. No, he gets caught off guard towards a short control instead.
3-on-3. Pepsor seeing Marek. Marek saw him the same. AK engagement alongside Banjo's crossfire. AWP of Awaken now being pressured by fnatic Rising, making their way around. Kill gets found. It's 4 for fnatic.
I just want to take a moment to describe the setup of what fnatic Rising brought there. So they actually brought 4 over to B early round. You had Volt up at the half wall, MOUZ a little bit further behind him, and then Pepsor and Banjo just left nades. There was a lot of HEs, there was a lot of incendiaries. So it tells me that they were expecting something quick towards B and to have retaking nades to get themselves set up, to keep putting that pressure down towards the top of Banana. Instead, because there was so much assistance coming through with that rotate, and for MOUZ's defense, OG Academy just started filtering themselves quickly towards A instead.
Double ops now in play for fnatic Rising. Bringing a bigger change back to the server here. M4s and the AK with the 2 ops in play. It's the M4 that strikes first from Volt. Again through the smoke, again with the spray, again with the kill. Option with a trade back though, and that AWP could get caught off for it. Wolfie just escapes in time.
Even MOUZ has to get forced off. That molly going down towards the half wall drives him further forward. Now you've got Pepsor playing deep out towards Moto. The AWP of Wolfie on the balcony. This is a tough range and close angle to hold.
Moving forward of OG, spray through. Pepsor gets his kill. Dementor trades back. Wolfie holds on for at least a 1-for-1. In a 2-on-2 situation, fnatic are on the retake.
And Volt and MOUZ started that round off really nicely. Opening kill got granted down there to the bottom of Banana, but the A defenders have let them down. Marek is getting aggressive close to the smoke at Moto.
Both AKs in for the T side. Nades on Awaken. Molotov also available for MOUZ. Putting it out towards the site rather than towards that pit position. Try and force one man back off the bomb. Marek will just get deeper into the site, be heard. Tagged up, burning alive. Volt gets the kill. Last player been spotted as well. Make their way in. Awaken will be covered. Gun barrel seen. The spray comes up just about to do the tag damage and the kill being found. It's 5 for fnatic.
What an excellent round coming through from Volt. Gets the opening kill through the spam to the bottom of Banana and setting themselves up for the retake. It felt like MOUZ was taking a little while to get the lineup right for that incendiary, but he puts it down in the right place. It forces Marek out into the open, and then even Volt starts knowing that Awaken fired a bullet down there from the pit control. That's it. That's the info given up. OG Academy would felt as if they had a lot going for them in that round, but still, fnatic Rising get the retake successfully.
OG, despite the bomb plant bonus, want to go for a half buy here. Tech 9s in Kevlar. Helmets on a couple of individuals as well. That's a bad incendiary there from MOUZ. Putting it in the middle of the smoke. Extinguished and wasted. And OG aren't even taking Banana this time.
Well, they're expecting fnatic Rising to be up against a rush. Another one of those quick plays towards a half wall. I don't know if I agree entirely with the buy setup, though. Knowing that fnatic Rising are on the ropes, knowing that they don't have a massive amount of loss bonus up against the money in the reserve, I thought this could have been an excellent opportunity to force a rifle round into round 12.
Spray through a Banjo, catching oxygen, kill found, sound down. Tech 9 spam for Dementor does turn it back to a 4-on-3. Wolfie will make it 2 with Awaken dropping, and Marek's also going down to Dementor, left alone for the Pepsor. fnatic have equalized.
6-6, it's tied up. And now for OG Academy, this is where the hurt's going to come through. Yes, you've been able to keep it strong and competitive from the start. There's no argument to be made there, but it's 3 rounds in a row. The money's starting to get tighter for fnatic Rising. They've still got an AK to work with for Pepsor. They need to keep it tight and keep it competitive, because if they let a slight runaway and even a lead get gained from fnatic Rising, that's where I feel like you lose your edge in this best of one.
Orpin and Marek nades onto his position. He gets that kill anyway, forcing forward ahead of the Molotov, but a flashbang keeps him blinded, so he cannot get the kill on MOUZ. 4 on 4 and further utility sent down on Sound. 7 points of health for him in the middle of the smoke. The third HE gets him, and fnatic have the advantage.
Banjo's just got to try and slow down this A play, get one kill, try and see if he can stall for as much time as possible because he knows the A-Rap's coming in.
Pep saw, caught dead. Oxygen equalizes again to 3v3. Awaken next up, and Volt. M4 swinging, and now he goes all falling. Banjo and MOUZ, last 2 players that remain up here. One on the site, one making his way back in from the B players. The AWP, the M4 stands alone. Banjo to play his tune, catching Awaken, taking some damage, but doubling up. Almost makes it a triple. Oxygen now picks up that bomb, and will get it planted.
And we've seen MOUZ in these clutches before, knows that Oxygen's close towards that right-hand side corner. This is great information to work with now.
Tucked away behind the box, the smoke and moto's going to start to clear. But MOUZ is inbound from short control. Oxygen doesn't have the info yet. Sees the shoulder, that's all he needs. But tagged up so heavily, MOUZ with utility as well. Molotov onto the site, trying to force Oxygen out in the open. It catches, it spreads far enough, and gives the kill up to the CT side. AK saved it all. fnatic will have the lead.
And this is where MOUZ and his util usage could be so impactful in late rounds, in clutches, in 2v2s, of forcing players out into the open. Now, I was going to give a lot more praise to that round for Fnatic Rising. I think they've realized what they need to change on B, and we could just see what it comes down to is bringing more players. Bringing 4 players early round, plenty of nades, charge for the control, make it awkward for OG Academy to even gain the half-wall presence, but then things get a little bit sloppy after that point. You can see Banjo recovers it for as much as possible. A lot of those rotators ended up just being caught, and Banjo multi-fragging, being the only player on A, actually set up that round for MOUZ.
And once again, OG are forced down in spite of the bomb plant to the half by round 14, of course, so round 15 is the priority. Get the guns in for the last of the half. Try and end the T side off at a high if you can make it happen. Utility suppression against OG means they cannot get control of Banana.
OG Academy just get forced back. Wolfie, he's had a tough game so far. He's been punished quite a lot. Try and reposition that AWP, get it back passive out to the long control with a bait and switch of Peps. Or OG Academy have done a tough gig to make the AWP play with freedom.
Trying to lean in. Flash is sent over for Marek's. Engaging Banjo. Season sprays, takes Sound down. Advantage now in the round, but Wolfie gets domed in by Awaken. The Deagle's still looking to strike back here. The rest of the pistols of OG making their way into the site. The bomb has got to go. It's got to get planted.
Still so many retaking nades from Fnatic Rising. For OG Academy, I'd like to actually see them be quite proactive on this post plant. Start trying to take some jewels out in the open.
Tech9s and Marek's. Incendiary sent. Dementor tagged. Molotov against Awaken. Another one coming down against him. Burning alive in the center of the site. Bolt gets Dementor as well. Banjo finds Marek's. Oxygen. Oh, MOUZ burns his own teammate alive, giving a window opportunity for that Deagle, but not a window he can leap through. Kill found by MOUZ, and fnatic have the half.
And for OG Academy, I look at that round, Jay, I was saying that I wanted to see a lot of proactivity. Didn't see anything. It just got really stagnant. And what that means in that round is that you're eventually going to fall to the incendiaries. You're going to fall to the nades. There were so many retaking nades there from Fnatic Rising. And because OG Academy didn't take back motor control or didn't apply pressure towards short, they end up just being caught. And eventually, once you start burning, you have to fight in the open. And that's where you're not going to be able to win much at all.
Last round at least has the rifles in for both sides here. M4s and orbs established. And a shot missed from Wolfie. Gives himself up towards Cubby. Still gets two. No scopes. Tries to go in for the triple. Doesn't quite land it on Marek's. Awaken is traded at least though. 4 on 2 for Fnatic Rising.
Even Marek's trying to work that long control is going to have to deal with a player in the backstab vault, keeping that pressure on. Bomb should get dropped. Even the swing out from Oxygen only presents a single kill. And while Fnatic Rising were tested in that first half, look at the streak, Jay. Look at that ending of what they were able to manage to find 6 rounds in a row.
With pressure and all, and even several bomb plants coming out from OG. Molly Neighbor stabilized. They couldn't break it. Was a great start at that 6-3 for the OG Academy side, but like you mentioned, fnatic at the end of the half end off the CT side on a high and go towards their T side now with a mission to take the win.
And for OG Academy, I think they can be happy with the damage that they've been done. But when you're a team that are down 1 and 4, you need victories, even if it is against the best teams in the competition. And they would have felt as if that they weren't rewarded as much as they should have done when those rounds come as competitive as they were. Try and get off to an early start once again. Pace coming through from fnatic rising up to the half wall. Very defensive for the 2B players of OG Academy.
Flashes in against Dementa as fnatic storm the B site. Pepzor picks up sound, kicks things off in the half with first blood drawn. Wolfie extending out with a P250. If the AWP wasn't good enough, his pistols certainly are. Triple up against Marix isn't quite found, but he's been tagged. Awakens alone. None versus 4. On for the full-on ace if he can make it happen. He's got those 2 headshots. Backstabs inbound. Wolfie might get isolated. P250 up against it. Will also fall back to position, defend the bomb site itself. See Awaken swing back and get his kill.
Was it just me, Jay, or was you getting the exact same vision of what happened when OG Academy took on FURIA Academy on that Vertigo in the pistol round? It's like 5v2, it's pretty much done, they start hunting and then things just get completely out of order and somehow the clutch comes forward. That was nearly 1 from Awaken. That got quite close to the end there.
Damn close. But no cigar in this case here for OG Academy. Force back in. Deagle of Dementa takes MOUZ to start things off. At least the force forward in that banana position has worked out well, and these pistols are put to as much of great effect as you can.
Very pacey in from fnatic rising. Trying to get that Mach 10 Volt up close and personal towards a long control. Even Awaken with the scout post on the angle. Going to see the shadow. Drop that bomb from Wolfie.
5 on 3 now. This suddenly turns against fnatic rising. Start doing okay. Now Pepzor's working in as one of the only 2 AKs here. Kill found against Awaken, but tag so heavy now. Banjo's fallen. Volt struggling himself to pick up sound. And Bomb, of course, at the corner. So 2 players to find for Volt. But things, he only gets one of them. And Pepzor, 10 HP in the 1-on-2. Taps one head, still makes it manageable. Aware of where Oxygen must be. Can take that bomb committed to the B play as well.
This is a good read, and Oxygen is going to be close behind him. Try and see if he can charge down from mid. Catch him as he gets over to Banana. Now picking up the AK. This is entirely doable for Oxygen.
Smoke down to the cross. And a very open plant. Pepzor knows he's got time to rotate away before Oxygen starts spamming the smoke. Doesn't even opt to go for it here. Plays the information game that Pepzor has been denied thus far. In from Stack. Checks position. Expecting aggression to come through. Little does he know the sneak around for Oxygen. Going to come in with a backstab. Tap him up. Steal one back for OG.
And that was actually smartly played from Oxygen. He realizes the bomb's out in the open. He rotated quickly towards CT Spawn, so he thinks if he aggressed towards construction, I may have heard him. He checks construction to the right-hand side and doesn't see anything. So, okay, open plant, maybe he's trying to double bluff me. Work with your own game sense. Get out there towards the top of Banana, catch him looking the other way. And for fnatic rising, they can actually full eco this because they're not double eco at all. They got that extra bomb plant, so that brings them away from the force by territory.
Second tactical now called in by fnatic. Money's not quite there for the full investment. OG back within 3. Probably an eco as well to try and make up the difference still.
It's depending on the philosophy of things. You can force by here and put pressure on, or you could just half and go down. Well, I say half. I say half the eco, keep it super light. Pepzor can be able to upgrade a dig because he was the one that got the bomb plant. He was able to do as much in that round as he could. But that's it. 1 dig, 4 Glocks. OG Academy looking to try and see if they can keep it tight from the early portion of the half again.
Bit of stretch to call this a deco, wouldn't it? So
yeah, no.
For all intents and purposes, it is an eco round. Maybe Pepzor domes a head or 2. But you're expecting this to go pretty cleanly in favor of OG Academy. Smoke set. Pistols held. T side. Just waiting to make their moves as appropriate.
Fnatic Rising just want to play the timeout because the longer they run the clock, the more util they're going to bait. So that makes it more expensive for OG Academy.
Rounds will come through towards the B play. Got Sound and Dementor. Holding positions back on the B defensive. Meanwhile, Fnatic stack up on that long control. Awaken about to receive the firefight. Flash in from Oxygen will allow him to peek. Doesn't opt to take face against Fnatic though. They're playing cautiously.
And try and see if they can get an early dink off. Nice damage done to Awaken, but out towards the long controls where things get out of hand. Dementor in the crossfire being set from Awaken. Shut that entire round down. 8 on the board now for OG Academy. The concern here is when Fnatic Rising get deeper into the rifle rounds, when they get more money under their belt, when they start getting into a round streak of what is going to happen. But just from the eye test alone, I would say that this has been much more competitive than the last head-to-head that we saw 6 days ago.
Well, at the very least, OG Academy have always gone to double digits against Fnatic on Inferno in both this season and Season 4 when they last had their group stage draw. Fnatic Rising up on the guns for this one, and Marix has mowed them down. That didn't look competitive at all there.
The over-aggression working out nicely towards that bedroom angle and out towards second mid. Pepsor does catch them on a timing, not looking back towards Banana, so he might catch a reposition. Sound's head just being seen, but not quite the kill towards Coffins.
Smoke towards the Banana entrance. MOUZ now leads up into the apartments. Slow walking on that lurk. The main T side force tries to play in to the B site. Smokes to cross. Incendiary is put down to suppress.
Oxygen not leaving the post at all. MOUZ is hoping to catch a play with a nade out in the open. Pepsor just trying to lurk up here towards the top of Banana. Does catch Sound, but needs to try and see if he can force that into a kill.
Flash off against him. Pepsor does get taken down by the Dementor. Oxygen, headshot on MOUZ, and Wolfie stands alone to save. 1v5, Fnatic Rising picked apart piece by piece. The start was most certainly there in the apartment's control. There's not much else to it.
And Marix put up one hell of an opener. Those multi-fragging kills just set the entire round up. They can work with the information, work off the B play too. Very defensive from OG Academy. Wolfie's going to bring that AK forward to the next round. And OG have turned it into 3 in a row.
Number 9. Thanks to the 1 round back from Fnatic Rising, though. The pistol gained, of course, means that they still hold the lead. That might change here and now, however. 1 AK in for the next one. A harsher eco inbound as well for Fnatic. Maybe a half invest with max loss bonus. Not quite at position. Have to consider that before they're going for anything heavy. So it might just be upgrade pistols alone.
I don't think there'll be much. There shouldn't be. Tactical timeout in for OG. Have a chat with Crispy. OG Academy just looking to try and see if they can get their first victory on the board. And it's not out of the realm of possibility that they can cause an upset. I think they've actually come through very drilled in this game today. It's been quite competitive. It shows that by the scoreline. I think they were unfortunate towards the tail end of the half to not gain more than just the 6. But they've come into the right idea of being positive, looking for opening fights, being aggressive on the city side in the opening rifle round. So far, I've been impressed from OG Academy. It's just whether they can turn it into anything more.
It's 1 round difference, so chance available to usurp Fnatic Rising again with this one, and then a rifle win in round 21. We see 2 P250s brought down by Fnatic, so indeed just a couple of upgrade pistols, nothing major. A little bit of utility as well for MOUZ. So this should be a formality unless Wolfie wants to have anything to say about it. It's Volt first man to fall, and Wolfie drops just as quickly. So again into the apartments, OG Academy just stormed the battle lines. Banjo has found his way in though, could catch Oxygen. AK picked up here. Another kill also found by Pepsor, but Awaken takes back control.
Well, if Awaken fell there, you could have felt as if the entire shift of the round would have gone in favor of Fnatic Rising. Pepsor and MOUZ still with a couple of AKs. It could still very much be damaging if they're able to deal with this deep apartments player of Marix. That opens up the chance of getting an easy bomb plant on A.
And he catches the kill on Pepsor instead. MOUZ goes undetected and will sneak forward. Marix falling out of the apartments. There's a little bit of map control for MOUZ to play with. 1 on 3 with this AK though.
He knows that he dropped down, so has the idea that Mareks has got over towards short. MOUZ can get up onto the balcony, give himself the height advantage, and take this duel straight away onto Mareks.
Oh, Mareks is turning in the right moment, though. Gets the Quadra, holds control in the round. There's a good strategy there by fnatic Rising, at least. If they hadn't sacrificed more than one player, then maybe it would have worked a little bit better in that apartment's control. Did get close to turning an eco to their favor, and it's a pretty damaging round for OG overall. Still, money's pretty good for the CT side, however. fnatic Rising in with their gun by limited by a Tech 9.
And Mareks is putting on quite a show. One of the standout players in the last season and some of the other events. Hasn't had all that amount of success when it comes to the last few best of ones. But knowing that he's up to 17 kills, knowing that he's finding the impact on the rifle rounds, going to get boosted up to Keo from Oxygen. Very deep. Not a lot of map presence trying to be taken here from fnatic Rising. Slowing the round completely.
Nice nade on to Sound. fnatic. Again, early utility damage will come through. Nice nades continue on. Sound tagged up to 37 now. Flashing to allow Pepsor to peek. Does force the AWP position and get that kill finished.
Just try to evade as much of the flash as possible. Awaken does get caught back into its info on where the AWP's playing from. Start repositioning back out towards City Spawn. Long is quick though.
Here's the shadow of the smoke. Mareks swings in for the double spray. You highlighted him as a standout man for good reason. That sequence right there proves the point. 4 on 3. Oxygen next in the look towards short. Banjo down on 40 HP. Pepsor and MOUZ swinging in for support. They do force Awaken off position.
Just that flash assist was everything, and now Mareks is even pressing the issue. He could get more on the aggressive short starts.
One player seen, tap to the head, drop the bomb. Can't get Pepsor to return though. fnatic still keeping this within manageable margins. Oxygen still stuck in at pit. Must be aware that he's out here. The M4 looking left and right. Banjo looking for heads. Looking towards that long position as well. Moto smoke flashing. Now Banjo to dive forward. Awaken still catches that kill. Oxygen detected. Finally dead. Now Banjo's got to go in for the plant. 8 seconds. Should secure it.
Awaken's going to try and press through the smoke. Banjo has to fight.
AK in. Headshot. Not gained to the spray. Sees that man. Dementa comes in with the flank. And OG are going to take the lead.
You can just see for fnatic Rising, not having anyone playing anti-flash out to that long control had hit them quite hard. Mareks is able to multi-frag. Now they knew that Oxygen was playing down there from pit. He put the smoke on previously. Try and dive their way out towards the apartment pop. Try and put that pressure straight on. OG taking back the lead and putting themselves in a good position. They've got to keep it up because fnatic Rising have got another buy on the table. They kept it tight. They got another bomb plant. They're going to keep buying.
Damage will compound for OG in the end. You can see the crack starting to show in the economy game. Got players up at 10 grand for Dementa, but as low as 1,200 for Oxygen. fnatic, as you mentioned, up on the AKs one more time. OG, however, this could be a swing round for them. This could be a massive deal to their scoreline. It could go up to 13-10 if they deny the bomb plant as well. Vitally important here.
And for their sake, they know we win round 22 convincingly, we win the game. That's how you've got to position your thought process. Oxygen could get flashed in for a slight info play up to the apartments. He'll see nothing. Instead, it's fnatic Rising, gaining banana control, having deep presence in mid from Wolfie, and of course, your second ult player coming through from Banjo. OG Academy trying to get on the front foot here and rotate Mareks over to B. This is a good call.
Work to cross, counter smoke at banana, boost up to allow Sound to lean in, seeing Pepsor spray almost went awry for him, but Sound gets the kill at 15 HP to spare. And fnatic back off with that lost engagement.
And they had the likes of Banjo up there quite aggressively towards that brackets position, just to kind of see if there's a reaction. It's going to be a double pump into B, though.
Bolt leading the charge, bomb. Pass back and forth, and he tries to make his way in as the forward contact individual smoke set. Incendiaries go back. Kill for MOUZ follows suit. 4 on 3, still favouring OG Academy until Banjo finally forces out a decent fight. Another incendiary is thrown in by Mareks, who leans forward. Banjo seen him. Bomb plant is denied by that M4, but Banjo finds the trade just in time.
Plenty of time. Get it planted out for the first oranges. Both players coming through from city spawn. Oh, the spam comes close.
You saw that bullet firefight through the first box. Banjo's taken back by a nade. Wolfie now left alone. 1-on-2. Awakened scene. Isolated shot. Smoke sent down. The second player is certainly known here. Who's going to get the better engagement? No flash support for either side. Auction, who has a one that he could potentially use, but instead just goes for the dry face and loses it to the AK. fnatic rising even up again.
And that was class coming through from Wolfie, because look at the information he's able to gather there. He gets the bomb down and he puts himself into an aggressive stance. He loses his teammate out there to first oranges. Okay, bang. I'm going to get that first connection. He strafes ever so slightly to the right-hand side, gives himself the off angle, and then he sees the smoke going down from the other player from CT towards top of Banana. So you've got info. Oxygen's coming from CT. Reposition yourself. Look back into the bomb. Win that 11th round. Tie up the scoreline once again.
fnatic. Broken investment thanks to the hell that I've had to go through to get to this position. OG. Followed by the M4s and the AWP on the contrary. Only 3 true main rifles for fnatic rising. Agilio on a Mac 10 to back it up. Flash in from Marix to suppress that Banana position. Allow his teammates to take point once again. fnatic being tentative about the peak.
Got Awaken, very aggressive, out to the apartment setup. Marix and Sound haven't seen much towards a Banana contact at all. They don't know just how much indication there actually is here from T-side players.
Meanwhile, Banjo making noise out to the A play. Smoke sent towards long. Orb of Awaken catching the shot on Banjo. Kicks things off for OG again. One player out of brackets dealt with by Dementa. Pepzor looking for Marix next. Wrap that corner. Saw the gun barrel and adjusts towards the man. Takes a ton of damage, but has an opening into the B site at least. One more player out in the open is going to get forced back as well.
Smoke doesn't go down towards CT at all. They're going to have to cross out to the open try, and that's going to be to their detriment. OG Academy have an easy lockdown out towards that B side. Good start coming through from Awaken with that big green. But as soon as that information comes through that Marix is able to get that dink off, that's it. You've just got to try and run in quickly. And without that smoke to cross, you are just going to get rolled.
What happened to it? I thought it got thrown.
Either got body blocked.
fnatic missed positions and enabling a big opportunity for OG to come back in control. 12-11. Again, the lead is gained. M4's forced forward. Double orb setups. Nades in on Wolf. We're already tagging him low. Pepzor caught a bit of that as well in the AWP. Easy shot. Slow peak. Advantage for OG.
It has been a bit of a wild day. Apeks Rebels putting up a decent fight against MOUZ NXT to have the most competitive game yet. OG Academy looking to try and see if they can upset for one of the first times against fnatic rising.
Flash in from Sound to enable Dementa to peek. Smokes up. A bit awkward there. I don't think I was supposed to land there. I think it was supposed to go down to the brackets opening. Dementa with a frag out. Meanwhile, catching Volt in over at Banana control. 2 left standing on Pepzor and MOUZ. 1 left standing in MOUZ. With Marix getting the kills. So far, so unscathed for all of OG. And look at that bomb dropped in the window frame.
Of course you'd mention that.
That is a very... It's not... The window is actually not even popped open. So that's like a very unique position to be at. Look at it. Look at it.
I know. I saw it. I wasn't going to mention it. And I thought to myself, Jay is going to definitely mention something.
It's like that one time, remember when we watched that match on Vertigo and the bomb got thrown, it balanced on like the corner or something in T-spawn.
Yeah.
Bomb does some wild things. Some wild things. Gun round now, once again for fnatic rising. They've got to get something on the board, Dweg.
Need to respond in quickly, because even shutting down the CT economy is going to take a few rounds in a row. Awaken going for an aggressive setup into the apartments. Does get mollied slightly into Boiler, but going for the deep peek to the left-hand side. Wins out the opening once again.
Great shot for Awaken. Banjo, first to fall. Goes quiet instantly for fnatic.
Keeping the double orbs in play is not a setup that we see very often from OG Academy on the CT side. Now they've got 3 over here towards B. Marix is trying to bait them into the enemy P, and that's exactly what they get.
Sound pick found. Wolfie going down. Smoke. Counter action there at the CT side. One went down towards the cross for fnatic. And Volt So smokes in to try and lean forward.
Even leaning back into the brackets take, putting more emphasis of the nades out towards Porch. Flash around the corner. They would have heard the smoke going down and Oxygen retreating, so it might give them more of a tell to show presence towards A.
45 seconds, the nades come in. Damage done to Volt and MOUZ, continuing to chunk away at the HP bars of fnatic. As if the 2 kills weren't enough already. OG may be about to hold a solid A defensive again.
Marix searching for more information, and knowing that he's the only B player, as soon as he realizes Banana's clear, it's just more of a tell for A.
There's the 2-for-1. Oxygen, Dementa taking MOUZ and Volt down. All left to Pepzor in the 1 versus 4. 15 seconds, bombs in the open. Taps up one head, the AWP known. Sound gonna hold the crack angle and hit the wallbang shot as well. Knew exactly where he was. 14-11 for OG Academy. They're closing in on the win here, Dweg. This has gotten real good for Marix in terms of this game itself. And to think as well that fnatic Rising sitting on a 4-map win streak of Inferno at the moment. It started by beating OG. It could end by losing to OG today.
Just an incredibly disappointing second half T-side coming through from fnatic Rising. I think back to even a best of 3 that got played a couple of days ago against the Prospects to get themselves into the playoff position of CCT. Inferno was map 3 in that best of 3 scenario. They managed 10 rounds on the T-side. We know that they're very proficient on the T-side. They've proved it in a lot of their officials. But right here, just not seeing much of it at all. Won the pistol, won a single rifle round, and that's it. Even going down to round 26, you've got MOUZ up on what looks to be a miss by, I don't know, MP5. You don't see that very often.
Double hero, maybe? I don't know.
Well, they've got max round loss bonus. It's just more show why he's gone for that weapon than the money that he spent.
OG played a far better matchup than fnatic Rising. Incendiary sent, flashes in, nades down, suppression involved with the damage being done. fnatic get nothing out of Banana for now.
Just going to be the double pump set up, allow themselves to get the cross smokes, mollies through, just commit onto B. They have to go.
Flashes at the ready, sent over by MOUZ. Not going to swing yet for Pepzor and co. Marix falling back. fnatic Rising. Second wave of utility inbound, spray from Dementa doing damage to 2 individuals. Pepzor making it look like an easy casualty. MOUZ does turn that MP5 into a frag bag, facing as the AWP, and you question this weapon buy, but he's making good effort for it. AWP now in his hands, we're looking to cut off the CTs. 4-on-3 for fnatic.
And just put that pressure back down towards a construction angle. Does get flashed off. Marix is going to get in quickly.
Shots to connect, Awaken goes falling. 2 left, Marix the face, and now there's 1 left of Oxygen. 4 kills for MOUZ. And the AWP picked up now to save for the CT side. MOUZ is going for the ace. He wants it. He might just get it. No, Oxygen puts him away. But the AK spray returns control and brings in an all-important 12th for fnatic.
Well, it seemed like a very good presence on what they wanted to achieve in that round. You kind of want to toy with them, try and use a bit of utility, see what you can do on the counter. Now, one of those resmokes that came down to the top of Banana had a huge gap in it towards that left-hand side, and that's the exploitation. fnatic Rising get themselves in quickly. That MP5 is able to strike with a double entry, and I like the way that MOUZ continues to keep the pressure on rather than playing defensively. He wants to take the fight to the rotators out to CT.
Incendiaries and Molotovs back and forth from both the OG and fnatic sides up in the Banana control. Much more heavy-handed with OG trying to deny the double pump again. Worked so well for fnatic, so don't allow it to come through. Still the flashes at the ready, and they'll start to press forward in Banana. Damage has been done to Peps already.
Retaking top of Banana, trying to put some further nades down. Pepzor playing out from the logs. The Incendiary doesn't burn him, and now he deals with Sound because of it. Double fragging doesn't quite come through. MOUZ should be here for the trade. This is excellent damage coming through from fnatic Rising.
How Dementa is alive, I have absolutely no idea, but at least fnatic got 2 high HP players in that exchange. 18 points of health on the 1 man to defend the B site. Meanwhile, Wolfie catches Awaken over on the A play. That might force a rotate into the hands of Oxygen, the only player that can stop this round from coming through.
And Awaken feels like he has to be the difference maker there. Overextend, look for a pick. Now pressure's just building on the last player of Oxygen.
Gets that 1 pick, put away by Banjo, suffocated by the T side. Bomb will get picked up and planted. And it's going to have to be a save call for Dementa. 13 for fnatic. They're not going down without a fight.
And from Awaken's POV, it's either go big or go home in that round. You're by yourself, you don't have any nades, it's a lack of information, there's not even a crossfire towards long. If you go in and you win that fight onto Wolfie, bang, you go back to a 3v3 and you make the round doable. You lose that fight, it's done. The round is over from that point onwards. Oxygen does his best to the back of the side, only comes away with a single frag. Now for OG Academy, they're working with 1900 loss bonus, so Awaken can buy himself, Morris can buy himself, Dementa's going to have to drop one weapon over to Sound or Oxygen, and one of those two guys are going to have to buy himself. So we will see a buy on the table. There should be one limitation for either Sound or Oxygen, though.
A grind back for fnatic is good. The tactical pause coming in from OG, their second one called. Been very conservative with using these tacks and only using them when they absolutely have to. And at this late stage of the game, this is the right call to make.
Pressure really on from this point onwards. And this is where you do have to give the edge to Fnatic Rising, being the more experienced team, playing at a higher caliber in a normal competition day. They play in a lot of events, they grind really hard. They've got a lot more victories in the group stage than, of course, the OG Academy side does. And knowing that Fnatic Rising are the previous champions from the last season, even though they're down by one, don't count them out of the equation. I'm thoroughly surprised with this buy that Marix has gone in for a hero M4, but they haven't bought around it. Perhaps a sign of weakness? Maybe a sign of strength to come through to round 29.
Marix has been the top guy for OG thus far. Sprays through from Pepzor. Will try and tag him and his teammates up in the banana face. Dementa and Sound are the ones that get tagged down. Pepzor taking one to return. OG back into the back of the A site, flashes forward, fast play in towards the short control. Marix is waiting for them, gets Vol. Banjo responds, gets a double in with Maze's position, and still, Marix is repositioned. They're not aware of this. Switch back to the other M4. Marix could get caught off, and Banjo does drop him. Still, Sound makes it expensive in the 1-on-3. Low HP for Banjo at 1 point of health. A well-placed incendiary here might be good, but it does just force him back into the site to get that bomb plant.
Now, Wolfie can keep his eyes locked towards that Moto Smoke. Get him down towards Mini Pit is a great angle in this spot. Banjo can get the bomb plant in. Sound has got no nades, so nothing that he can force players out in the open.
If he held that incendiary, he might have been able to force that man to dead on the bomb site. Dry face to the AWP, shot from Wolfie, misses, and looks into the right-hand side, expecting a wider peek from Sound, which is what he'll get to equalize the board for fnatic.
It was a decent effort there from OG Academy. They show a lot of presence up there towards a half wall, end up rotating 3 players back to A. But I do look at that last round, Jay, of being a what if. Personally, I would have liked to have seen the buy. It didn't happen. Now you have more emphasis on winning round 29. Because you gave them a free pass, I would say, in round 28. If you don't win here, it could cost you the entire best of one.
You think about the potential in what they had in that situation in the first place, right? It was just pistols outside of Dementa and Marix. Still very nearly came together for OG.
No kit as well. Let's talk about the buy. You think of 2 incendiaries, lack of HEs, and no kit. You can't be in a retaking scenario. So this might have to be something on the forefront. Allow themselves an opening pick, because they've got to maintain control.
Retakes are going to be so awkward for OG, and with how many times Fnatic have burst into the sites in these last few rounds, you have to be concerned about that in some capacity. Lacking in helmets, that's more than fine. Sound with a helmet of his own, Ryan might have been able to spare that for some utility. Flash in for Dementa, ensuring that B site is controlled by the CTs. Boost up meanwhile towards Kyo for one individual. OG begins a very passive Fnatic setup here.
It's very pack heavy. They might even expect a slight maneuver down from the bottom of Banana. You got MOUZ focusing that attention up to the half wall. Now the AWP is playing here for Awaken on quite a widened angle. His idea is to take the first pop shot and just fall straight back into the site.
Bolt and Pepzor. Can they lead in? The AWP watching. Splash around the corner. AWP forced away. Slopes down against the Incendiary put up there for OG to suppress, and now Marix is on the way to the rotations. Utility thrown. Is there a gap in the CT's cross? I think there is. Dementa doesn't need that though. Traded back by Bandra after the 3K, brings in the advantage for OG Academy.
Oh, Marix might try and see if he can lean through from that smoke. Wolfie's on the other side. Marix needs to get the connection. Gets traded instantly.
It's all on Wolfie now. Warp leaning in for the triple, and the Quadra sees where Oxygen is. Puts that smoke out immediately. Still re-peaks. Almost caught Sound. Flash turn away from Incendiary. Gets up close and personal. Shots ring out. Pistols pulled in, but Oxygen gets the kill. Dementa set up the 3K. Oxygen closed it down, and it's match point for OG.
Oh, Dementa from Kosovo and into 15. That's a massive round from him. That is so sick from your IGL, because Awaken doesn't get anything. That AWP trying to fall back, get in towards the back lines of the site, gets denied, but Dementa comes through with what may be the biggest round of the game. The one round that gets you one more away from winning the entire thing.
He's not quite top of the board, but only 5 behind Marix. The consistent fragger IGL of OG Academy. We've talked him up in the past, maybe thrown some doubt into OG's lineup because of his performances, outshining a lot of his teammates and the theoretical stars of this squad. But right now, he is the difference maker and the one that put OG on match point. One more to go to put the loss against fnatic, bring in their second win in the Academy League, and Pepzor is down to the first.
Awaken getting that opening pick and now starting to drive more attention into the bracket starts. 2 towards short and 2 towards long.
Oh, trade back from Sound against Volts. One decent trade back. Oxygen's low HP. Sound makes it onto 2. Wolfie drops to 1. And May stands alone in the 1-on-4. Bomb dropped and all. OG Academy look like they're going to close it at last wave. What a match it's been from them.
What a result. This is a long time coming as well. They've looked to try and respond. They've looked to try and make this group stage be more favorable to themselves. And this will be so confident for the European squad to be down at 1-4, to have it tough, to take some losses that you shouldn't do, to come in to your 6th game and beat the best team in the competition.
This is what I talked about as well, about the potential on OG Academy. This is a team with great players, great individuals. Sometimes, in rare occasions, they come together and make it happen. Very few times for the victory, even though you see those flashes of brilliance. But this is one of those rare times, it seems. MOUZ dealt with by Dementa, appropriately enough. 16-14 is OG Academy with their second victory in the WePlay Academy League.
And from OG's point of view, this is just something that they have to work on now. You've got the victory, it's huge. Bang. Kick yourself into the starter, because they've got to turn this into another victory, into another, because they need those points. They've got to get slightly more up there, consistently hold into the top 4. It's a good placement today. They'll be happy with the result.
They will, because we walked into this saying there shouldn't be much of a chance, right? Because we can't have faith in the idea that OG will have their lineup come and hit all the right notes at the right times to get a victory. And even then, it was still a 16-14, right? It, in theory, probably should have been Fnatic's game had a couple more things go differently for them.
Yeah, you do get games like that. I look at it from Fnatic's point of view and say that was an incredibly slow start to the second half. They had a good lead at the turn. They didn't get much off. They had a very late resurgence of 3 rounds in a row on the T side, but that was an underwhelming second half from them, and it gets ripped apart. You have a huge 3K coming through from Dementa in 14-14 over at B, and then look at what Sound is able to do on round 30 when it's 15-14. He gets another huge 3K. So it just shows that X-Factor potential that some of these players have to deliver in important rounds.
Now the next step is to refine it into consistent form for each individual on the OG Academy lineup. They've proven what they can do. Now it's a case of replicating it in the future days and weeks of the group stage. For now, though, it's all positives in their sign as they take their second win in the Academy League, and we head towards our break for our next match between 0-0 Prospects and ENCE Academy after this. Welcome back to the WePlay Academy League. Jumping into our third match of the day, we're seeing two banger 16-14s that have resulted in some, I guess, closer affairs for the underdogs as you might have expected, and indeed one upset for OG Academy. Now ENCE Academy and 0-0 Prospects look to take battle and try and hope for the exact same similar situation here. Dweg, ENCE currently a bit on a roll. They managed to usurp themselves back from the lower ends of the table, now into the mid portions at fourth place. 0-0 Prospects proving themselves to be a force to be reckoned with at times, but now below the ENCE Academy roster, having not gotten as many wins on the board as of right now. So, ENCE favourites in this one, yes or no?
I would say no, but I will give them a lot of credit and say they've impressed me massively out of this season. And if I look at any team from last season that is moving forward into this season, they've actually impressed me the most. They've turned it around completely. They're playing some very good Counter-Strike right now.
Yeah, the guy that stood out to us the most, of course, was starting things off being Juicy, right? And we said, all right, he's been fantastic, but we need to see a little bit more from guys like Poddy, for example. MILTZ, of course, was a little bit more consistent, but not quite a star man. The AWP needed to step up, and we've seen that having developed over the last few days for ENCE Academy alone. So I'm excited to say that this is a team now that are definitively a contender in the group stage. Probably not at the top end, but I wouldn't put them past them to make it into the gauntlet here. It's been that improvement we asked for. They've delivered.
They only got 2 wins last time around, and they've already managed 3 out of 6. So I would expect more are going to be coming. And knowing that even their wins were against some tough competition, 2 of which was against Young Ninjas and Big Academy. Some of the teams that we always look at and say, okay, they'll be making a deep run. They'll be looking for that playoff finish. So knowing that those were your last 2 games, there has got to be so much confidence around this finish side, knowing we've played Prospects before. It was a close game. Let's make it into a victory. Let's turn this into a win streak.
Yeah, I mean, look, the idea that they're actually beating those 2 teams means that they could, in theory, be within the top 3 or top 2 position in this group on the basis of the chain logic alone. Of course, the results in the first couple of days doesn't indicate that, and that might, of course, hinder their position right now in the Academy League. But for now, look, the results are coming in for ENCE Academy, and they're going to be favourites walking into a lot of these games, especially against the 0-0 Prospects, who they themselves started off pretty impressively. We saw on day 1, for example, they got that 16-2 over Astralis, and that was pretty significant for their own right. But it has been hit or miss since then, losing to guys like Spirit. They have beaten ENCE Academy in the past, but their overall win record has been at a 2-4 by comparison to that 3-3 that you mentioned for ENCE Academy. So it's been a bit more consistent on the ENCE side by comparison.
And to draw more away from why maybe it's only been 2 wins, have a look at some of the losses and how close they've been. They took Big to overtime. They took Astralis Talent to overtime. Even that series against Spirit Academy, which was their second one, they started out with Spooky not even being able to play. So there's a little bit more of a reason and a drive to why it is a 2-4 record. I think that they're a team that can prove themselves to be a lot stronger than what that record does show. And that's why, for me, they are the favorites going into this one again.
Having seen a couple of the doubleheaders play out already, you mentioned Astralis Talent being the matchup from a couple of days ago. That was, of course, a loss for the Prospects, having already smashed them in the first day of the season. So seeing how the other teams have improved, it feels to me like there's been progress on the parts of everybody else in the Academy League, and Prospects have sort of sat where they're at right now. And for ENCE Academy, that is extremely encouraging because they also lost in their first matchup against the Prospects, and now they look to try to take revenge here in this best of 1. Ancient will be the map that's played out between these 2 teams, and while calling back to that previous matchup, it was a 16-13 for the Prospects on Ancient on day 2. So we are talking about one that has a bit more familiar territory between these 2 sides. But considering what we just talked about, Dweg, I feel like ENCE might have the edge here.
I'm going to disagree. I'm still going to be back in the Prospects. I looked at that game and it wasn't too competitive for me. Yes, the scoreline indicates it was a 16-13, but Prospects had a strong lead at the turn of the half. They kept it very consistent. It was always ENCE Academy on the back foot trying to come into the action, and they just weren't able to bring it forward. I thought Hype played incredibly well on that Ancient official. He dropped 29 frags, only 15 deaths, nearly 90 ADR, and a 1.40 rating. He was the impact man, and I think he will be again.
I think a lot of this comes down to me for the idea that ENCE have had significant improvements in the last few days, and since that opening day, since that last head-to-head, they've had some stellar results, and we've seen the improvements that we wanted to see from them, as I mentioned before. So I think that's enough to give them a slight edge here against the Prospects side. Definitely looking at some of those Hype guys, as you will, to excuse the pun, in Hype, in France, and on the Prospects camp to sort of gear themselves in and be the star individuals of the Prospects. They usually tend not to fail in that sort of regard, but ENCE right now, they've got potentially 3 players which they could look into and say, right, why you got, maybe even 4 players actually, you could argue, if you include Henry in the conversation with MILTSE, that you could look at and say, yeah, all of these guys, or any one of these guys could step up and take control of the game, alongside the backing and support and decent groundwork of the others. So for me, I feel like ENCE, they've had the significant improvements in just those few days alone since the last head-to-head last week.
We do know for Prospects, they've been playing in quite a lot of other competitions, getting a lot of victories on the board. We saw them be able to get a 2-0 against Ecstatic, beating ITB, taking an incredibly tight best-of-3 series against Fnatic Rising, slamming them on Ancient, 16-2. They did losing the series. Even the last map went all the way down to a round 30, 14-16 loss. And then we saw only a few hours ago, they took on the Estonians of SE, pumped them in a 2-0. So coming into today, they're going to be match up and they're going to be confident because a lot of wins have been flowing.
A lot of wins been flowing for the other side, of course, on the board. So this one is a bit more of a difficult one to call, but at the same time, all these ones have been a little bit more hit and miss over the course of the day. For me, I'm back in ENCE Academy, and you seem to be back in Prospects. Any win conditions for either side, Dwight?
I think for ENCE Academy, it's just keeping that structure, allowing us to see more of Juicy, trying to get some impact out of the AWP from Poddy, because I think Hype's going to win out on the AWP potential in this sort of best-of-1.
Here we go, jumping into Ancient now. Our third match of the day between ENCE Academy and 0-0 Prospects. USPs versus Glocks, P250 into Bobek, and the defuse kit for Henu will stand on the CT defensive line. Smokes down, utility in, Juicy picks things up. He opens up first blood against Bobek, and now the Prospects will lean in against him. Alex to continue onwards here. Henu with a headshot. It's another one of those star individuals. Stepping up for this 5-on-3 now against Spooky. MILTSE in the back of Temple, getting Franson next. That's all 3 of our main stars chiming in. Alex going to get dealt with as Henu and Poddy converging upon him, and that will be the pistol gained by ENCE.
Just the positioning advantage coming through from Juicy, taking that first contact out towards Donut, allowing himself to fall back to the site. Henu then peeks on the contact from the Temple position and makes it very uncomfortable to try and get that bomb plant in. It's already a couple of men being lost in the fight. ENCE Academy getting themselves started on the CT side effectively.
Opening start, gaining control, Prospects. Back to the Glocks immediately. No bomb plant bonus. Fast rush in. Mills is hearing it as his server going to hold contact with the 4-man spray down. That made it look easy, and indeed it was.
We saw only a couple of days ago for ENCE Academy in the Alyssa Open Season 3 event. They took on the Enhanced Esports Club, one of the top teams in the group, and was able to come away with a 16-9 on Ancient. So being able to play that map a little bit more regularly in the local scene and trying to bring that forward over to the ENCE Academy side here in the Academy League. Of course, one of the teams that aren't playing in many events at all.
Guns in, of course, for the Prospects now to engage here for round 3. Damage done to Alex to kick things off. 2 HEs down to him. Outside of that cheater angle. Now Hype leans up. M4 for server. Again, exact same angle that he had against the anti-eco. I think he might have detected that boost here. Seen Hype most certainly. Kill found to start things off in this round. They're struggling to deal with this Temple control. Poddy back to Franson. Smokes up on a 5-on-3 for ENCE.
Yeah, there could be some concerns with Prospects on the T side. They've had some hard losses when it comes to the T side halves and some of the last few officials from them. Trying to get as much out of this as possible. Walk contact to come through from the top of ramp. Juicy being spotted to long.
Roll gained, of course. Smokes up engagement for Spooky, finds the pick onto Henry despite taking the dink back from the CT player. Alex struggling against Juicy, they're both low HP, so Juicy gets that pick in, doubles up as well. MILTSE closed out against Bobek, that's a 3-0 start for ENCE.
And they'll be very happy with what they've achieved there. No bomb plant going down once again for the 0-0 Prospects. Now, they did play on a local Swedish LAN only a couple of days ago, and they took on the Eyeballers in the quarterfinals, advancing from the closed qual. Ancient was a map pick for Eyeballers, but we saw Prospects managing 2 rounds on the T side, even though it took it to 14-16. So we know that they've got some incredible CT sides, but the T sides have been minimal.
There were enough last time around against ENCE though. Damage done to Alex, immediately dealt with by Poddy and MILTSE's combination. Bobek's the Eagle to strike back. Half by works well enough here for the Prospects, 4-on-4.
Even Franson looking to see if he can create some space down there to the short control. MILTSE keeping his eyes locked in case there's any further aggression to come through from elbow. There is a walk from Bobek outside of A main, and MILTSE's been seen.
Falling back, there's the headshot. Vantage found. Hype still left up there in this round. The backstabs, footsteps, noises being made out towards window. Meanwhile, Apeks finds himself back towards CT spawn. This could be a backstab that could lead up towards an execution. Assuming ENCE don't check it here. They're trying to converge upon that B site here.
So try and leave MOUZ alone and just focus on the B anchors. Wants to try and multi-frag if it's possible. It's still going to be very tough, though.
Spots one. Drissi caught Henu, instant responsive. And backup should get here real quick for MOUZ. AK involved. Bomb plant could come down. It's pretty open, though. Franson does catch Henu off guard. But MOUZ found his backup. Bomb tapped once. And he forces the fight. Hold the phone. One-on-one situation. Deagle up against the last of server. Looking around for rifles. Picks up an AK now with one more tap to the headshot's all he needs. 30 bullets in the mag as well. No need to reload. Hiding back at wood. Server's just got a flashbang. Seen. Counter flash from Franson also available. Prodding back. Server peeks it. And he gets the kill in just about for ENCE Academy.
What an incredible effort coming through from the young man of Franson. The reposition, the bait. He's actually played that to as well as you can. He's able to bait the duel forward, jiggle out to the open flash. You can even see the slight jiggle to the left-hand side with the strafe just to reposition ever so slightly. Not to be. That could have been a massive steal for Prospects, but they do know we've kept the money down low. We're edging further for one of those resets. Let's focus up on the rifle now.
No warps for the Prospects. The damage done to ENCE Academy, taking those AKs out of play. Only one left for Silver. AWP for Poddy and M4's out with a harsh investment to return. Gun round, of course, we'll see the AKs for the Prospects. All 5 players rocking the automatics and into the lane default. They will leave Spooky with 3 T-side players out towards main over at A.
And the IGL of Server up at 6-0, one of the lowest rated players in the entire competition, let alone the team. He's having a field day.
Got contact as well. Lashes in against his position. Swing back. The spray's a little bit awkward and Hype can adjust against it. Advantage now for the Prospects, but Franson gives up the 5-on-4. Flashes in. Very quick retakes being prodded into by ENCE. They got one man back over towards Cheetah as the lurkout. Meanwhile, Bobek sprays through, catches one, sees Juicy, doubles up, looks for the triple as well. Beautiful sequence.
Oh, mate. Bobek and Franson, these last couple of rounds have shown us all the goods. Even Henu should get hunted down. Spooky, like you mentioned, was that lurking cheater, putting some further pressure down onto Henu, knowing that he was the cave entity. I think this M4 is going to drop.
They get spotted, of course. Spooky hasn't seen him yet. Might even get counterflanked by the CT player. Oh, Henu's just avoided him. Spooky hasn't seen him, so it looks like the M4 will escape. First round of the board of the Prospects and a well-hit execution down to one man on the back of the A site. Couldn't hold on forever. Very quickly dealt with for that matter. There should be enough cash for a rebuy here for ENCE though.
Oh, what a sequence coming through from Bobek. One of the youngest players on the Prospects team. One of the guys that was on, of course, the trio of Franson, Hype, and Bobek from Aura over to Little Mix, over to Prospects. Carry on their journey from what was an incredible run once upon a time to an RMR. Get themselves the taste of LAN experience and then the taste of what it's like of playing in the European atmosphere. Find themselves back on a Swedish lineup, looking to put as much forward as possible. I think back to even the last season, last in their group, they would not have been happy with how their group placement went. And not happy with the 2-4 record right now. Looking to try and see if they can come back into the action. ENCE Academy on the buyback looks okay. You got an M4 for Poddy. It's only an MP9 for Juicy, so there's a slight limitation, not by much.
Well, guns are guns in this case. Lacking the AWP might be the bigger concern for ENCE Academy. That M4 staying in for Henu, of course, allowing him to drop one on the floor. So we do have a little bit in that sense. So slight advantages for ENCE taken back to counteract the limitations and get towards the next round. Tech pause has concluded. Prospects want to get their second.
The Prospects know to themselves 5 rounds should be enough in this first half to give themselves the leverage to come back in the second. And this might actually turn into 3 or 4 rounds, because there is a reset on the potential if they come through successfully here.
Or for Hype taking fight. Smokes down, needs to respond. Molotovs continue to get thrown here by the T-side, but the HG's also back. Poddy Swinging in against them. CT's back up. bo1 in the corner will not receive any of that firefight. So he's allowed to take full frontal face. Did not see the player up towards candles either.
Just waiting for a response, trying to draw so much further of that util. You can see for ENCE Academy, there's not much left of it at all. No incendiaries, down to just a couple of smokes. And prospects, anytime they set themselves up for a late exit, it's going to be favorable to them. Alex trying to keep more of that pressure down towards that window position. Make sure that there can't be any over-rotation from MIBR or that donut entrance. A minute on the clock. Prospects starting to see if they can show more presence to lane and end up on B.
Smokes on from MIBR. Boosted up for hype. Pass the utility back to his teammate as the AWP tries to hunt for some sort of pickback. Henu watching and waiting with 30 seconds on the clock. Juicy's SMG holds fire. Prospects have run this time. We're extremely low for the execution, but we'll come in for it anyway. Smokes down, flash right in the face of MIBR. As Juicy gets caught. A man advantage for the prospects. MIBR not being seen yet. Flash forward again. Alex swings. MIBR is caught blinded. Does turn it into a 4-on-4. Trying an eye on Franzen. Is he poking out? No. Safer plan. And now the advantage tips the way of ENCE Academy. bo1 keeping him at 3-on-3 in mid.
Or even hype with the NWP, looking for the backline kill, does get baited. Now has to focus his attention back onto the site, does get baited again, and bo1 can't do anything. This round's done.
Yeah, far too far away, they know it. Came back in from the mid lurk a little bit earlier on, brought it into the 3-on-3 in the first place, and now reveal does catch Henu, but MIBR just knows to hold the defuse. Poddy will protect him, and ENCE will find 5.
And that is a shame for bo1 because he was the lurk out there from elbow. He cuts one of those rotates, does some damage onto a player trying to get up to the top of lane. But anytime you're the last player alive, you're just not going to be able to do it. Whether there's a kit or without a kit, you just don't have that time. ENCE Academy just start filtering players further over to that ramp control, pull that distraction. ENCE Academy respond, but still, we do have to look at the money in the float, Jay, and say it's incredibly low for them.
Prospects. AK's in. Of course, the bomb plant bonus will aid them in that sense. Engagements from bo1 will find MIBR to start things off. So that's positives here for the prospects.
And they've even baited out that AWP, got him to fire deep in towards candles. Seems like it's actually going to be a B stack for ENCE Academy, keeping 3 here. This is a good read.
Prospects leading the bomb in here. Hype's making a bit of noise, and the continuous shots coming in from window. AWP firing back might throw a spanner into the works. Prospects might rethink this, but the Molotov indicates otherwise here.
They're going to commit, and even Poddy is very aggressive with this AWP. If he continues to push forward, Alex should have him.
There's the shots on. 4-on-4. Juicy forces forward to the suicide dive. Takes one with him. 3-on-3 instead. And now Poddy on the site. Firing away. Gets only one more kill before Hype finds the trade back. 2-on-2. Henry needs to stand and get something involved. This server's only got an SMG. Getting real up close and personal against Spooky. Made some noise. Bomb gets tapped once and still the spray comes back. The AK advantage was not enough for Spooky. And ENCE continue to hold on the line.
Just though, just. This is going to be another buyback from prospects, and it is cracking. I can just feel there is going to be the double eco. There is going to be the reset, but we always have that conversation, Jay. When is it going to happen? When is it actually going to be into the action? Because 6-1, this is an excellent scoreline for the Finns to be in, and if you can keep it even-tempered, you still start driving up that lead.
We've been blessed with today's matches, Blake. Some very exciting games so far, and this one is no different. Down to the wire, back and forth affairs in terms of the rounds themselves. Of course, ENCE pulling in to the 5-round lead. Got themselves locked up, and now MIBR flashed in to look for bo1 to start things off. Needs to win that fight. Turn around towards the window. Alex struggles to deal with him. MIBR will look to escape with his lifeline. AWP to cover it. That's a 5-on-3.
And that's just not good enough coming through from Alex. That should be an easy trade. That's a sitter to try and drop MIBR out in the open, and instead it costs you an extra life. Poddy realizes there's no more mid-aggression. Server out towards the A side. Just going to have to slow it down. As soon as he gets contact, just put a smoke forward and establish the crossfire between you and Poddy.
Smoke on main's the right call. For that AWP to defend the donut position. Server's trying to hope for a gap to present itself with that smoke. Need that backup of the AWP relatively soon because the Tees are about to attack. Flashes at the ready. Hype and Spooky will be the first 2 players in.
Server on the off angle, gonna get mollied, has to be able to fight to the open, can't get anything but damage onto Hype.
Now the AWP repositions, shot to connect on Spooky. He's not missing at all today, Poddy. Advantage for ENCE in the post plant. The retake is on, nades on Franson. Does secure the bomb plant anyway. Above the smoke, he'll look on towards the CT entrance. ENCE will slow things down.
Jeez, what an angle this is from Franson. And he knows that he can't get over to Tree, because if he does, he's going to make noise. Hype is still keeping the eyes down towards Temple.
Swinging, Juicy with the kill found. Hype alone in a 1-on-3, 25 HP, a quarter of his HP bar. Juicy will get caught. That's 1 kill isolated. Dips back in towards Temple. Poddy bursting through smoke back onto him. Henu sprayed up, sprayed back. Poddy could get flanked. Hype can still catch this. Oh, has he done enough? Yes, he has. The time is too low. And Hype sticking around until the very end of the round will bring it together for the prospects.
And now people can start realizing why we talk in such a high degree about Hype. Some of his X-Factor potential, the impact he can find. Because not only is that a sick 1v3 clutch, but look at what it does. Double eco status. And for ENCE Academy, this could be the turning point of letting prospects back into the game. Yes, it has been quite one-sided. Yes, it's been an incredible lead to start things off. But now you're on double eco, now you're on force buy. This could be prospects swinging right back in.
Tactical taken by the T side. And with the damage that they've done in the previous rounds, just continuing to keep the economy low for ENCE. It's broken beyond belief. 6-2. And the prospects, as you mentioned, have found their way in. ENCE Academy might also benefit from this tack themselves.
And this is where I'm looking at someone like a Henu or a Juicy to come up big time. If you want one of your star individuals to give yourself some leverage, to make it easier to come through successfully with a victory this best of 1, this is the round to do it, because this is the tough one to win.
Five, 7 in for Henu. Wrap the corner. That's a suicidal move I've ever seen one. It is still a 2-for-2 trade. Respectable for ENCE. 3-on-3 situation, and Poddy is hearing footsteps in over at the lane position, but none in cave.
It just didn't have that util to flash around the corner. Hype taking that contact out towards ramp. Milty not been seen. That Deagle does fire and now repositions.
Caught him in the shoulder, and now Server joins the fray. Gap in that smoke to work with. Hype trying to see if he can abuse it. Instead it's Spooky engaging towards long. Server going to get caught. SMG and Deagle firing. That's 1 pick. That's a 2nd pick. Deagle fires back. Damage done. And that's ENCE with another steal. The prospects just can't catch a break.
It has been a game of clutches and a day of clutches. I don't know what is up in the air, something in the water, because we've seen so many 1vx. First it was Hype in that last round. Now it's Milty. And for the prospects, they'll get another buyback on the table. They'll try and see if they can force the double eco status once again. But that's a lifeline. That's a huge round for Milty.
Five back to the good. ENCE doing work. What a force that is. What a steal that is. The prospects have the guns at least. The bomb plant bonus keeping their economy afloat. But it just takes one of those confident lockout rounds for ENCE to deny the bomb plant, get an 8th on the board, and leave prospects to the ecos instead.
You could say the same though for prospects. They come through successfully here. You force the double eco status down again. Economy management is going to be brutal at the end of this round. Milty, the one that delivered in the last, gets caught off guard, aggressive towards mid. No one's there for a trade frag.
Start for the prospects. Unlike previous mid plays from ENCE, focused entirely in that pick back. 5-on-4 bound. Alex, very awkward. Poddy and Juicy come back with 2 eventually.
Alex actually had a very good timing there towards cave, but just couldn't connect at all. Juicy keeps that pressure down towards lane. There's a wraparound coming through from Candles, and that's Bobek trying to open up the split to A.
Again, he's bought a window opportunity. Server's going to sit back at the front plat, though. He'll wait for them. Franson on his way. Server watching the backline tempo. 40 seconds on the clock. And Bobek leans closer. Footsteps. should be heard by that SMG. Server's got the perfect opportunity to shut down this whole round right here. Franson loses his life. Bobek, next man up, smoke down towards this donut position. Nade up close. Rifle should get gain. It lands right at his feet, making a ton of noise, and backup's going to rotate as well. Server catches him, but Bobek lands that flick. 3 kills found for him. Needs the full-on ace and won't walk further than Henu. It's 8-2 for ENCE and no bomb plant for the Prospects.
I still think they'll buy, though. I'm looking at the money, thinking it's not ideal, but it's knowing you're close. You're that close to the reset. I think you've got to keep it up. I think you just got to keep buying here.
Bobek will buy. Franson will deagle it. It's a half invest, it seems. The AK could be afforded by the Wob man, but everybody else going in with these pistols. ENCE having one SMG on Poddy's part. This could be their chance to gain confidence if they could secure a perfect round.
ENCE Academy scraping by with a lot of these survival rounds. Even Poddy's been hurt aggressively out from elbow. This should be a kill for Bobek. Milty's got to get back to safety quick.
Great flash support. Server's going to get caught back here in this one. M4 lines up a kill. Needs to get 2 more. Doubles up. Focuses on Spooky. Continues on Hype, but the USP's pulled out. He's so tagged and so dead. AK upgraded towards, and Henu closes on Franson. 9-2 for ENCE Academy Prospects. Now have the true buy.
And it is incredible just how competitive this game has been, even though the scoreline doesn't show that at all. When you look at 9-2, you go, mate, this has been a slapper, isn't it? This has been a one-sided affair. This hasn't even been close. It has been incredibly close. But you do have to give a lot of credit to ENCE Academy for, even if the rounds being quite close and coming down to a couple of clutch situations, they come out on top. And that's what we deal with here in Counter-Strike. Those are the difference makers, what the scoreline is.
I was going to make that point at the end of the map up if we end up with like a one-sided scoreline for ENCE Academy. Because, man, this does not feel like a 9-2 game. AWP in for Hype on the Prospect side. ENCE feeling the control at this stage. They've got the M4 and AK crossfire in a cave. Franson, smokes will clear up for him. Juicy not going to give himself up to the kill.
Does give up the info out towards that long control. He's got Poddy over at short. Henu back there in cave. A 3 on B. Prospects going in for another B lane.
Utility sent, smokes down. Juicy and Poddy. Ready with their flashes. Poddy, center of the site, swing out. Kill found without flash support from Juicy. Henu following suit. Alex will go down. 2 players suppressed at ramp. Smoke involved. Might hold back on the one individual of Hype. Because Franson's a dead man and it's a 1-on-4 for the AWP.
What a shutdown defensive coming down to that B site. You had the cross smokes in, flashes through, and just no entries. Hype tries his best with that AWP, but not to be. Being aggressed forward by Juicy. Plenty of AKs being recovered too. This could be an extremely one-sided half going into the seconds.
And no matter how close these rounds have been for the Prospects, the reality is the rounds have not been going their way. We can give them all the praise in the world for making this matchup as exciting as it has been, for keeping these rounds down to the wire and unpredictable. But if ENCE get a 13-2, that's still 3 rounds from the win. And Prospects know this. They can't do much about it here for round 13. Half invest with the Deagle Tech 9. Fast play in towards ramp for both sides. Neither one gets away with a kill. Milty starts off in mid instead.
Hype's hearing some of those footsteps repositioning on the site, but just nothing too close towards a ramp control. Alex, he struggled massively individually in this first half.
Won't get a chance to gain back control in this round. Henu, headshot. Doubling up on towards Spooky as well. 2 left, 1 left. This might be the most confident round we've seen this entire game for either side. ENCE to get away completely perfect. 100 HP on every single individual. 11-2 against the pistol, sure. So now the guns can come through for the Prospects.
And knowing that there was a section of 3 rounds where ENCE Academy only had 1 player staying alive in clutches, 2 rounds with only 2 players alive, the last couple, they've actually been able to strengthen quite a lot. They've given themselves quite a bit of leverage. They've made the rounds more one-sided. They haven't offered many bomb plants up in a while either.
Money faltered as a result of that for the Prospect side. Getting plant after plant and buy after buy in the mid portion of the half. Smokes in for Hype. Try to enable the A site control. Server's got an AK again. Solo standing at this one. Might need some backup relatively soon. Get that one pick in. Flashbang keeps him blind. Falls back with a little bit of smoke to cover behind the big box away. Tagged up. Spray through. And he's going to get caught first and foremost. Bobek struggling to deal with him. He's looking up towards the back plat and does get overwhelmed.
Even Bobek knows that Milty's getting aggressive out to Temple, but can't do anything about it. Getting the bomb down could be tough here.
Backups also arrive. Poddy will fall. Milty will drop. So it's all left to Juicy. Over towards the B lurk. Expecting there to be someone out towards lane and was going to wait until the bomb had gone down. Now we'll get caught out towards this Tetris position. Spooky at 1 point of HP. Staying alive for the Prospects 3.
The Prospects are desperate for a 4-11 half because that's a scoreline that anyone is going to say is not ideal. But on Ancient and knowing the track record for Prospects, it is workable. It's just a tough affair to be in. Being down 3-12 though, you might have to pack it in. It's probably a scoreline too far. ENCE Academy with a strong buy to close out the half too. Not even being reset.
Ops in for Poddy. AUGs and M4s. Lacking the AKs is fine. Nades up. Henu caught pretty tagged up heavily by that. Starting towards the B side. Fast plays out from the T's. Not much down onto Juicy's vision. He gets a kill with Milty following suit on his trade back. 4-on-3. Smokes at the ready. Can't block off vision. Try and work their way forward. The bomb should get planted. Alex going to get caught with his back turn now. Leaving it on Hype and Spooky in the 2-on-4. ENCE Academy very quick up to face. There's one kill back. Second one yet to be received. And Hype now alone standing in the clutch. 3 HP to do it.
Just try to waste some time. See if we can spot that information too from Server. Play around the smoke. The low HP is going to be difficult.
AK swing. Server gets the pick in. And that is 12-3 for ENCE Academy at the turn of the half. And again, as I said before, we can give all the praise in the world for Prospects for keeping this one as exciting as possible, keeping all these rounds close. But the reality is they got 3 rounds, have 9 to make up on the CT side.
And I do look at that first half from the perspective of the Swedes and think they didn't do a lot wrong. It didn't feel like they were making massive mistakes. I think there were a couple of rounds where they just got unlucky. But I think they lost control towards the tail end there. Those last handful of rounds weren't all that competitive. They didn't give themselves much leverage at all. And for Milty, in some of those big games against Young Ninjas, he put up 20 frags, which was sort of average, middle of the table. Against Big Academy yesterday, he put up 24 frags, middle of the table once again. He's put up 20 in the first half. He has been the #1 guy by far there for ENCE Academy.
We were tossing some names about in the past, right? About Juicy having step up, Henu stepping up potential, Poddy's AWP being on fire recently. Milty was the guy we looked at when we first came into the season, and now he's proving the point as to why we had so much faith. Spooky got faith in his defensive. Kill found on Henu to start things off in the half. Alex making his way in past the smoke. They're not going to hunt for this player out towards long, get frantic instead. Double up eventually. Alex dealt with just as quickly by Poddy's P250. 3-on-2 for ENCE Academy. Bomb's going to go down, facing towards long for Juicy, catching the headshot on the flick, and Hype in the 1-on-3.
Towards the back lines, hoping that Juicy will overextend towards long, and now it's just time stalling. ENCE Academy have got to be tight, not over peak.
USP takes the first phase, doing damage, can't catch the kill though. Reload is forced out. Needs the kills above all else though, and Juicy just baiting in with the shoulders, getting away from his face-up positions, taking those shots, looking towards ramp, looking out towards cave, gets that first. Juicy barely alive, swapping out to the other USP, and still he baits Hype to go deeper into the site. Kit's on him, taps the bomb once, dead out of time, and dead out of the rounds.
And can we just take a moment to look at the recent track record in for ENCE Academy? They started off 0-2, taking a loss to Young Ninjas, taking a loss to Prospects. They beat MIBR. They beat Spirit Academy. Well, I say they beat them. They beat them in my mind. Yes, it wasn't a victory. It goes to OT. It's a loss. That's still an incredibly good result. Then they actually beat Young Ninjas 16-14. They beat Big Academy 16-10. These last 4 games in a row have shown us so much more than the opening 2 and the entire last season did.
Fantastic form for ENCE. The Prospects resting on the fact they got a good CT half in the last 8 between them and ENCE Academy. That might not come to fruition with that pistol being taken. ENCE storming the A site. Hype Scout gets a kill. 2 pistols in. bo1 domes in Henu, and suddenly this round is back on the table here. Server gets the kill. bo1 responds back, drops that bomb in the 4-on-2 advantage that favors the prospects. At least Poddy comes up good, but Juicy is so far away from supporting him.
Alex gets caught on a timing, looking the wrong way, and now Juicy can work into the fold. There's still so much time.
Buki's got helmets, needs to take the swing, the spray through. One more player left. Low HP, and Juicy wins the fight. A 3K for him, keeping it together for ENCE.
I actually do feel kind of bad for the Swedes. They've lost 4 clutches to ENCE Academy in a single best-of-1. We might talk about losing 4 clutches in maybe a week. Maybe a handful of games, but to actually lose 4 clutches in 17 rounds, that's heartbreaking, because all of those clutch attempts looks as if there's workability. Looks as if it's 1 kill away to making it done, and instead, it's just always been them on the back foot, and sometimes you get games like that.
Fradson fragged out by Henu. Advantage gain. Juicy's Mac 10 gonna lean in with Poddy leading the charge up towards mid. milZ catching Spooky next. ENCE, only real concern is this backstab from bo1. Everybody else is falling like flies. You can't even get the kill to Henu. Alex in a 1-on-5, back to the B site, and might even get pressure to the execution. The Eagle standing against them. Headshots to gain, perhaps. Possibilities here. No. All 5 alive for ENCE. 15-3. 12 match points to play with. And Prospects was throwing up a very good fight. Again, the scoreline does not say it, but some of these rounds have been damn close. Like you mentioned, Dwayne, all the clutches that have gone against them. Now they've got one final rifle buy to make something happen here on Ancient.
And for ENCE Academy, you just have to say they've closed the rounds. That's as simple as it is. No matter how competitive they've been the one to close it. And oftentimes, even if you feel like you're being the better team on the day, you're playing the better Counter-Strike, it's the rounds that show the big picture. 15-3. 1 more to close it down. And if they close it quick, if they don't even give a way back in for any sort of comeback for Prospects, that would just be the cherry on top and be one of the most impressive performances that we've seen from ENCE Academy once again in this group stage.
The improvement is untenable. This team has come to life in just the last few days alone. Spooky does find Poddy, at least Juicy responds towards him.
Nice.
What a sequence that is. Bursting through with the bomb carrier right behind him. Hype at least keeps it even, but Juicy is hunting for more. At 16 HP, this could be dangerous, and Fradson will get the kill in.
Even Henu's going to be late lurking out from elbow. He's now the last one left. There should be no way that he wins this round now. As soon as they know, they just get onto the bomb, get that defuse forward, and that's it. Job's done.
They know where Henu is, I think. Won't get to cave, won't deny the spray in time, so... Survival for now for the Prospects. But again, 1 out of 12 for the comeback.
Even Juicy getting that double entry looked to be enough. You're probably right with the starts of how he played out towards long. Now, I don't mind the intent to keep the pressure on, try and fight those rotators, but I think he needed a player with him. But then you're also in an uncomfortable stance of, well, where are your players? One of them's got to try and get the bomb down. You've got Henu as a late lurk. You don't have that support to work a dual crossfire to get aggressive, to put pressure down.
Guns are still out for ENCE here. AWP, a Poddy going to look into that B side, but shouldn't see much. Alex being the man to challenge through the wallbang attempts, doing some damage. Return fire by the T side, though. Even HP standings.
HG going deep down towards the lane portion. That's much better there from Fradson. Double nades. Oh, that's done a lot of damage overall.
Kill on milZ and all server trying to respond the same. The AWP of Poddy hoping for a pick back. Won't spot anything on the Prospects.
Excellent utility usage coming down there for Prospects. And for ENCE Academy, they've only got lane control. You've got a lurk out of T-spawn from Henu, who's hoping for a reaction, but nothing's coming. Prospects could just play deep, play the man advantage, establish crossfires on the site, and that should be enough to tighten this round up.
AK leans in for Juicy. Scopes heard as well. Shots ringing out for Poddy. We'll try driving them away from that mid control. Molotovs. Scatter the CTs on the B site. 30 seconds for the execution itself.
Hype, focusing that attention forward. Juicy needs to get another one of those beautiful entries.
Low HP, flashing for Hype, gets punished. 4 on 4, 2 players on site, one backed up towards long. Alex and Spooky get those kills. The AWP can't focus fire. 7 HP remaining for ENCE Academy here. Still Poddy looking to try and fight. Grab that bomb. Spooky will catch him with a smoke on the cross, and that'll be enough to win the round itself for ENCE. Henu being flanked, should be dead here. At least dies during time. That's 5 for the Prospects.
And that was an excellent round coming through from Prospects. They had the mass damage going down with the HE stack there towards the bottom of lane and to the doors. And then from that point onwards, you just work on the crossfire. Hype gets caught off guard, getting aggressive towards Cave, but Alex and Spooky, the other 2 B players, just do a lot of damage themselves. 10 to the difference to bring it back to OT. Henu's still got the AK, so investing up to it. Try and get as much out of the hero. I don't know about this. I mean, it is quite a bit of money to spend, I guess.
They got the round buffer though, so they can afford to do this.
But it's how much gets gained off of the back of it.
It still sits within the realms of a half buy for now for ENCE. Henu gets nothing for it. In fact, at least the other bit of Kevlar is in for Juicy. Server's going to get picked up through the smoke the same. So, elbow control, not quite going all that well for ENCE.
Even Juicy is so far away out towards the B doors, so they probably won't be able to get the AK in his hands. Franson and Hype still holding quite aggressively. MIBR try to peek back in. Bomb being dropped further time.
Body will drop next. Juicy caught dead to the flick, straight to the head. Prospects now, 9 is the gap. Reduced to less than double digits here between the 2 teams. But ENCE focused on the rebuy here. The AKs will come in.
It's still limited. Look at the util usage. There isn't much of it at all. You've got Poddy, Henu, and MIBR down at minimal amounts. It's only Juicy that's got a full set, but even that's with a decoy. Prospects with the 4 AKs on the CT side could not ask for this sort of weaponry to be any more positive than what it is.
Smoke sent. Nades in. Flashes forward. The HE's put down by the T side. Juicy into the cheater angle. Flashbang. Holds his nerve. Hoping to get the blind spray. It lines up a Server who does find 2. 2 for 2 overall. He continues facing a low HP though. Gives Hype and Franson back the man advantage. Poddy's been seen. Last man left on his way to B. Got to stand and fight and ultimately will fall.
It just got a little bit messy there for ENCE Academy. They start taking the duel towards Cheetah, and for Prospects, that's a full bait. You've got a dual crossfire down at the bottom of mid, and a dual crossfire towards Cheetah. So anytime you can keep driving those peaks forward, you're going to win it out. You've got AKs on the CT side, you've got mass numbers, and for ENCE Academy, they start having to take duels towards Cheetah, over to Window, and it just gets too tough. Prospects, this has been a nice, tidy 4-round streak from them.
Not doing too bad. ENCE, however, taking a tactical at this stage to think about how they're going to close this down, because they are still 1 away from the victory. It might be a good 4-round streak from Prospects. They still need 8 more in a row to bring us back to overtime. ENCE don't want to let that happen. They've got their pistols in the half invest around the Eagles and the P250. Guns will be in for round 24. They are just looking for their win. That's all it is.
We've seen some issues of closing for ENCE Academy. I think back to that game against Spirit Academy on Nuke. They were up 15-9. It ended up being pushed to OT to a loss in the end. Hopefully that's not an issue of what the Finns face up here again today. Upgraded pistols, more presence outside of A. You've got Juicy hoping for some aggression down to the B doors.
Them 4s. Spraying through. Smoke's on against Juicy's position. Means that ENCE are suppressed. They're playing passive anyway. They're going for a rush. Not going to happen.
And just knowing that for Prospects, trying to make a little patterns of information, keep jiggling down from lane, keep the info down towards the ramp control, just not get caught off guard at all. Even Spooky can start driving some attention back to that short control, try and get Franson set up to be the bait.
Shots ringing out. AK's inbound. Here come the T side. Smoke set, suppress through, sprays through from Franson and Alex. We'll get there 5-on-3, making it 2 and 1. Server, last man alive to make it none. All 5 alive for the prospects. No trades or casualties. Stack up on the CT half. The ENCE again, their main focal point was going to be this rifle round. Here come the AKs. AWP potential for body.
No, we've seen prospects be incredibly deadly on the CT side of Ancient, even in the Academy League. I think back to that ENCE Academy result we had last week, there was a 10-5 half on the CT side against Astralis Talon. Only yesterday was exactly the same scoreline. So there is beneficial that they could try and see if they can turn this into more fast. Out from mid, Franson does get caught. Potty should get traded quickly, but Server's there again.
4-on-3 advantage now for ENCE Academy. Within touching distance still of this victory. Spooky in against Server, catches it to a 3-on-3. Bomb trying to commit towards the B site though. Alex leaning in from window. He's going to be completely unawares of how open this plant could be. Flash in for the CT side will suppress them. Well placed there by Spooky.
Well, they know. They heard those footsteps. That's great information with the tell. And now Spooky's just trying to hug the wall towards short.
Alex will join in, but Milsey still wins that fight. Trades are good for Alex, who doubles up. And now it's all on Henry to clutch, disaware of the one man on the center of the site. Back up rotating as Alex runs out of ammo. And it's Bobek versus Henu in this clutch. Another clutch for 0-0 prospects. Can they win this one? It would be a vitally important one. Bobek has no idea where Henu is. Henu's stuck right behind him, but the angle's held for the CT player. He's caught looking the wrong way and still gets the headshot. Saving the lives of the 0-0 prospects. Now there's 6 to go.
What a hold coming through from Alex. A player that struggled immensely to put up numbers over the course of this entire game. Comes through with a massive multi-frag. Gets himself in for a couple of kills. Close towards that entrance of Cave and back to the site. And then just knowing that that could have been the 5th clutch the ENCE Academy win does not quite come through. Bobek out on top. And ENCE Academy back into the half invest.
Hero AK for Poddy. Slow walks in for the T side. Minute and 30 on the clock, and they'll press forward towards the A play. Bobek, incendiary sent alongside the flashbangs in. Out of the temple control, trusting going to press on this A side, desperate to get a kill if possible. The Eagle standing for Milsey in the corner, sprays very awkward, so it's only a 1-for-1.
Got to try and deny that bomb from going down, but Franson on the backstab deals with Potty, and now they can slow it right down.
Oh, Deagle caught off by Spooky next. Server's AK alongside Juicy's P250. Checking out that main entrance, waiting for the backstab to come through from the pistol. Flashes in, bomb in his sights, right up at the corner, and they just get both the kills easy. Account for that backstab, account for that AK. Prospects are almost all the way back here to August 10 on their board. ENCE. This was a 15-3 at one point.
It's very similar to the Young Ninjas Astralis Talent game that we had yesterday, wasn't it? Very one-sided half, got up to 15, had a lot of leverage, couldn't close it out, went to OT, and then eventually the Swedes get the job done. I'm looking at this, and just with the way that the money's going, the idea that it's been 7 rounds in a row, there have been a lack of bomb plants. We're probably looking at round 26, round 28, and then even round 30 being the 3 good chances that the Finns have of closing this down before it goes to OT.
This is the first of 3 here, ENCE. Smokes in against the flames put up there by Alex. Engagements, nades, pressed in. Contention held against Juicy, tagged to 42 HP to start.
Spooky's proper aggressive down here towards the bottom of ramp, waiting for a reaction, waiting for a flash around the corner. Instead, Alex gets caught, has to swing out to Potty, and there's the return frag.
4-on-4 situation, the prospects holding their nerve, holding their lines. Juicy, AK set, high, dead to rights, advantage still sits with ENCE.
Juicy turns it into 2. Didn't look likely that he was going to win that out, considering the low HP down at 27. Now there's a boost up down here at elbow. They want to hunt for any aggression to come through from the top of window or out there towards the top of cave.
Guns making their way out towards the mid control, and Henu sprayed back through the smoke. Franson can capitalize on Apeks start, get the kill into a 3-on-3. Juicy in against Spooky. Surely he doesn't win this next fight. Engagement forces him back at least. Molotov sent alongside the smokes. The flash is going over, but Spooky gets the kill on MILC. Needs to get Silver next, but Silver opens up the site. 2-on-2. Both players are so low for ENCE though.
Joycey's still alive, and that's the impact player. Server repositioning from default could be tough. Trying to get into cave with his teammate.
Good lineup if they're not careful. Boost up top the box. Can just barely see that bomb, but a smoke comes down against it. He'll look up and over. Alongside Juicy's position, this could be the linchpin play. Franson gives up just enough. Bobek with a responsive last man standing. Juicy's gonna wait for that bomb to get tapped, and it's stuck. It's stuck by Bobek, held away from Cave. Kits in. He knows exactly where Juicy is, and he will not move for anything. Prospects start counting them down, Dweg. 4 to go.
Oh, Apeks made this 2 clutches, mate. Oh, what a result. Even Spooky's misbought an M249. It's all right. They've got plenty of money in the bank, so it's okay. They're still driving forward. They've got M4s out.
It's a lot of cash, however, to invest into. You can see what it does to his economy state personally. Prospects we're going to be buying anyway. M4s across the board. AKs and an AWP pin for ENCE Academy. Rotations back into the B play. Bomb going to commit here for ENCE.
Alex getting that re-smoke down towards the top of lane. Now he's got Spooky just a jiggle peek to try and catch info. They haven't boosted Potty up onto the white box to look in for the pick towards B.
There's the shot. Ooh. Connecting on Alex through the wallbang. Read him well. He went for wallbangs plenty of times in the past, so he'll pay the price for sticking around there even further. Hype detected. The shot misses. He gets 2 on the turn. Franson holds the advantage, and Henu's forced to get it back to a 2-on-2. But Juicy, a known entity. Spooky's right up close and personal and will fall. Bobek again in the clutch. Gets it down to 1 man. Juicy is even going to try and call his bluff, but into mid. Bobek takes the fight and wins it. How many advantages are ENCE Academy going to throw away here?
I can't believe Bobek's won another clutch. And I guess it goes back to being, you've done it to us, now we're doing it to you. You won a lot of clutches in that first half. We're now going to do it in the second. From a 12-3 half to a 15-3 scoreline, it has been 12 on the board for Prospects, which means it is 9 rounds in a row.
ENCE about to complete the ultimate bottle job. M4 spray for Franson behind the smoke. Should get picked up by the player in elbow, but Hype's got him covered. Half invest in this round. ENCE Academy losing all sorts. MILC gets 1 back. Doesn't last long though.
Juicy out on B. Might be able to catch Spooky. No. Needed that frag to present, and now Spooky's heard the footsteps. No servers around the corner. That bomb might not even go down. They need the extra cash injection. Try and flow that money forward. It's probably not going to happen at all. Spooky's just wasting time, waiting for the rotates to come over, and Franson catches him towards ramp. 13 now up for the Prospects.
2 left. 2 more to go, Dweg. Our remaining time, or 3rd time in this half, this was a 15-3 lead for ENCE. Just when we were giving them all this praise, oh, they look fantastic, oh, they've really dominated this one, just 1 more round to go. God, today really has delivered, hasn't it? Franson opens things up with a Molotov set against Henu. Juicy, low HP himself, mid control established, flash forward, Franson gets his pick in. 5-on-3 again for the Prospects.
Even Potty with this AWP should get caught off guard. Hype is so aggressive. MILC falls to Spooky, and this is looking like it could be another massively one-sided round.
Where are the tacticals for ENCE? They've taken like 1 or 2 at most. Round 30 will feature a force buy. And they've got to take 1 there. They're going to have to hide the investment. They're going to have to fight to try and defend against the OT.
At least Server's got extra money, so does Potty. They actually counteracted with that, thinking to themselves, if we don't win this round, we've got to keep it safe. Crossfire locked towards this ramp control, towards the bottom of lane. It's Alex and Spooky. ENCE Academy, this is tough to break this setup apart without nades.
Without a rifle for Sarah, I don't know how he managed not to get one of those into this round. Plenty of them dropped out towards lane, of course. Plenty of CTs on the crossfire. Server's going to get caught, tagged up to 74. Shots ringing out from Polly. Information revealed to him. Rotations called back as both sets of footsteps have been heard. So adjustments from the prospects will look to try and make it 14 here. Flash in. Server. Avoid it, but either way, it's 10 seconds. He ideally wants to go down to give up his pistol here because he's only got a Glock in play. Try force up. Does get picked up. Poddy's AWP might even get hunted after time. No, he's gone. That's a disaster for ENCE Academy.
That's the worst case. Worst case situation. I think you just have to go there just to get the extra money because you've got to know that they're going to put pace on you. They're going to put pressure down. The time is so minimal. And you're right about the tacticals. We have not seen many at all. And the money's just crippled going into round 30 for them.
That AWP had stayed in, the complexion would look a bit different. ENCE, this is one tack too late for me. What do you do in this situation? We had everything to play with. Everything. But nope. Not today, it seems. Mac 10 and Galil around a 3 AKs pass between Server, Poddy, and Henu. One of these guys needs to step up soon.
Trying to get themselves in for a big sequence. Even Bobek's thinking about getting slightly aggressive towards aim A.
Very fast indeed here for ENCE Academy. Sprays through towards the defaults in at lane. 4 players. Not Juicy, making their way towards the A execution, and they got 1 player set to the backside. That's Bobek. Been stellar in this half so far and will not miss the chance to get an opening kill. A lineup for 2 more. Does make it a double. Juicy caught back to the lurk. It's Server and MIBR to try and stop this from going to overtime. The last line of defense here for ENCE. The bomb will get planted.
Francis is playing it safe. Play the numbers game. You've got so much potential and backing in this retake. Don't risk it. Don't just try and deny the bomb.
Utility sent in, a smoke down towards Donut will keep MIBR away. Server's got less than half HP onto this defensive. The solo defender flashing against him, keeps him blind. Alex will not be detected. That's 2 kills. Back to a 2-on-2. Is this going to be it here for them? Jump face gets the info on both, and MIBR is just suppressed back here onto the defuse. They'll go once again. The sprays come back and forth, and MIBR gets it in against Spooky. 1-on-1. Hype on the defuse again. Spray back. He's not seen. MIBR sprays on. He can't get the kill. 5 HP, and the prospects do it from 15-3 straight to overtime.
Oh my goodness, we've got another clutch. We saw 4 clutches in for ENCE Academy in the first half. We've now seen 4 clutches in for prospects come the second. And it has to be said, Jay, both teams have shown much more contention on the T side than what the scoreline shows. There were so many close rounds there for ENCE Academy to close it, but they couldn't get the job done.
I can't believe that's just happened. 1 bullet made the difference on that last player. ENCE must be full tilt. Juicy and Henu have had enough. Get those picks in the start, but Alex wants to chime back. Get 1 trade. See the second man, but Henu has no more funny business today.
Even Spooky looking to try and put some pressure back onto mid. You're starting to see an over-rotation from Bobek too. Reposition that AWP, go back into Temple to look to A.
Seen 1, or did he? Here's the footsteps now, certainly will adjust towards Server. Get it into a 2-on-2 up against Poddy's AWP. Will not take the fight. Hearing those footsteps of the rotations, Bobek will get back towards the B play.
MIBR might try and get super aggressive here on B. Try and put the firefight down towards CT spawn. Cut that rotate. Spooky might deny the bomb from coming out of the B doors though.
Well, he doesn't check this position. No utility to support him either. Got MIBR throwing flashes over, that might enable something. The shot does not connect and the bomb gets dropped when ENCE started off so well again, Doeg. Another man advantage situation crippled by the prospects. MIBR, 45 seconds to find the clutch here. He's going to need a fantastic spray against both. Doesn't see Bobek, makes the noise against Spooky. Nade sent towards him. Body block will give away the info, but won't do much else.
just set up the crossfire, play off each other. MILTZ desperate to try and draw these fights out into the open. Jiggle Peak's been seen, time is low, spam bullets coming closer. MILTZ just trying to see if he could force his first fight out to the close right-hand corner. Spooky not peeking, Bobek high and out in the open, allow Prospects to continue to put the rounds down. Now taking the lead. And now for ENCE Academy, you look back at that last round, 5v3, Jay, 2-man advantage, double entry. Even went to a 4v2, you should be winning that. No matter what map, no matter what situation, anytime you're in that sort of state, that's it. That round is over. And somehow Prospects have still managed to close it.
Facing against Henu will start off for ENCE Academy. So quick into the kill. And the follow-up as well against Hype. Again, 2 players picked up by ENCE at the start of the round itself. And fortunately, Alex completely whiffs his spray. The B-side's completely open. Henu almost made it a triple. Completely blind to the wallbang. But it looks like finally ENCE are going to have a bit of a break here. Spooky does get one, though. Have I just jinxed it? No, I haven't.
Bobek out in the open, going to drop one of those T rounds coming through. And I think that shows, for me, the mental reset at the turn of overtime being able to be a helping hand for ENCE Academy. And that's when I think when you're 15-3 up, when things get out of order, I don't even mind a double tack in a row or a triple tack in a row just to make sure that you're mentally on the right page, that you're going to be able to close it down. Because now we've come into overtime, I feel as if I've seen so much more from T-side success than I did in the entire regulation.
Henu again towards mid-control. MILTZ trying to pick up the pace here for the Prospect side. Alex gets the kill in, starts things off. Spooky trying to adjust against Henu next. Does catch Server instead, but Henu has found a responsive. 4-on-3 still. Favors the Prospects camp.
Even Alex gets out of trouble. Allows himself to get further back passive from Cheetah and into Cave. And look at how defensive the line is here for Prospects. No one over-peeking, trying to spot for some information. They want to try and draw Henu out into the open.
Walk forward for Juicy. Slow into that B site. Bobek's watching back towards the A player, hoping that he can find something from the ENCE Academy team. So little has actually been seen, though. Into mid, they'll continue playing out the basis.
I think it has to be an end up on B. Get a short smoke down or out to long, put pressure on, try and set Juicy up for an early entry. These flashes are going to have to be pinpoint precision for Juicy to make the damage happen. He's got to get an early fight and get that bomb down.
Bash in against Hype. Damaged up Juicy. I think he's seen him. He must know. Alex is down to be concerned, though, because out wider gets the dink off, 14 HP. Leans in further and gets the kill in. Henu with a responsive alongside Poddy, who's also been tagged up with that AWP bomb. Should get planted. Henu, low HP on this one. Smokes in the way, and Alex catches him the AWP. Gets a collateral tag, almost a collateral kills, but not able to finish off Franson, who gets back in and gets 17. The lead at the half for the Prospects.
And we've seen quite a few close affairs in from the Prospects when it comes to overtime. I think back to their game against Big Academy in the 4th game of the group stage, 16-19 loss on Nuke, and then of course the game that they played yesterday against Astralis Talent being that 17-19 on Ancient. So while they have had quite a few close affairs, they have often struggled in overtimes, Jay. And 2 from 2 so far in this group stage, anytime they've gone to overtime, they haven't pulled through. That might be what this tactical is about. You're going back to the T side, you're up by 1, let's close it down. We've driven such a huge comeback to this point. Let's not blow it away. Let's make sure we come through successful.
I'm kind of shocked that Prospects have only taken 1 tactical timeout over the course of this match. We remember that they were down on the 15-3. Position held. Still in the lead against ENCE Academy. 1 to get to match point themselves. Something that was so untenable about 45, 30 minutes ago. ENCE into their CT half. This is where they got 12 rounds pretty easily. They just need to get 3 more.
There's an aggressive approach coming through from A main. You've got Server on the right-hand side with the AWP looking over to the left. Doesn't seem like much A presence wants to get given here at all from the prospect. So you can think later into the round, if this setup continues to get held and nothing gets seen, they might actually start rotating a slightly heavier stack to B.
Molotovs sent up and over. Counter smokes coming in against the Molotovs. Extinguishing the flames out towards the cave entrance. Alex leaning closer and backup has arrived.
Start hearing some of those footsteps. There is quite a lot of contention to come through from cave. Get a smoke to go down towards short. Spam out to wood. No one there.
Molotovs on towards wood. Spooky just spraying, blinded, hoping he can catch something back on the site itself. ENCE swinging in, catching the AWP.
Look at Server.
Slowly holding it right about him, out towards mid-control, gets Bobek. Now opens up an angle towards the backside. He can catch the bomb carrier, but Franson gives away the info, gets the pick.
And now it's going to be an over-rotation. Know that the A player left his post, so just start siphoning it back in towards Donut. Have to get that smoke down out towards Candles. Get it in deep. Franson needs to get an entry on low HP.
Again, he does that indeed. MILTC caught. The AWP will try to finish the job. He started Potty. Could get caught off with a missed shot. Franson in for the triple. Couldn't quite get it. Henu puts him back in his place. But it's a bad advantage for the 0-0 prospects here. Their place is the A bomb site. And Hype does get baited at least. USC in against Alex next. Put away. Henu, 1-on-3. M4 against them all. At least has one angle, one player to play with. Seeing the head of the second man and aware of the AWP position as well. It's info, but pressure and time against him. Swinging into Hype. Gets his pick. It's 18 for the 0-0 prospects. Match point for them now.
That was absolute quality coming through from that entry sight line. My goodness. When you think about the red HP, you're already committing to that fight out on Donut on less than 20. You deal with the first rotate, you get up close and personal towards Temple and win another fight against the AWPer. That is one hell of a sequence that gets prospects one more away.
18-16. ENCE back in with an engagement. Spooky caught, dead to rights. USC turn around for the flashbang. Franson gets a trade and now works into the site where Henu is defending, standing with a double, reducing prospects to 2.
And this is where prospects are going to have to second guess themselves, start relocating in the default, not just commit up to B. Alex is hoping to drive a fight out in the open, misses that opportunity to drop the AWPer.
Server has been seen. Nades onto his position, will do some damage, 42 HP for him. And the prospects walk Alex up into Candles, unaccounted for, undetected and uncontested by ENCE.
Lovely shot coming through from Hype. Potty just trying to make an info play with the man 2 advantage to come down over at the bottom of ramp. Look at Alex, though. He's been able to get right into the back lines, and Server's making a lot of noise. He might get dropped.
Didn't make enough for Alex to hear him, though. Alex engages with the spray. 10 HP for him, 2-on-2. The prospects, surely they don't pull this one off. This is a 2-man advantage for ENCE. The bomb's going to commit. Should get planted at least. The retake will be on for ENCE.
Hype's got to set this round up. Plant goes open. AWP back to cave.
MILTC seeing Alex with the headshot perfect. He needs to come through and MILTC puts him away. Thank God for ENCE. That was a 4-on-2. Down the turn to the prospect's favor. 17 and 1 more to go to another overtime.
Tight game. Incredibly tight game. Down to the thinnest of margins. And for ENCE, at least they closed it down. No matter what the situation was, no matter how much of an advantage they had, they keep themselves in it. Keep the double AKs and prospects. I wonder if they just bring full acceleration. That's been something that we haven't seen a massive amount of in OT, is just those run-out mids. Smoke down towards Candles, smoke out to Donut, and plenty of flashes to go over behind them. Try and see if they can get under their skin.
Last round of overtime. Either to go to a second one or for prospects to take this matchup against ENCE Academy after all the hell they put themselves through to try and bring it back from any sort of brink.
Look at this fake. They've just drawn out a complete over-rotation towards A by a single individual of Bobek getting aggressive.
Thought Spooky was going to back his way into Henry's position, but Henry gets picked up by Franson instead. Prospects working their way back into the B site. Meanwhile, ENCE pressing up towards mid on MILTZ and Poddy. Spooky hears the utility thrown, flashbang, turned right into, he gets blinded by it, wasn't quite ready for that piece of utility, and now MILTZ locks out Bobek with Franson falling. It looks like we're not done yet, Dweg. ENCE Academy hold on for dear life with Alex in a 1-on-4. We'll face into the B site, get picked up, it's double overtime.
Spooky didn't do a lot wrong there at all. That's so unfortunate that he gets caught on just the edge of the flash because he's had the information that Juicy was playing out there from long. He thinks to himself, they don't know I'm out here in cave. I'm going to catch a timing, re-aggress, bring that bomb over safely, but ends up being caught. And now we go to another OT. It's anyone's game. Anyone's game at this point.
That I can concur. No part of history is going to hold us with any situation, give us any indication as who is going to take control of this one. Only the score line is what's important. Hype picks up Poddy. Bobek can't deal with MILTZ. Can't double up. Spooky with a trade back to the favor of the Prospects.
And now there's a lot of pace going forward up towards A. They've got another player, a server, aggressive towards A main. Now he's been playing that position a few times in the past. Henu actually runs forward of the molly, takes a lot of damage, but gets a kill.
3-on-3 situation. Franson leading forward. Kill on the server. Henu picks up the fight back to a 2-on-2. Doubling up towards Franson the same. Alex left alone in this play. Bomb at least dropped on the site. Can get picked up and replanted with a smoke down for extra cover. Alex is going in for a little bit more. Ooh, this is real spicy, but it could work out real good.
Either gets a lineup or just brings that bomb B, gets it out to the B bomb site and plays out the post plant.
I love this. I love this. They must realize now that he's rotated. Go for the plant. Open on the B site. 1-on-2.
He's still under half HP. This is a tough round for Alex. And I think if the bomb gets tapped or stuck the first time, he can't peek. He has to hope that it happens a second time.
At this stage, yeah. Expecting a mid backstab face. Utility. Thrown over. Tap the bomb once. Swing forward against USC, who puts him out of commission. Brings in the round for ENCE Academy. 19. They're back in the lead.
Decent effort there coming through from Alex just to aggress through that smoke, get himself some control over to the B side. But you could just see they tap that bomb once, draw the fight out into the open, and Juicey's just there, keeping his head locked straight on towards that cave entrance. ENCE Academy. They had plenty of closing time when it came to regulation. They'd like to get themselves up to series point again when it comes to OT.
Advantage ENCE for now. Prospects seeing mid control in this round. MILTZ is going to get put out of the way for it. Poddy does find a trade back. 4-on-4, making it 4-on-3 for the Prospects' favor. And they lean into lane.
Wonderful flashes coming through there from Prospects to gain that mid control. Juicey's getting aggressive to the bottom of ramp. They don't know about this. The smoke's going to start to clear, though.
AK sent into the corner, waiting ahead of the smoke. Start to clear as Juicy engages and Spooky picks up the frag back there. Information on one man, unawares of the second. Henu hold his position in at Cheetah. Utility will get thrown, he'll be aware of at least Spooky. His hype cuts off the mid-aggression, which probably leads to his demise. Alex did not see the gun peeking out there for Henu. Takes that chance to swing for the kill.
Alex has got to try and see if he can cut them off. Deal with at least the mid player or out here from Henu. A lot of noise being taken. This should be a fairly easy pick.
Back's turn, but he doesn't go for the swing. Meanwhile, Server's working his way into the A site. The bomb plant should come down at the corner. Smoke on towards Donut, actually. Hype could get caught. That nade sent towards his general position will do some damage. The spray blinded does a little bit more, but not a mass amount. No kill found, and Henu does get picked up. The Server's the only man left, flanked in by Alex in from mid. It's 19 all again.
And just knowing that Prospects kept their cool. One of the things and one of the critical points of ENCE Academy is how many rounds they had with 4v2s, 5v3s, but just didn't close it down. We're not quite seeing that same issue there from Prospects. They play the two-man advantage, they slow the round down, they wait for a reaction, get that bomb plant out towards A, press the issue and drive it forward towards CT spawn. 19 to 19. Is it all in the CT side, or could Prospects come out on a lead with a double T side?
Molotov sent in to try and force out the positions early. All 5 players stacked in towards lane. CT individuals, hype in for the shot, does not connect. Smoke's come back down, the AK for bo1 swings forward, gets 1 and 2. Wonderful lockout there for the Prospects.
Even Milty's being watched on the backstab, that's Spooky catching him, and things are getting so far out of order. This could be 2 T rounds for Prospects now.
Both sides have worked so heavily on the CT side, even in the overtimes. At this point, it could be the winning way for the Prospects at this stage. Hype through the smoke, gets server. Polly can respond back at the crack angle, the edge of the box. No way he wins this retake though, not at 15 HP.
Keeping that AWP towards CT. Trying to see if an exit frag, anything will present itself. Now trying to hide, he's gonna get hunted for sure.
Liz gets Spooky, they're going in for knives! Because the Prospects are brimming with confidence. 2019. They hold favour at this stage.
It would have been nice to see him to try and attempt to go for it, but that position was just not winnable at all. ENCE Academy down by 1 now, moving into their T side. This could be tough. Prospects. Actually, we've seen a couple of rounds where bo1 has been AWPing over Hype. Hype has actually not been that keen on the big green in this entire city side.
Rocking the M4's more than happy with that. Across the entire board for now. Prospects are in control. Nades up. Damage done to Franson. Henu, similar story. Server also tagged in that mid face here for ENCE. Nades continue to come in towards lane. And both sides stand at a crossroads. With the engagement for Hype, seeing one, getting that opening duel, needs to double up. Miltsy gets the trade.
I just couldn't get that assistant. No one was there to be able to peek on the contact. The flash was too late. So there's no way he could have double dipped or try and got out. Boost up for Spooky, off angle to look towards ramp and towards Cheetah. It has been heard though.
Spooky just looking up and over. The rotations from ENCE will come through with the bomb on its way to the A site.
And bo1 has got no nades down here at A, so he won't be able to stall it if the EXE comes in. Franson keeps jump spotting in candles. He's seeing nothing towards mid, so they can keep it as a 2-1-1 setup for Prospects.
And way in. Server's trying to sell the fake here towards the B site. Smoke coming down, but they're just going to bolster up A instead. No, they're going to rotate back. bo1 stands as the central site defender. Gets 2 kills anyway. Doesn't need a fake. He's locked down the bomb. Gets the triple as well. As ENCE, with no utility to support themselves, peeking 1 by 1. Give up every single fight. And give up match point to the Prospects again.
And this is where the Swedes should be able to close it down. We saw them up 18 to 16 with a couple of opportunities. Now they've got 2 more. Way less serious points in comparison to ENCE Academy being 15-3 up. But this is the time. CT side, double AK, 2 rounds to the difference. ENCE Academy, they've got to try and drive it to another overtime.
Match point, 2 of them to play with. And look at the engagements from Hype and Franson, locking out those opening couple of kills. Nade sent to do damage. Server will get traded by Alex, who maintains control for the Prospects. In the blink of an eye, it's turned to a 3-on-2. And now Henu's caught, edge of the smoke, inner elbow. Miltsy stands alone. A stellar start for ENCE, but not good enough on this day. The 0-0 Prospects have pulled it back from 15-3 into 22-19. How the hell did that just happen?
I think it shows that the scorelines are very misleading over the course of that entire first half and the second. Both teams showed incredible competitiveness on T side, but lack of closability. And for ENCE, they had 4 clutches not go their way when they were 15-3 up. So they had 4 very good chances of getting the job done. It didn't quite happen, but that is heartbreaking. When you're up by that sort of scoreline, you absolutely should be winning the game. And Is it a choke? You can question it. You can debate it. It isn't a win at the end of the day, and that's heartbreaking for them.
See, that's the thing, right? You could talk about how misleading that 15-3 was, that 12-3 half we mentioned before. The record book should say that it was a great half for ENCE Academy, but the reality is that Prospects were keeping it close from the word go. So I see the angle that you're coming from there, but as you mentioned, it was a 15-3. Yeah. They had 12 chances to close for ENCE, and they didn't get a single one, and that is the main thing for them. After they've had so much improvement over the course of the weekend, it should have been a far better performance from them for me.
It should have been. And I think maybe it is the lack of experience still. This is a team that's only been together for 2 seasons now. They'll definitely look out at that one and think, geez, guys, like, what happened? Because they even went into overtime and they struck almost immediately on the T side. So maybe a closability factor. We saw it against Spirit Academy. They were up 15-9. It went to OT. They lost it. Now they're up 15-3, went to overtime, they lost it. That's going to hurt. As for the Prospects, though, they were 2 for 2 in losing in OT this season. They've now come away with their first victory in OT.
And they're 2 for 2 in the head-to-heads as well against ENCE Academy and all, despite how things were looking at the turn of the half. It's a massive victory for them that once again changes the complexion of that mid-table. Both teams are tied up. And that's going to mean some major concerns for ENCE Academy and their future campaign. We're going to head towards a break and move on with the day now as we hit our middle match. Apeks Rebels take on FURIA Academy in our next match of the day, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the WePlay Academy League. Apeks Rebels and FURIA Academy is our fourth match of the day. We've had some bangers so far, Dwight. 16-14s on two of ours and double OT on the third one. So, yeah, we're in for a very long day if the history is anything to show for over the course of the first three matches. Apeks Rebels and FURIA in two very similar positions, I guess you could say. What's been a bad opening day for one and a bad season so far for the other. Apeks Rebels might have had a pretty close affair earlier on today, but it's still winless at the moment in the Academy League.
And this could be the chance to actually turn things around. Knowing how they performed only a few hours ago, you got to give them credit. To take MOUZ NXT to that sort of distance shows that they are here and they are close to cracking that first victory. And for FURIA Academy, we've only seen a few games from them. We saw all three of them being yesterday. This might be the best chance yet for the Norwegians to get that first win.
Vice versa for FURIA to get their second victory on the board of their own right. Again, yesterday was a bit more of a lesser great day for them. It was their opening day in the Academy League. We hadn't seen them play up until that point. Then they took three best of ones, only won one of them. And, of course, for the Apeks Rebels in this position, being at the lowest portion of the board, this would be a pretty, in theory at least, a pretty easy layout for a team like a FURIA Academy to reinsert themselves and start to get control in terms of the matches. In previous history, I have seen matches from them in Season 4 and Season 5, and for the most part, they all go the way of FURIA Academy. So on the basis of history, we are looking at something of a bit more of a experience basis for the Brazilian side.
Yeah, funny enough, actually, in Season 4, that was the only victory that Apeks Rebels got in their group stage, was against FURIA Academy. So, knowing that they've been able to get one under their belt, they're looking to try and see if they can make it even more. But it is going to be a tough affair. We knew that for FURIA Academy yesterday, they weren't playing with their IGL and AWPA of ZMB, and MSR, their coach, is standing in. I can tell you, Jay, that today, the coach will not be standing in, and ZMB is here to play. So, that's going to make things a lot more positive and a lot more cohesive for the FURIA side.
Just consider how close some of those matches got as well for the FURIA camp. I felt like, honestly, things could have potentially gotten a bit better for them, and they actually might have been able to do something against Flames and MOUZ NXT over the course of yesterday had they had their IGL in play. So I am sort of looking at the situation for the FURIA side, thinking that this is where we're going to see the main sort of team and the real sort of potential behind this roster now come together and do some decent work in today's matches. I think that Apeks Rebels are in for a much tougher time than the teams were yesterday. So, yeah, for FURIA Academy, the idea as well that, yes, there was that first victory in Season 4 for the Apeks Rebels. 3 more back from FURIA in the best of ones since that point. I feel like right now that they've just got the better basis to play from, even though Apeks Rebels, you are right, this is their best chance to get their first win on the board. I don't think personally it's going to happen. Mirage will be the map played out on this one, Blake. So talk me through how this is going to affect the dynamic.
I think both teams have shown some very shaky Mirages. I look back to Apeks Rebels in their opening game against the Flames Ascent side. They got 8 rounds on Mirage. It wasn't competitive at all. FURIA Academy, they just came off of the back of winning against OG Academy, and we looked at that MOUZ series and thought, okay, we might have some competitive nature, and they got pumped. Mirage wasn't even close at all. So knowing that we've seen this map not be that competitive in previous head-to-heads in the group stage puts a little bit of wildness into the mix, perhaps with the veto.
Well, for FURIA, they've had some decent successes towards the tail end of last season, and in the Brazilian scene as a whole, obviously they've taken on all the Brazilian talents on this map, and they've had great results. A bit hit and miss against Oplano and Paqueta, for instance, but there have been some decent sort of showings from FURIA Academy that in theory should show that they've got something to play from when it comes to translating that success over from the Brazilian scene to the European scene, though. Another thing we're sort of following with the Brazilian academies in this season, of course. But for FURIA Academy, the extra knowledge and extra experience they've got, having been here for a number of seasons, probably should indicate something a bit more solid from them on this map up. You are right about yesterday's last matchup, though. That was not the best of times for FURIA Academy. Again, I feel like with ZMB being in the server, this is going to be the turnaround point where they can make it look much more confident, and I am going to back FURIA for this game.
I'm going to join you on that one as well. I think for Apeks Rebels, they do have a chance of being able to create an upset come this time around, but FURIA, I think this should be a game that they come through, and even for someone like Decenti, there's going to be less pressure on him because he doesn't need to warp anymore.
Even despite that, he was having a fantastic day yesterday at certain periods of time, so maybe taking that pressure off him, getting onto the AK would bolster him even further to do well in this matchup. Pistols are going live. USPs and Glocks out. P250 Raid Boss for Decenti himself. Diffuse kit in on Sense utility for Bruno and ZMB.
Oh, we saw some good stuff coming through from Tapeware out on Overpass against MOUZ NXT only a little bit earlier on before. That was a player that we didn't often get to see a crazy amount from, so maybe a player to keep an eye on for as this best of one rolls on. Brave and Tapeware start things off with an opening couple of picks.
Casualties taking a start. Descenti does take one trade, but only one trade. VHW and Cowards go back and forth to the 3-on-2 that favors Apeks Rebels only for a moment. Cowards doubling up. And that bomb being suppressed up in towards top mid. Brunino's going to come in from underpass, and VHW wasn't expecting that.
This has been one hell of a resurgence in this entire round from FURIA Academy. Even Sense trying to peek back towards window, look up at top mid, but instead get caught on a timing. That bomb's going to be shifting back up to the apartments. Both players compete together and try and go into B. Sense could beat them to the marker, though.
In his way in here, Kevlarless. USP. We've got the smoke down for the Ninja Defuse. Backs a turn towards the T side. Line engagement for Brunino. Gets the kill in for the double up. And a wonderful pistol again for FURIA.
Apeks Rebels, one of the criticisms I did have from them against MOUZ NXT was not converting mass amount advantage rounds. And I feel like it's a broken record at this point, Jay. How quick did Brave and Tateware find a couple of openings? You go, okay. 5v3, plenty to work with, and then things just get out of control within a split second.
The Eagles in for Apeks. Scout Ascent. The only rifle in play here for the city side. Smoke's coming down the walls. Looks pistol execution. Set piece in, then FURIA. At least one of the smokes come out for it. Flashes do go over. They do force Sense back away. Macked in and the site. Berserk is caught dead. Sense dumps down through the smoke. Gap there for Tateware to work with, but so long as they don't extend, he'll be absolutely fine.
Just look for some exit frags and hold on to what upgrades you can for Apeks Rebels. Now, one thing we did see for FURIA Academy in the game against Flames Ascent and MOUZ NXT was a lack of T-sides. I think back to the Danish game, the first game of the day, we only saw one round on T-side on Dust 2 for FURIA, and then against MOUZ NXT for the last game of the day, they had 0 rounds on T-side on the Mirage game. So that might be something that, now that they've got the IGL back into the roster, now that ZMB is going to be playing, that they have to put more of a foot down and be successful on their T-sides.
It's 2-0 at the start. FURIA in control of this situation. Apeks. Early back foot can at least save these Eagles and this Scout for an eco round of the next. Try and dish out some damage and then look towards the guns after the fact.
And we saw Descenti having a very good game yesterday. 3 maps over the course of yesterday's entire proceeding for them. Positive 25 KD difference and a 1.29 average rating on all 3 of those games, even with 2 of them being quite the slammer. Not being that competitive at all. So he's going to be a guy to watch out again. I think Cowers, too, was also someone that caught our eye ever so slightly.
Here and now with the AK, of course. Another one for ZMB. The flashes go over and take West Scout. We'll get forced back into market with the sheer amount of utility posted up there. Decent damage onto Descenti. That MAC-10 forcing forward will draw a lot of attention away from the A site. VHW now suddenly about to become the last man on the defensive line. Deagle stands, gets 1 headshot and 2 with Tateware finishing off Descenti. Suddenly this looks like a CT round.
Koala just trying to see if he can recover things, put that pressure down there towards City Spawn. Now he can slow it right down. They've got plenty of nades. ZMB can even pick up that bomb for the RAB control, put pressure towards City Spawn, and then try and get the bomb plant in. Scout
continuing to engage Molotov to send him back and away from the jungle position as well. Plant will be secure. No one's on shore. Body block from Koala just in case, but the retake is on.
And look at the map presence that's now being taken here from FURIA Academy. ZMB is going back passive. You've got his teammate out towards jungle. It's all about setting up the crossfire now.
Scout shots ringing out. Berserk. Unknown. Kill found against the Scout player. Deagle down. MAC-10 in for Sense. Swings a corner and just loses his life to ZMB. Triple for the man. 3-0 start for FURIA. Probably a bit more expensive in that last round than what they were expecting. Regardless, it's Apeks. Currently roundless going into the bye.
I'm not going to rip in too hard there to the Norwegians. Yes, they had a great advantage to work with, but they didn't have the ideal weapon state. It was just an eco, so you can give them some more credit for it. For FURIA Academy, that was some very good discipline from Koala out there towards the site over at Palace, and then, of course, ZMB coming through from the angle of A main. They do miss one of those window smokes, so they'll have to smoke it again.
Over to the short smoke instead. No one's really pushing up towards that mid control for Furia, though. Mostly set piece positions into the A play once again.
Very passive from Apeks Rebels. They've got no one close ramp, no one underbound. So it might just have to be a very heavy retake setup if they give so much presence and don't apply pressure through the util.
Flash forward, or missing its flick. Berserk getting nothing out of that one. M4 standing on the defense here as Tapeware picks up a frag back onto Cowards. This might all be a ruse though. Again, they've prodded in towards the A side. They're drawing attention in towards the A play. The Senti gets picked up in the apartment, so Brave will not allow that rotation towards the B site come forward. 5 on 3, making it 4 for Brunino. And Brave and Berserk are extremely low.
Got to try and get this bomb plant open for Connector. Even open towards CT. This is very risky indeed. The bomb does go down, and now the AK from Ram can strike.
It doesn't last long though. Koala now in a 1 on 3. Bomber's at least open for him. And all 3 CTs inbound from spawn. All popped up a ticket booth, and Brave wins that first fight. Tagged up so heavily. 4 HP, but still picked up the kill. That's the first round for Apeks.
I do like what Furia did in that round. You can see the explosion down towards A main. They try and put a massive amount of HGs and mollies over towards the AWP player of Berserk. And then while that's happening, they're showing a lot of A presence. They try and just get a walkout B. Brave is actually not over-rotating. They do a lot of damage towards him, but don't quite catch him all the way. So Furia might think to themselves, we want to be a little bit fakey, sort of cut them off in the rotates and some of the mid-rounds. But first round going the way of Apeks Rebels, they'll be happy about that much.
Voila. The mid-control defensive held by Apeks Rebels will counteract him, at least behind the stack control. No Molotovs that they can send up towards his position. HE on VHW in theory could get placed up there, but they're not going to use that as of right now. Mid-control established by Furia as they put those smokes to Sniper's Nest. The CTs fall away.
Another one of these gamble setups coming out from Apeks Rebels, a 3 on B. This was something that we saw quite a lot of on the CT side against MOUZ NXT early on this morning. Sends info play down towards ramp, does catch off to Senti.
It's a good start. Advantage again for the Apeks Rebels here. Furia working their way into the A site. Meanwhile, Sense moves up into Palace, thinking there might be some sort of split play, unawares that there's 3 more of the other entrants.
Start catching some of this information once it eventually starts hearing the U2 and the footsteps out from A main. Now, he might just have to play incredibly passive and just hold himself here in Palace for the late round, put more of the pressure on the rotating players to come through from jungle and from CT.
Molotov's thrown. Suppression against that 1 CT player. They're aware that Sense must be in Palace. Rotations will be heard. The bomb will get planted open for Connector. 1 on the pass player might come in and ruin the party. Brunino's going to try to cover that off as the flashes come in and the CT set up for the retake.
So passive on the post plant here from Furia Academy, taking a lot of space in towards jungle, top con, and from ramp, but keeping eyes onto the bomb.
AK's facing as Brave leans in. The smokes go back on a suppressed contact positions, try and force the T-side players away. Time is ticking away. VHW has scored Brunino, so it's a 5 on 3. ZMB and Cowards come back into control, though, even standing, picking up 1 more, but ZMB on the boost, and Koala holds on to Sense. Those should have been at least a couple of easy picks. Brave trying to hold the defuse. He's sprayed down by Koala's position, and Furia find 4.
What an unorthodox play out there towards A main. So they get themselves 2 towards A main, they put a lurk smoke out, and they boost behind it. That's not something that I've seen very often at all, and it catches Apeks Rebels completely off guard. And just the way that they're playing on their CT side, Jay, we saw it against MOUZ NXT this morning, we're seeing it here against Furia Academy. It reminds me a lot of like how Heroic try and establish themselves on CT side. A lot of gamble stacks, a lot of info plays with stack heavy leans. In that round, while it was an opening man advantage, they weren't able to win out the retake.
The Eagles in for Apeks. Senti hearing the footsteps, Tapeware backed up, takes the engagement, loses out every single shot, doesn't even connect to tag.
Koala even pressing the issue, getting aggressive up towards market. Berserk on the other side does catch him, so that's an AK that can get recovered now.
4 on 4. Molotov's against the smoke. Sense a bit of a deeper smoke into the site. Try to set something up for these pistols. All 4 players are in market. They're going to try and go for this.
Even this AK close towards that left-hand side. Brahino, he could be on for quite a bit here.
Now is waiting when the Molotov sent back. Brunino does indeed get the pick onto Sense. Advantage sits with Furia. Berserk responds. Brunino comes up with 1. Cowers with 2. That's 5 for Furia.
Now, one thing that we did say about the Apeks Rebels is that they have had a tough streak of losses when it comes to the one-sided affairs. The one being, even in the last one for MOUZ NXT, the most competitive game that they had struck in their season so far. Before that point, the most rounds that they'd been able to gain is 12 against Na'Vi Jr. Now, I would say they've had a better track record than MIBR Academy have, but when we look at them and just exactly what they're able to find, coming close to a victory has only presented itself in 1 or 2 games.
Orb set for Berserk, lands on the shoulder of Cowers. Slight picks were given up there, a little bit of a body part for the Apeks side. The jump face knows that Orb is posted, so Furia are going to try flash him off position, not peeking any further.
I like the intent there for Berserk. Double pumps, triple picks, back in. Just wants to keep the pressure on. Doesn't want to fall back immediately. Try and see if he can muster up a multi-frag, even keep that Hengel held. Now you can see Furia Academy showing more of that stance towards top mid. If there's a way, baiting the CTs forward in the apartments could work out really nicely for the bomb carrier.
Minute on the clock. Molotovs are sent down for the T side. Brave in against Brunino. Oh, caught off angle. 4-on-4 now.
Even ZMB is working up top of connector. They can put the split down towards B, put that pressure on.
As the frag onto tape, where advantage set. Sense makes it 3-on-3. VHW watching for more, looking around the corner. Gets Koala back to the favor of the Apeks Rebels, but Brunino strikes, as does ENCE, and Sense is left alone.
Try and get in for the clutch situation. Bomb's not planted just yet. Descenti's getting over the bench.
Plant is secured in the end. ENCE has been seen with the headshot for the AK. Just a little bit better. The firepower aiding Furia. Well enough for the 6th on the board.
The Furia are a very difficult team to play against, and I think it showed that in Season 4 with the playstyle they bring. It's very proactive, and there's a lot of chaos. And in that round, you can see they lose the first pick. They're looking to respond. They're very patient up there in the apartments. Brahino catches off an over-aggressing rifler. ZMB, while it's a B split, and there's 2 players in the apartments, one coming up from short, is top con for some reason. And oftentimes, on CT sides, you could just get caught sleeping, thinking that it's going to be an overread, thinking that you're going to be able to easily over-rotate. There's just a lurk somewhere out in the open. 6-1. This has been an incredible showing, and definitely a style of play that we didn't see as cohesive in yesterday's performances, and that is completely understandable, knowing that their IGL was not present.
Orp in for said IGL, as you mentioned before yesterday. Losing him is a massive loss in terms of the tactical basis and the fact that AWP has got to be picked up by Descenti. Being for the man this time in Furia up against a pretty easy Deco half bite. See whether these Deagles can get anything done with the headshot potential. Berserk's already been tagged though.
Try and get some pressure up there towards the top of Con. Bit of pace. Descenti dealing with Berserk early on. Descenti even making it a couple. And now Tapeware is going to be the only player to defend up against A before the rotators come.
Deagle spammed up. Cowes engaging. Frag found. Tapeware down. 2 left. Braves Deagle also overwhelmed. 1 more VHW is the last man standing.
Just trying to keep it more expensive, put a foothold to the economy, because while it has been an incredible first half from them, they're not buzzing with money at all, are they?
Start to build it up here for Furia. Especially as all 5 stay alive at the end of that round. Cowers on 1 HP took that fight, which was definitely risky. Ultimately, however, Furia 7-1 up against Apeks Rebels. The guns will return for the Norwegians.
Apeks Rebels don't have a single individual in the last 3 months or in the Academy League of having a rating above 0.93. I think it just shows how tough these last handful of months have been for them. Back in Season 5 of the Academy League, here in Season 6. The things have got to try and turn around for the team overall.
Smoke sent up, FURIA trying to work their way into the A play. Flashes over, shot missed out from Berserk. Lean forward, continuing to miss bullet after bullet. Incendiary Stone as Tate wears the man to catch the opening kill. Berserk can't try to provide support towards him. Continuing, that's the third shot missed. The Senti takes him down as VHW can trade back to the 3-on-3. Backups also arrived on Brave, but Tapeware dead towards CT spawn. Advantage for the T side. The bomb should cross, should get planted. VHW is going to try and get something. Did actually manage to land that dink, but ultimately losing his life. Now Brave alone to clutch.
A bomb out in the open. Brave's actually got a very good chance of winning this. Try and see if he can get them to line up, deal with that first fight, and now still focus on the seconds.
Nino needs the headshot first and foremost. Brave seeing him out in the open. Connects that 3K, so the damage done does indeed compound for VHW. Was getting very awkward with that AWP in the back line, continuously missing his shots for Apeks, though. Just barely their second on the board.
Well, I would even give credit to Berserk, even if it's not impact with the AWP, it's impact and time wasting. Yes, he wasn't able to find connections, but think about how long he stayed alive for to the back of triple, and that just built so much more of a moment for players to get into position, for CTs to get rotates out to top of connector and jungle quickly.
Incendiary set, Berserk coming in real quick. Brave set the nade, smokes down to suppress, and Koala gonna get caught first and foremost. SMG, quick burst to the head. Molotovs extinguished by the smoke set up initially. Brave gets two on the lineup, boosting above the bench angle. Berserk gets his AWP pick, and VHW locks out on ZMB, and that's a bit more confident now for Apeks.
Just excellent protocol of the two B-side players. They knew exactly what was going on as soon as they saw the nades come through, and you could just see them putting up the anti-rush nades. You've got double Incendiary and HE, and anytime you're going for a B-pop, if you have to halt, if you have to double pump, you've already lost the round. You've got to go immediately, but because there was so much counter utility, you can't have hesitation. You just have to go after the fact of it, and for Apeks Rebels, it comes down to good anti-rush nades there.
AWP on Berserk. Shot connects, Cowes down, immediately started up for Apeks Rebels. FURIA. Positions are held. Senti leaning in, but can't quite seem to catch a shot or a kill.
And we're seeing for Apeks Rebels, things are getting more positive in these last couple of rounds. An aggressive dive down there in underpass. You've then got an aggressive peek coming forward from Sense out in A main. It shows the emphasis that they really want to try and search for an opening man advantage.
Nino's AK with a flash set in. Berserk, Molotov away from angle. Seeing his teammate also tank the damage on that fire. I'll get killed off though.
ZMB is waiting for a response to come through from the apartment, someone to be jump facing to that right-hand side of the van or to be aggressing forward. That's not the case at all. Now, you've had the Senti being lurked in Palace for the majority of this round. Nothing has come forward his way. Brahino can work under here towards the underpass, but it's going to be the main emphasis out of A main and Palace for the Ts.
MP9 hearing footsteps coming in towards ramp. We're so focused on Brunino though, brings it back into a 4-on-4. Koala now has an AK in his hands. They check Dark, and he gets the kill on Sense perfectly. VHW with one pick back, only one pick back. 3-on-2 for FURIA.
Get that bomb plant open for connector. ZMB just going to try and see if he can run the clock. Brave the last one there. Koala on the other side of the smoke. Should be an easy kill. No, the Senti actually catches him just as that gun barrel goes through. And for Apeks Rebels in that round, while they were very positive, they get an opening man advantage down there in towards underpass. They move back up into connector. They get caught on a timing. There's a walkout A main, and they have no idea it's coming.
Second tactical called in by Apeks here. FURIA. Guns set up against their position. The buy will be received by Apeks Rebels to follow it up. Try to see what work they can do for the next round.
And just knowing that for FURIA Academy, they are in a position where they can look at double digits in the turn of the first half, puts themselves in a great position Even when I look back at the previous head-to-heads, Jay, they've always been fairly competitive. The first victory coming through from Apeks Rebels in Season 4, the overtime on Overpass in that same season, even in Season 5, we saw 2 16-11s. It's always been somewhat tight.
I've had some moments where it's felt like he's going to repeat the situation. FURIA being ahead by 5 rounds, though. Looks like let's see, contrary to what we've been seeing over the course of the entire day so far. VHW does pick up Cowards, kick things off.
Aggressive holdout from mid allows another start to come through for the Apeks Rebels, but FURIA Academy are in a very similar position of the last round. They've got a lot of players outside A main. They've got alert coming through from underpass. There is a wraparound from Tapeware though, so that's different.
Burst through. One man escapes out from that underpass position. That's Berserk's AWP. Picking up Brunino on the side. Descenti trays back on VHW. Now drawing attention back into mid. The backstab coming in from Tapeware though. ZNB picks up the frag as he looks around to check that backstab. Secures it at the right timing.
And that is massively unfortunate there from Tapeware. I think he does a lot right with that backstab. And now the bomb's starting to shift over back towards the B site when they've brought so much emphasis over for Apeks Rebels. They're now just being locked into a false bomb site. This is a complete fake.
I think they're quickly realizing it though. Berserk making his way around towards the B play. Plant should be secured as soon as Descenti clears out the back lines. It's taking some time to get there, but it will get there.
Still plenty of util for Descenti with that molly and a couple of flashes. Apeks Rebels, they have to go for this. And it looks very defensive to me, but you have to give yourself the attempt.
Footsteps heard, Descenti deep into the market doorway. Lost a couple of these picks in this corner in the past, so might want to extend or fall back. Hearing them all bounce towards the window. The flash in from the window. Gets one kill. Brave and Berserk trying right back. Koala on the center of the site. The AWP's hunting for him. Doesn't know exactly where he's going to come from. Made his way up and playing around the smoke for both teams. Koala faced up. Orpa, close headshot. Gain. The taps from Brave, though. So good. I think he's just got enough time for this defuse as well. Apeks Rebels going to make it 4.
Brave's been very impressive, and if Apeks Rebels are going to come to keeping this to a narrower affair with the scoreline, or try and pull some magic off, it's going to be because of him. He's been the highlight player, without a doubt, here on Mirage. Lovely clutch to bring it forward. 4th round being gained. The only backside to it is the chance that you can get instantly reset. FURIA Academy on the other side, going to be able to buy it down for ZMB, force it for everybody else. Both teams with not a lot of money in the reserve, looking to reset one another.
Guns in. Kill for VHW, finding Descenti, picking things up to start things off for Apeks. Once again, an opening duel found by them. They'll make their way into the A play.
Yeah, with Berserk completely aggressive up here towards the apartments, they can have more of an emphasis towards the A defense. Koala and Co just clearing out that close right-hand side position. VHW, can he strike again is the question.
Burst through, and Florian again dealt with by Cowards as AK, looking in for the double up, maybe even the triple found. He adjusts so well. Brave and Berserk, last 2 players that remain, is just 3K's instant decimation and probably a save now.
That's just not good enough. Not good enough there for Apeks Rebels. You can't be sloppy with sprays like that from Sense's point of view. After you've got an opening man advantage, there's an over-aggressive play in towards Palace that just gets capitalized on. And then you're just feeding individual fights. I can't believe Cowards gets 3 there and he's still on 81 points of health. He hasn't even been trapped.
Yeah, bringing in number 9 for FURIA as a result. And Apeks, the money is in dire straits. Orp staying for Berserkers, at least a little something. I don't think he'll get hunted down here. Won't reach him in time unless he peeks apartments, which he might do. Oh, that's risky. Keeps it in play.
Apeks Rebels aren't going to have much around this AWP. It's going to be a light eco. And FURIA, this is the best chance, the best position to get into to allow yourself to get the double digits at the turn of the half. Try and press it to 11-4 if you can. And tactical timeout, Mytha has got to be so, maybe not so annoyed, But knowing that they kept the game against MOUZ NXT a few hours ago so competitive, that they bring it to 14 to 16, you're going up against a FURIA Academy side that didn't have the greatest of day yesterday. They're just playing their first official in Europe with their IGL in server. You've got to put that pressure on. You've got to be able to respond in kindly. And I'm looking at here at Mirage, and I think there's been a lot of sloppy mistakes. It hasn't been competitive at all. And this was the game, in my mind, that they had the best chance of trying to come forward with a win, even if they're not the favorites.
Upset with the M4s lacking on the Apeks Rebels side. Just USPs for this one. In fact, funny enough, FURIA have more M4s than Apeks Rebels do. AWP will peek in, missing his first shot, seeing the second player. Seeing the second man jump over as well. Can't quite connect that shot.
Berserk gonna try and see if he can face in again. Try and take a pop shot, and as soon as you get a kill, back out, get over to that window to the right-hand side.
Possession watching. Hoping to catch somebody over aggressing again. Shot to miss out. The jump face was perfect for Bruno. Two players storm the apartments. They get that headshot in. Only rifle out of play. Like I said before, M4's lacking. It's a save.
I actually don't mind that from Berserk. You've got to keep intent on. When you know you're in a round with an AWP saved in and nothing about it, you've got to play high risk. And being there in the apartments, not leaving your post is the high risk maneuver for me. It doesn't work out. You get baited, you get a jump around the corner, and then it's over. 10 rounds, ENCE FURIA Academy. As for Apeks Rebels, look back in the next round. I'd like to see the aggressive approach towards underpass or try and fight towards top mid, because when they've been proactive and when they've been on the front foot in the first 20-25 seconds of the round, that's where they've been very successful with opening picks.
I think with Berserk, at the end of the day, you have to consider if it had worked out, how good would it have looked? And it would have looked amazing. It would have been a fantastic round there for the Apeks Rebels steal. FURIA, of course, will overwhelm them. Kill found, pistol dropped, nothing much lost. 10-4 as we go into the last round of the half, and Apeks will at least have money for the buyback. ENCE might have to sacrifice Kevlar for the AWP, though, if they want to bring it out.
And just knowing that we've had a lack of first half success for Apeks Rebels, just even moving away from the conversation of the T side or the CT side over the course of the last few games, the early starts from them have been difficult. Those first halves, not being able to muster up a big lead or being back always on the deficit. Descenti being boosted up, bringing the double AWP into play.
On the T side.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Default setting for FURIA to try and put those AWPs to effect. They will trade one of them back for the rifle. Towards the mid control, they'll establish themselves for Cowes in particular in connector, walking through that smoke. Apeks just assume they're clear. Cowes can even catch ENCE off guard if he's not careful. Turns around a bit of a stylistic 180. The 360 overall, even the Deagle picks up Berserk. Koala caught one back at stairs. It's 4-on-2 VHW forcing forward. Might catch the player off and indeed will be able to do so. Hold dominion over the site for the time being.
VHW doing well to get back here towards a dark angle. Even Brave could get caught off guard by the con player. Matter of timing's going to be everything. Just spots him on the end, and now Descenti's got to clutch it.
That's turnaround for Apeks Rebels. Could understand the trade in jungle given the circumstances of that low HP of Cowes. His efforts to force open the site, however, might go to waste still. Descenti in for the clutch. Playing in sandwich, detects VHW, but VHW gets the triple instead and makes it 5 for Apeks to close out the CT half, but 10 for FURIA. Pretty dominant so far this match.
Much better coming through for VHW. He's probably the standout player for the likes of Apeks Rebels, just on a full team cohesion, whether that be recent success or not. So to see him up towards 15 kills, making X-Factor rounds like that and making big plays that are going to win you 5 rounds towards the tail end is obviously full credit. I think Brave picked up quite a lot of success in that first half too, but we are lacking in some of the other players. ENCE, I seem to remember the first few games, even though he is the IGL, the first few games that we had in the Academy League, he was leading by quite a margin when it came to success individually.
Only on 2 picks so far in this matchup. Utility in play for the Apeks Rebels on this pistol round. USPs versus Glocks. P250 picked up by VHW. And they lean in towards the A execution. The smoke sent out. Brunino, so many players up close. All the headshots just pour in for the man. And they are just torn a new one on the Apeks Rebels.
Sense down it towards A main. Won't even be able to find anything either. FURIA Academy just bringing so many highlights forward. And just strong stances. Going for a slight overpeak, look for information, they line up for a moment. That's an easy 3 kills. Good crosshair placement, everyone's bunched up against one another. They get themselves started immediately in the second half.
$11-5. Another round to add for FURIA, and such a dominant one at that. Perfect headshots. An instant Glocks brought in by Apeks.
FURIA Academy keeping eyes towards top mid, but where they do need to focus their attention is down there on underpass. Cowards is going to be able to call that through and know exactly what's going on.
Senti ready for them, bearing down from the short position. Double up. Berserk known. Dead. M4 does not fall into T-side hands. 12-5. Guns in for Apeks.
FURIA Academy just being very consistent across the entire game here of Mirage. They've been able to be all over them, to roll them over completely. Apeks Rebels looking to try and respond immediately in the rifle round. That's obviously why they didn't decide to force buy come the last. Khalil down to Brave, AKs for the rest. This is time where you're working with survival rounds. You've got to be able to answer quickly.
Incendiaries and Molotovs back and forth ahead of the smokes. Kawes leaning forward against Brave. Galil versus his M4. Another one after that. The headshot comes through the spray in the end. And double up given up by the Senti's second face. 5-on-3 for Apeks this time.
Very cautious coming through from Brave. Very deep back passive out there towards the TV entrance. And you could just see that he hears those footsteps, realizes that pressure's coming towards him, and delivers with a couple of kills.
LMB frags back. Berserk back into the connector control. Now one man stands on the B side defensive. Berserk about to face him. Koala gets the kill. Double up is found. Back to 2-on-2. And look to the apartments where the bomb's about to make its way in. A lot of noise being made by Brave and Co. VHW dinked up, but Brave gets the kill. Brunino now with a lot of pressure on him in the 1 versus 2. Gets the kill, but the lineup for VHW turns back to the favor of Apeks. They get there first to the T side.
You can just see Brave, and with how much he was able to muster up in that early portion of the round. Yes, it gets expensive, and FURIA Academy, they've got Cowards on double eco status, and they know that Apeks Rebels are on double eco status too. So let's force it in. Let's force that reset, because we win round 19 here for FURIA, and this game is wrapped. This game's over.
Sixth round to make up, meanwhile, for Apeks. Seen many a great comeback so far today, Dwegs, so let's not count it out until it's over. Spray through on Sense for the time being. The stance has worked for FURIA, but it's just damage, no kill.
Doesn't seem like they actually want to commit with the back of this. Further sprays going down towards that main position. Even the spot up here from Cowards towards Palace isn't seeing anything.
Was Brave with the opening kill. Blind sprays from Brunino again, doing damage. Cowards is Deagle and lean around the corner. Headshots to gain. Only one frag found. Oh, Brave's nade! Dead to the Deagle. Left it down for the 3-on-3. And now Brunino can take control. Berserk to fall. Sense is seen. Backed up. Burst through. Headshot found. Last man standing is VHW in this round. Won it for them in the previous. No idea where the second CT is. And Brunino outplays him on position. That is a steal and a half. And down to one Deagle bullet that essentially made all the difference.
That is a shame, because there's not much you could do about that. You got a nade out in your hands, you lose the fight, and then you end up getting a TK. It's one of those rare moments, but it does come through in one of the most hurting rounds for the Apeks Rebels side. And that was the reset. That was exactly what FURIA Academy wanted to force forward. Allow themselves to buy it up, put that pressure back on, not allow the T's to buy anything going into round 20.
Oh, take where? He's got Deagle shots of his own, catching Brunino. Descenti will take him right back, though. 4-on-4 situation with the M4 leaning up, seeing them going for the Palace dive. Brave, another TK with the Glock this time, pulled out with the damage of compounding there for Cowards. Apeks not having a very great time at the tail end of this matchup, and it looks like we will get a little bit of a quick one, Dweg. 14-6 at this moment for FURIA. Apeks, one final buy to contest.
And you do have to consider the idea that Apeks Rebels have only got 2 wins in the last season of the Academy League, 1 win in the season before that. And for FURIA, the last 2 seasons have been incredibly consistent from them. 4th in Season 4, 3rd in Season 5. They've always been one of the teams in recent history that have been very strong in Best of Ones.
Sense catching Cowes, startup found. Advantage in the round again for Apeks. And over towards that mid position for FURIA. Nades in, try and do some damage up towards that top mid angle. Sense will get tagged up.
Very deep right now for Apeks Rebels. They're waiting for that response, even with the opening pick. Trying to see if they can force forward an info play. Now, ZMB is going to rotate over to B, and Descenti could be a little bit of a rotator too between the mid portion and out here at B. Split the bomb sites evenly. They've left Sense up here at chair. Everybody else is going in for the apartments take.
5 boost up for Descenti. ZMB. Rotating over, Molotov's in. Flash over. Brave seen jumping out. Second man also seen jumping out. ZMB, just information called towards him. Deals with a first. Descenti lines up 2 on the site and provides support in the end. FURIA leaving it to his triple. And Apeks leaving this one alone. Sense, there's no way he wins this clutch. It will be match point for FURIA Academy.
And just so tunnel vision. Some of the little mistakes are what get me a lot with Apeks Rebels. Yes, they lose that first fight and they're looking to try and trade, but no one, not a single individual is keeping their eyes towards short. Everyone is focusing towards the back of the bomb side. And it is little mistakes like that that are going to cost you in the Academy League. Teams are going to punish you because of it. That's an easy lineup. That's an easy few kills. That's a great multi-frag. And now to close it down, this is the route to do it in.
Final force up for Apeks Rebels. 9 rounds to bring back. Not quite as staunch as ENCE Academy's lead, but still a staunch one here for FURIA. Apeks will know this. Nades in, should do some damage. Yep. Onto the apartments, tapeware, VHW and Brave.
Put that pressure down, get the execution forward. Desperate for that early entry.
Koala just locks out 2 kills, turns around for the triple, runs out of ammo against it. VHW with the only picking around for Apeks, though. Descenti chance back on Berserk. Sense falls in the backstab for Cowes, and it's all on VHW. 1 on 4 for the ace clutch. Won't even get past the AWP. 16-6 for FURIA Academy. And if we talked about any best chance right there for the Apeks side to get their first win on the board, I probably think it probably might not have been that game, considering what we just saw. That was monstrously good from the Brazilian team.
And that was a shame for Apeks. I expected more. I really did. Looking at the way that MOUZ NXT performed up against them only a few hours ago, it was close. It was competitive. There was even portions where it looked as if the steal and the upset was going to present itself for the Norwegians. Not to be. They come into Mirage and it wasn't even close. Didn't feel like much of a challenge at all. For FURIA Academy, with their full 5, they look dangerous.
Indeed they do, and I think that was something we were sort of entertaining the idea about, right? The idea that they have the IGL back in and now they have their full lineup and this could be where they turn things on. I thought that maybe they might be able to hold some contest, but I didn't think it would be quite this good, honestly. Like, I was similar boat to you. I gave Apeks maybe about 10 rounds, 11 rounds, an opportunity to do that much damage in this kind of matchup, but the fact they couldn't do that much proves that I think more for FURIA's benefit than it is to Apeks' detriment. It will be another loss for Apeks in the season, but you can't take a look at that FURIA side and say that they're not a significant threat now.
Again, it is only 1 best of 1. We didn't get to see them with their full lineup yesterday. I think for FURIA, we've got to see more. And that comes down to more today, more for the next couple of days to get a very good grasp of just where they're going to be like towards the end of the group stage. Because one thing they've proved the last couple of seasons is that they can be incredibly consistent in groups.
Well, they will have a chance of redemption over the course of the later on portion of the day. For now, they are 2-2 in their season record, so they have got a bit more of redemption right here in this matchup up against Flames Ascent in a couple matches' time. For now, we're going to head to a break and take a look at another Brazilian team as MIBR look for their victory against the Young Ninjas after this. Welcome back to the WePlay Academy League. MIBR Academy will take on Young Ninjas in our next match of the day. MIBR still looking for the first win in their group stage run, Blake. And I don't believe this is going to be one of those matches which you can say is going to be a chance for them to pull it off. The Young Ninjas already defeated them 16-4 in a previous match earlier on this season. And I feel like we're probably going to replicate results, right?
It's going to be something similar. MIBR have had it tough. They had that one very good game against Big Academy on Dust 2, which was back on Sunday, so only a few days ago. But other than that one best of one, they've been slammed in pretty much every other one.
And that's unfortunate, really, because we were saying, look, for MIBR, it's a case of just adjusting, and then this season will come together and trying to find that form against the European style. But with only so many more days to go in the group stage, there's a good chance they might find themselves eliminated before even the gauntlet begins for them. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, with those circumstances in mind, this could be a bit of a difficulty for MIBR, not only in this matchup, but also in the season from here on out. The fact that we still continue to still see them getting pumped by almost every team they play so far. Like, this is not a match that I could see them win against the Young Ninja side, if only for the reason that we're talking top of the board versus bottom of the board. And then there's also the added context of the previous match last week. So I just can't see any sort of angle in which you can say MIBR might have a victory here.
I'm with you. It might be a different game. Again, you put them up against a Big Academy again. You might put them forward against an ENCE Academy for the second time, and you might be able to pull through. But in this sort of matchup, this is going to be an incredibly tough affair. I think Young Ninjas have proved how solid they can be. The game yesterday maybe didn't give us all the volumes. They had an incredibly one-sided half at an 11-4. They then won Pistol and Taiko to go up 13-4. They then went up 15-9, and it still went to overtime. The job was done. They did end up closing out in the end, but there's been moments for Young Ninjas where they probably could take games more one-sidedly than they actually do.
Still not keeping their record intact, though. Still currently the top end of the board in terms of Group B standing. Spirit Academy are the only team that's really chasing them, and with their shenanigans a little bit early on yesterday, they're still only 4 wins versus the 6 that are currently held by the Young Ninjas side. So the difference, of course, is pretty tenable by comparison to, of course, winless on the MIBR Academy squad with maybe 1 match in hand over for MIBR. Like, that's still not going to make much of a difference overall, I don't think. So definitely, again, the progress between both these teams in this group stage has been so significantly better for Young Ninjas, even if it hasn't been as confident as maybe you'd like to see from some of the matches that they've played out. We have, of course, seen a match play out between these two teams in the past. I mentioned that earlier, the 16-4 that the Ninjas were able to take on Mirage. This time we're on Overpass for our best of 1 map, Dwayne. So I wanted to ask you how that changes things, if it changes anything at all.
Well, I think MIBR Academy know from this point onwards we probably shouldn't keep going to Mirage. They've keep playing it, and the results just aren't coming. When they've actually changed the veto slightly, that's where more success has been gained. When they went to Dust 2 against Big, when they were able to go to Inferno against Astrala's Talent. So going into Overpass, even though it is an incredibly strong map for the Swedes, and Swedes have proved that here in the group stage already, it's nice just to see a different map being played for MIBR, trying to go a different avenue. I
mean, I'm with you on that particular sentiment, right? Like, you're right about the whole situation with not taking any victories on Mirage and just not leaning into that map up as successfully in the European scene as you were back in Brazil. So I understand the logic of just having to change things up and just to make a change and a difference here. If anything else, just to take a risk and find a new sort of form in this particular matchup to worm your way out of what otherwise would have been a repeat of that 16-4 here. So I understand and respect the decision from MIBR. However, the caliber of the team is something to also consider, and in this case, I don't think any map difference is going to make a difference in terms of how the Young Ninjas will handle themselves in this game. I think that they're still going to probably pummel in MIBR. You mentioned it's unfortunate for their own right, but it is just the way it comes in. Their opening season has not been one to remember.
There's been a few teams like that in the past. We've seen it with Apeks Rebels in some of their first early seasons. Seen it with guys like Eternal Fire Academy in the past, where teams can come in, they can debut for their first season and just have it incredibly tough. You're not able to adapt. You're not able to get victories onto the board. Being down 0-6 with a round difference of -50 does just show how one-sided some of these affairs have been. Again, outside of that one game against Big Academy, they have been pumped in every other game. So for MIBR Academy, go into a new map, take this as a learning curve, but Young Ninjas should have this pretty easily.
On the ever-increasingly long-term project of trying to make something decent happen in the European scene, it might end up being that MIBR have got to focus on next season as being the main chance for them to achieve that goal. For now, they're up against the Young Ninjas as the pistol goes live here on Overpass, our map in the best of 1. USPs versus Glocks as standard, no upgrade pistols, no kits in for MIBR. Aki Kevlar here for Maxter as he takes the utility basis.
You got Spinny and B-God trying to get aggressive out towards the short pipe with ENCE up for the boost, meaning that there's only one player up towards A of Lub trying to be the spotter setup just outside of the top of connector. Adam B clearing around as many of these positions as possible, still maintaining quite a heavy B stack for MIBR.
There's the shot from Lub. Adam B picked up Nilo, responding to the 4-on-4. Bomb on the back of Era, making his way into the A site with all the backups surrounding him. Still got that entry potential from the first man forward. Taps of the Glocks, not quite being found upon the MIBR side. Card does get forced away. 12 HP for him. Bomb plant will be secured.
Even Maxter clearing out that long control, just trying to get an idea of the setup. MIBR Academy going to come through from mainly Dumpster and from Bang.
Taps through, 12 HP for the man. Continuing to face for Era's parts, spots and tags come through from the CT side. Nilo in against Insani, seeing Spinny as well, adjust with a headshot very quickly. Era comes in with his support. Card with one trade, but now he's dead. Insani on 13 HP. Won't last much longer here in the pistol. It will go the way of the young ninjas.
The Swedes putting a lot of emphasis down towards that A site, and even on the post line, just continuing to fight forward. They do end up losing another player over to Insani, and actually that USP comes away with a few more impactful kills. MIBR going to try and see if they can hold on to him, get further away from the bomb blast, and allow themselves to get a force buy forward into the second round.
Don't get away with Insani's position. The Kevlar might have helped to bolster some sort of chance, but not to be here. The Eagles and Scouts will still get brought down, though, so forced invest regardless for MIBR.
And we know that for MIBR against Big Academy on Sunday, we saw a very good performance out of Insani, dropping 30 kills at 96 ADR and a 1.44 rating. So I'm actually looking for someone like him again today, just to be able to be the forefront of the initial attack, try and get as much impact out of him as possible.
Being of Insani watching first and foremost is already been evaded by ZTR here. Short position for the AK. Footsteps were heard, so they must be aware that he must be somewhere close. But vice versa applies for the young ninjas. Lub lands that deagle shot, so that's a starter. Anymore? Not quite.
Yeah, that molly doesn't even go out towards the toxic barrels, gets missed up in the air. Lub trying to see if he can gain some more out of this one. Nice stack over towards the B site with 3 players as of right now.
Just reduced to 4 overall. They will continue the commitment though. Scout shot in from heaven, going to be the 4th man of the defensive. Smokes in the suppress from both sides of the site, the short entrance and the T ramp. Insani in the middle of that smoke might force forward himself. Young Ninjas are rethinking the strategy here.
Era wants to get on the other side, put some pressure down onto Lub, move the AK away. There's still plenty of time. There's not a massive amount of util, though, for Young Ninjas to work with, so it's going to have to be fairly dry on the hit with just a couple of flashes.
Galil leaning forward, 30 seconds remaining. Spinny, caught, burst through. Damage has been done towards the man, but similar story for Adam B. 4th man, the Scout on the rotation, back in once again. Support here for the Ninjas. The bomb is yet to make its way to the site. It's now been seen by Lub. Engagement for Era will dish out some damage. AK picked up and lines up the spray on 3. Gets 2 kills. Should secure that 3rd, even by proxy of Insani's deagle, and it's all left to Era in the 1-on-5. A lockout defensive for MIBR. Fantastic stuff.
Oh, what a round coming through from Lub. And I just love the patience that MIBR Academy bring into that round. They fight aggressively from Lub's point of view, gets away with an early deagle kill, and then they slow it right down. They don't overextend at all. They're holding out towards the short sandbags. They then start moving that AK closer towards the pit control, and Lub is able to line them up, end up with a quadra. That's a massive round.
One all to the board. Force back, of course, will come in from the Ninjas with the pistols in play. Tech9's the Eagles. Make their way into connector control. Card. Scout set to watch into the back of the A site. Still staying in from the previous round, other than the other upgrades gained for MIBR. And not a mass amount of investment in the grand scale of things for the CT side. With that round stolen, they just get all the AKs and all the Galils that were brought in from Young Ninjas and just save them into the next.
And it does help with security when it comes to the anti-eco reset. Allows themselves to not always be on the forefront of an immediate reset and to be able to force it down. Now, Carter's got a dual setup up here towards A, just trying to spot for some information with that Scout. He's got a player close to the right-hand side of B-God.
shot to connect, set up that Galil to do some decent work here in the corner, lining up the triple, makes it look easy. Card to steal one back on Era, and Nilo does dome in the sniper. The bomb could go down here, especially as Maxter picks up that frag, but now being alone and isolated, is going to stand and fight for a little bit more. That's a bad call, giving the CTs time to rotate up the position to continue to take the fight against Spinning, which you just can't win. It's 2 to the board of MIBR.
It's just a strong crossfire being established. You can see Card taking the pop shot with the scout, driving some of that attention further back to the bank control, and without a long lurk or anyone clearing the close left-hand side position of that cubby corner or that side post, it means that he's able to drive quite a bit of impact forward when it comes to players being dropped and get Card on that big green. He will be glass cannon though going into round 4. Would have been nice maybe just to see him on an MP9 and then bring that AWP forward into the next rifle round. Always a risk, I think, upgrading into an AWP in a round like this.
His Glocks, in theory, could actually get the shots and the headshots for him, and that would actually be enough to get the kill. Plausibility in this round is quite significant, on his casualty at least. Like you mentioned, the risk of losing that AWP at this early stage of the game might throw the economy for a bit of a spin for MIBR. Just boost up for these Glocks, trying to find their way into any sort of damage if possible. Doesn't see anything.
A lot of overpass being played for Young Ninjas so far in this group stage. That's 16-9 against ENCE Academy to start off. 16-8 against Prospects. And then, of course, the overtime bonanza that we saw yesterday against Astralis Talent.
19-16 for those of you who missed it. No missing from Carter and Sani. Maxter can't even get the bomb down either. Spinny. Brilliant holds position. Does lose his life to Nilo. That's an AK dropped. And a bit more foul of that flashbang from the CT side. Love does close it out. Looks like the M4 should grab that second AK as well, or not perhaps. Maybe a little bit too late to the marker. Bit miscommunicated is exactly where it was. So 3-1, MIBR hold the lead. Young Ninjas hold the bye.
We saw Era and Adam B putting on quite a bit of a performance in that game against Astralis Talent yesterday. They were the key figures. Of course, Era on the City side with that big green was very exciting when it came to the picks towards Divider, so we might imagine that going into the next half. As for now, 3-1 MIBR Academy, and one of the most positive starts that we've seen for them so far in the group.
Swing forward, kill found, Nilo fragged up, ZTR caught by Lub. Adjustments are good for this CT side, and the early doors look fantastic for MIBR here.
They're just keeping that tempo on. A lot of aggression out towards Connector, Adam B desperate for a trade, insanity to peek with them, and just establishing dual crossfires, working together as a unit. Just basic stuff that's working out well.
Two left in Era and Maxter. Away in towards the mid control, trying to lean into the A site. Got Cards, AWP posted back up, ready to receive.
Young Ninjas having a tough time with these opening couple of rifle rounds to turn more favorable situations towards their side. Era can try and bait out the AWP by getting up onto the boost. Card has even a rotator coming through from Insanity now.
Warp in, takes the shot and legs Era. Gets out of the way with the backside. The Ninjas also take stock in what little they have and try to stock it up for the next round perhaps. No, re-aggress forward from the bomb carrier, but Era's all the way back towards top mid for a save.
Doesn't seem like they're going to act on this one. Hold on to the weapons with 20 seconds left. 4-1 lead coming through for MIBR Academy. I think back to some of the results. A lot of them have been single digits. One of the track record that we said from them was when they took on Big Academy on Sunday. That was the first game that double digits got extinguished. And now knowing you've got off to this much of a flyer, you're putting a foothold onto the economy management for Young Ninjas. This is very positive for the Brazilians.
3 rounds the difference. MIBR. Up against the pistols around the half by the AKs. 2 heroes by technicality. Seeing what work they can do into this next round. MIBR, of course, in control. Looking to extend their early lead to 5 rounds.
The Young Ninjas being able to be incredibly passive once again on their T-side setups. working that connector control. Spinny trying to drive some of that spam through towards a short pipe. There hasn't been much B influence in these opening few rounds. It's been more leans over to A.
Low positions held of the Deagle. Nilo trying to pop into the mid bathrooms. Flashes are sent over as the Deagle continues face.
Young Ninjas just go and get the smoke down towards Dumpster, commit up, even lose that first fight. Add a B to drop. They do know where the AK is playing out towards that left-hand side.
Leaning up. Be God. 3K. Not quite the 4. The AWP will be able to get the last ban. Set and ready against Era. Shot not to connect as easily, but now with him being revealed, I know they're trying to peek in towards that long position. They can rotate the backstab into connector, cut off any sort of rotation potential towards the B site. 2 players on A as well as cards set here towards long, still hunting for the pick, which he still won't get here. That's a kill for Era next. One more AWP down. Any more in this one? Any more damage to sustain? He's looking for a kill back. Switching out to the AWP and looks to save that one.
It's whether he could actually save. Love's coming through from the bathroom's position and just gets caught on the timing. There's even a wraparound from ENCE. There's a chance that Era falls after time.
Didn't see him. Did now. No, he hasn't. Crossfire locked. Era gets the pick and doubles up just about. That's 4 kills for him in this round. Almost the ace, in fact. And only 1 rifle save for MIBR.
I have a tactical. Have a chat with Abdi and realize, boys, this is not the start that we're looking for at all. We absolutely pumped them last time around. This should be a walkover. And instead, they're down into quite a heavy deficit. Yes, they do bring that AWP forward into the next round. And they know that they've targeted the city economy in that last round with quite a few players dropping. But they need to respond in quickly. They've got to keep it competitive from the start. Last thing you want is to give a team like MIBR Academy momentum and some confidence, because this is a good showing from them.
Tack taken. Chance for the Ninjas to use that moment. Springboard back into this game. Of course, it has all been the CT side thus far, except for that pistol victory. And 5 in a row for MIBR. AWP. Card. Set in with Adam B, looking up towards that short position boost in at ready. I think he's seen the man. Has he? No, he disappears behind the smoke, flashing instead. He gets away.
Good positioning coming through for Adam B to play close to the smoke, that if there is a flash to come in, he could just relocate, reposition back behind it. Card, great shot onto Adam B.
Adjusting through the corner, you see where the bullet hole there is. Shots are connected to the hen. Era's trying to take position with the AWP, trying to see if he can find a responsive. They are hidden away from the short entrance, so not quite as easy as that. B-God catching Nilo in mid, meanwhile on the other side of the map. That's a 5-on-3.
And just success being found elsewhere. Era's hoping that Lub is going to reposition away from this monster wall, reposition back over to the left-hand side behind the pillar. But without any util, you're not going to drive that fight into the open, and Lub can hold his ground. Max is trying to show slight more amount of A presence just to keep them at bay, but bring that bomb over to B.
Let's see, making noise. Feeling there was a rotation out there towards short position. Just one player is known here for the Ninjas, though. The jump face of the AWP seen the second. Maxter. There's the AK. Backed up in the open. Doesn't quite fall to the hands of the player in that A site. 28 seconds. Ninjas are going to make a move.
It doesn't seem like anything's being presented. This might be another save call. I guess because Era hasn't been able to find a pick and nor is Maxter towards A, they're just going to hold on to their weapons again.
Not sure if I like that, honestly.
Well, what other choice do they have?
6 to the board regardless for MIBR. Young Ninjas. Tactical taken. A little bit too passive for my liking. As you mentioned, no opportunities presenting themselves, but if you play it like that from the future, then of course the scoreline is going to start to get out of control. Been particularly impressive from the Brazilians in this one.
Well, you have a look at that shot coming through from Card. I mean, there aren't many people that are going to be able to hit that. That was a ripper of an opener. And then even Nilo, one of the guys that's going to try and get you out of trouble, look for a response. He gets caught towards that divider position. That was the frag presenting itself over towards A. Sniper boost in for Era. Oh, just misses the timing. That's unlucky. Nothing you can do there. Reset it.
Hoping that someone else makes their way out of the heaven position, but no one does. The hair too late on that. Could have been a pretty decent shot. Opening kill to find. Now Nilo leans in with smokes down. Connector control established.
Start working that connector control. Now, something that MIBR Academy have not done is actually hold con. They've been giving free range of it. Card is repositioned quite a lot between the A and the B site. This time around, he's playing close towards a signpost.
Very back passive on the site itself, but the angle a bit more orthodox and might not be expected by the young ninjas here. Nilo moving up the AWP of Era, picks up the frag, and Sally with 2 to line up, gets a 2-for-1 responsive, 1 HP, even going to catch off Era for a ton of damage. Surely shouldn't last much longer with no bullets left in his gun. It'll be a 3-on-3.
And not even a flash to get them out of connector in towards short pipe. Very dry there from young ninjas. Era with that AWP trying to cut off another rotation. B-God close to the angle. If he aggresses forward, Era's going to catch him.
Very good work was done there by Insani. Up to his teammates to do the rest, and B-God will not move. Era did not see the pixels. Nothing sticking out of that bathroom's entrance, and now they look towards the B side where only Spinny stands.
Spinny's just got to try and deny the bomb. Slow this entire round down.
Backed up, leaning forwards. T-side players, 6 seconds. Bomb plant can't be denied here by the man. AWP in the position, flash forward. Adam gets caught, but Spinny goes down. Card Zorb caught off by that flash, but was seen there at the crossface. Adam B comes up with a kill, but Card and B got traded back, so it's all to Maxter in the clutch situation. 1 versus 2 in water, and aggressing back around to try and fight back from heaven control. But if they get on the default plant position, then that's going to be easy enough to just hold the defuse. They hear him dropping. Maxter info gain, smoke on the bomb. They're going to hold the defuse from here. There's nothing he can do about it. Might take base, might get a kill, but Card just knows to hold it with the kit in play. Bullets don't land. It's another round for MIBR.
And you've got to be questioning the repositioning that 1v2.
Yeah.
Yes, he's trying to catch Card off guard, but if that bomb's not planted for heaven, mate, you can't aggress. That is simple as that. You've either got to play out towards short, towards Monstar, or play in a position close to the pillar that you can work off of that bomb. As soon as you get up to heaven, even if you drop one player, the other individual's just going to get on the bomb. Simple as that.
Ninjas have not quite been looking as hot today. Decision making and all. The bomb plant bonus doesn't enable the buyback here, but the scoreline is pretty ridiculous right now for MIBR.
Now, this is one of the best showings I've seen from them yet. B-pop, here we go.
Lashes in, Nilo first man out, evading the player at Toxic. Gonna sit there with a chance to strike, gets 1 kill, almost gets 2. Nilo responds and Maxter catches the gap in that smoke. That's far better for NIP.
They're just beating them with pace that time around. Even if they lose that first duel, they put the pressure down behind the util. And now even having a single individual of Era to try and cut the rotates off from that connector angle, they can just focus on Heaven and Graffiti.
Lashes in to try and suppress position on the young ninja side. They just counteracted with smokes on Heaven. Molotov's already sent down towards Graffiti, disallowing that AWP to lean forward. And they're out of there. Got to save their weapons. No way they win this post plant. No way they get this retake. Second to the board of the ninjas at last.
MIBR Academy being able to put themselves in a driving position to put the pressure back in come the next round. Upgrade both Lub and Insani, get themselves some rifles, drop a couple of M4s. Lub can even buy himself, so it'll be okay. Young ninjas, though. It's all about the reactability here on the T side, getting themselves as much control as possible. Slow start from them, though, has to be said.
It's 5 to the good still for MIBR. Ninjas will try and bring us back on the T side from here. AWPs in towards that heaven control for Card. No AWPs in for the ninjas at all. Hard stack into that B site. A lot of CTs out there.
But just Nilo working with a crack angle to see if anyone's going to be able to peek from Connector. Now, it's very passive up here from T-Con, expecting some slight aggression to come through from Fountain or up there at Party. Flash around the corner will give them the indication that there's nothing. Very heavy stack towards B in the early portion of the round, so they'll leave B-God to be incredibly passive up here on A, rotate Spinny back over, but keep the AWP on B.
Playing down to that monster angle where the majority of CTs are held. Short could be exploited if ninjas want to go there. Success on Adam B indicates otherwise here. Long control, smoked off. Lub's going to press forward alongside Insani and just get the information that nobody is on the B half of the map for ninjas. It's going to be the A commit.
Even though they've got the information, they've still got to hold it down. This A defense is going to have to show some good protocols. Carter's going to rotate over. Spinny's got to slow down this entire setup.
B-God holding Nilo, swung upon B-God, frag foul, max the scene, next double up for the M4, looks for the triple, USP pulled out for the quadra, but he can't quite make it happen. Era and ZTR chime back, sight gain, man advantage not, Spinny has been caught off, and the kill gets found for the CT side. Era now standing alone with the bomb being planted, and the retake on.
And this is such a difficult clutch to win out and even get spotted by Lub incredibly quickly. What a triple out from B-God. And you can just see for Young Ninjas, again, not a massive amount of util, been very dry, no flash around the corner. And you're expecting a tradability to be almost instant there. Yes, he might be able to get away with one, but you're expecting the next player to follow up. And instead, he just stays alive for so long and does mass damage.
Tactical taken by the ninjas once again. Second in this matchup, just as they started to get some foothold, right? They got that one round in the previous, and then it just gets clapped back immediately by MIBR. Great reads, reaction responsive, the push forward towards Monster, got all the info they required. And for that, the ninjas will suffer once again. 6 to the good on the Brazilian side.
I even take you back to the 5th game that they played in the group stage against the Prospects, the Swedish derby. We had a 13-2 T-side half in for Young Ninjas. They were just rolling them off the outset alone, beating them with pace, all the defaults working out to be incredibly successful. But an 8-2 scoreline for MIBR Academy, and now you're starting to get some more glimpses of what happened in that game against Big Academy, because that was the one game that was the most competitive.
They've gone well beyond what they had against Ninjas in the past. Remember, Ninjas beat them 16-4 last week. Victories accounted for and returned, of course. Molotovs are sent up. Adam B holds possession of the short control.
It is very unorthodox to have an AWP playing B these many rounds in for MIBR Academy, but I think it just shows the leverage of a different style and a different philosophy of what they can bring against some of these European squads. You've got B-God playing deep out towards the long side of the bathrooms. The dual peek in together, and B-God gets another multi-frag.
Up to 15 kills down with that AWP. Picard does get flashed off to Monster. Adam B is going to try challenging, but I imagine that's a shot that MIBR can take and win. An advantage that will tip ever closer to their favor. Sees 2, takes his shot back, flash in, still turns around, still gets the kill. Erazort responds, and now it's an AWP battle in at Monster. Molotov sent to try to drive that player away. ZTR trying to act in from short, flash ahead, jump around the corner. There's a good kill, but now Era's got to do the rest on his own. Does land on Lub, does bring in a triple, needs the full-blown ace from here. Where are the last 2 CT? Spinny will be seen, but it's only tag damage. Glock pulled out. Spinny gets given the chance for the kill, and MIBR hold number 9.
It's an excellent effort coming through from Era to try and recover that round, but I look at that from B-God's perspective and think, what a start.
Yeah.
The player out towards the long bathrooms lines up both kills. I mean, Young Ninjas, they peak together. They have the idea that he's playing out there in previous rounds, so let's fight as an individual, or like fight together, let's not give up individual fights. He's on 100 HP, claps back both of them, and then as soon as Card wins that first fight to Monster, that's it. That's the round over, no matter how much of a fight Era puts forward.
Seven to the good. MIBR continuing to extend, and the Ninjas are not getting a look in. Khalil's out for Adam B in this one. AK set a standard. The run boost should allow ZTR to look onto long control. They have got B-God passive. Been playing so well on this position of the map. And Era shuts him down.
Just a wide swing. Young Ninjas be able to allow themselves to the opener, flash around the corner to look into the bathrooms.
Oh,
Look
again.
at the info play again. They've done this a few times now.
Kill found on B. God leaves only the 2 players to stack the A site. The 2 men on the wraparound rotation. Oh, that AWP almost lined up 2. Only gets 1. Nilo trades here. Better pick up the pace here for Insanity and Love because Spinny's now heavily pressured. If he gets 1 kill, that might not be enough. 2 kills, however, turns it into a 2-on-2 situation. There's that first. Almost a second for Maxter. The bomb should commit and should get planted.
Even Era's taking damage, and now they know the backstab's going to be coming through. Era with the AWP doesn't win the fight. Lub is able to drop him, and now Insanity comes through on the backstab onto ZTR. 10 rounds now being gained for the Brazilians, and you can just see Spinny out there at Pizza. Yes, it's only 1 kill, but it's 1 kill and a dink. It sets up that retake.
Just when the Ninjas felt like they had control, crack angles make the difference for MIBR instead. Era had a chance to really gain control of that bathrooms angle. Had he got that shot, that might have been it. But just in general, the Ninjas are looking like in dire straits. Era's only on 11 kills. The next players down are at 7, 6, 2, and 1. It's not great at all for the Ninjas camp.
Just the lack of success in opening kill departments is where they've been hit the hardest. ZTR trying to bring some further pace into Connector this time. He's had a tough one. MIBR looking at B-God and Lub as impact players right now on the city side of Overpass. And for the first time that they're playing it in the Academy League too.
What a turnaround this has been for MIBR. Flashes forward into mid. B-God and Spinny. Crossfire. Locked and ready to look in the bathrooms. Look on to the A site.
They're still got a lurk of Adam B outside of that monster angle. So it could be an indication where they show some A presence, try and force an over-rotate. Spinny not jiggling or even jump facing over the dice. That's what Era's hoping to catch off.
50 seconds. They fall back down into the connector control, back into the B play. Much lighter on the defense this time, only Love on site. And then Sani backed up a graffiti.
All about this initial entry. Lub is actually playing it very passively, waiting for the XE to come down, put the smoke in, wait for the crossfire to get set.
And then Sani with his pick, AWP missing, wraparound from Lub, only gets 1 for it. ZTR with a trade back, and Sani on 2 HP. And there's a kill to the damage rather against Era's AWP back. 4 on 3. Maxter leans up, sees the flashes, ducks away from them. Aggress along ZTR.
And this is a strong crossfire. MIBR are going to have to use their flash as well. They've got to try and break this setup apart.
Here they come. First flash over. Catches no one. Wrap in. Era's all picked. ZTR and Max to get their frags to their own right. B-God can't hold on to the trades. It's 3 gained at last by the Young Ninjas.
And this is where for MIBR, they've been hit massively with the economy structure. Insanity's got plenty of money, Card's the same, Lub can buy, B-God and Spinny are going to be the limiting factors. So on the force up, B-God might be down to a Dig or an MP9. Spinny's probably the same.
That you? Okay, Deagle was passed off to him, good. I thought he was going to go USP in with this buy up and I was a little bit confused as whether or not it would have worked out that way. From Arsene for B-God. And now the Ninjas have a chance to get 2 more rounds to close out the half on a high note at least.
No kit in play, so MIBR Academy are going to have to be on the forefront again with opening picks. Lub does go down. That's actually an aggressive connector stance. We haven't seen much aggression towards connector or any connector players at all in this first half.
One time they go for it is the one time they lose. Advantage gained by the Ninjas. Adam B expecting more in from short pipe. B-God wins the fight. That's Monster cleared up with a free AK.
There's another search for information outside of B. We've seen it before, getting back in towards T-spawn area. And Card with this AWP has to try and respond. But while this is happening, he's over towards the long side of the bathrooms, which is opening up an avenue of approach in from Banana and bathrooms.
Spinny backed up, B-God on the rotation. The smoke's coming down to indicate the execution. Does anyone have the backstab checked? I think they're about to look for it at the moment. The Eagle on the site, meanwhile on the defensive line. Flash against him. Gets damage, no kill. Advantage now for the Ninjas. Era will deal with cards, so that reduces the MIBR to 2.
And this should be an instant save from this point onwards. 2v4. Try and keep the money afloat. Keep the 2 rifles in play.
Big old check-in. Sani watching with that M4 as Maxter will go down towards 1 pick. Sani trying to lean forward and look for more exits, potentially even the retake itself if they're lucky enough, but Big Odd's not lucky at all. Insani stands alone, no kit, smoke and flash at least. But at least is not enough. Seeing that it wasn't even down at default, was hoping he could try for something a little bit cheeky. Was spotted and will be dealt with. It's 4 of the ball of the Ninjas, and the economy is a wreck now for MIBR.
I'm not a big fan on how they played that. There was not anything to work with in that round. Yes, a kill did present itself while they were looking for exits, but you've just got to back off. You've got to give yourself some leverage of what you bring to the table in round 15, because now you've offered up 2 rounds in a row, which should be 3 for Young Ninjas. Knowing how strong the Swedes are, even if they haven't shown it here on this map of Overpass, you don't want to give them leverage. You don't want to give them a way in. And the way in, of course, is always keeping it positive right to the end of the half.
Sprays through, damage done. And Sani and Lub tagged up. And the AK will try and escape again. They're going aggressive here towards this monster position. Cleared out short as well. Leave 1 man up to try cut the rotations. Teams will make their way into the A play again.
Just knowing that there could be a stack involved, they've got to use their util tightly. Check out that long cubby corner to the left-hand side. You've got Card and B-God close to one another, and then Spinny up there on A2.
Deagle firing for Card, Adam B picked up the frag. Nyla with a responsive to 5 on 3, trying to make it 2. Nyla will be able to do so. Bomb will commit, should get planted, and there's nothing really in it for MIBR Academy. Nades back, basically confirm it at this stage. Less than 40 HP on each of them. Boost up, accounted for. Last man adjusted towards by Nilo, who makes it a quadra. A little bit quiet for him in the early part of this half, but now he's going. It's 10-5 at the turn of the half for MIBR still.
A very difficult in for the Swedes, but going into the second half, things can look a lot more positive from them. We look back to the game that they had yesterday against Astralis Talent, and there were some struggles on T's side. It has to be said, they were up 11-4 at the half. They won Pistol, they won the anti-eco, they were up 13-4, they went up 15-9, and then it got dragged to OT. So we have seen some concerns on the T side, but as for their CT halves, that's where they've been incredibly impressive, not only in that game against Astralis Talent, but in a lot of officials across the course of this group stage.
5 rounds to make up. Young Ninjas go to their CT half of things, where things could still turn to their favor if they are proficient enough. Overpass. The results played for them. CT percentage is pretty much higher than where MIBR are at, so taps into the USPs. Nade damage done towards Spinny will tag him low. Very little done to the Young Ninjas side. Go for the rotations for the retake here.
Insani's trying to see if he can cut them off out towards short water. The T's want to get it proper aggressive out here towards Phoenix.
Oh, missed shots for Insani. Gives up the ghost on every single one of those players. Adam B comes in with a pickback. ZTR dealt with by Lub. 4 on 4. They make their way onto the side. There are no kits, and Lub suddenly combines with Spinny to leave it all on Max. The Spinny makes it a triple, and that is a pistol gain by MIBR.
Just the start they needed come the second half. Young Ninjas have got to make the choice whether they force buy or look to go into the early rifles. Just saw the pace coming down to that round, and even for Insani's point of view, pulling distraction, allowing a lot of information to flow once they come out of connector and in towards short water, and then within a split second, the T side on the post blood just start ripping through with Glock kills.
USP is up for the Ninjas. Harsh eco to go towards the guns in round 18. Their best chance to try bringing the comeback. Don't want to let this go to a 13-5 at that point. Starts to get increasingly more difficult to try and bring something together on the comeback. They'll make their way into the monster position. Onto the B site.
Insani taking that first contact. The stack has actually done some decent damage onto Lub already.
40 HP for him, but ZTR's traded out, and B will finish off the kill that ZTR had started, but he doesn't last long himself. Anyone up in heaven, and Sandy's spray goes a little bit off here. Tagging up damage done. You've got Nilo looking around. Spinny will tap burst onto Era, get his kill. Nilo catches him off with no ammo in the magazine, so the trades are okay here for Ninjas, but nothing that will do significant damage to MIBR, let alone get the retake in on this. 1-on-3 now for Maxter, and there's Insanity to close out the triple.
And this is now the testing period in for Young Ninjas, where they've got to respond in fast. And I'm looking at someone like Adam B. I look back at that game that we saw from him yesterday. 32 kills, 20 deaths, 90 ADR, and a 1.50 rating. Haven't seen much out of the individual prowess of him. Try and get more out of that individual. But I think Nilo, the guy that we were talking about as a hope for a tournament MVP, was slightly quiet in that game yesterday. He's having another quiet performance today. If they want to get out of trouble, you've got to look to someone like him.
Boost attempted here by the T side. Jump up for Insanity, will not see where Nilo is, might see where Adam B is. Caught off towards Toxic. To start, swing back forward to the CT side. Insanity's going to get caught. Two other players been spotted, but Spinny trades it. 4-on-3 for MIBR.
And even that flash around the corner, while it allows a pick to get regained, he's too wide there for Nilo, and it means that as soon as the swing comes back in from the T-side perspective, they're going to drop him. He's not going to be able to get back to safety. Maxter playing up here on A, rotate a second player down towards the B side. MIBR Academy, they win this round, they probably win the best of one.
More than likely. Almost certainty for them.
What a read this is, though. This is a complete stack to A.
3 players ready to receive that bomb, which is committing up towards long, so there's really no rotations at all. This might be one of the last chances for Ninjas to try and hold on to something. Counter smokes in against the first player out. Lub caught off by the flashbang, but the smokes get in the way of Maxter's kill, so Lub gets credited for a quick return here for MIBR. Catching ZTR, looks in for Era. Spinny deals with him, and it's 13-5 for MIBR. Young Ninjas caught so flat-footed today.
And just knowing that MIBR have had themselves a nice, juicy lead to work with going into the second half. You've won the pistol. Yes, there wasn't a force buy on the anti-eco, but then you win the opening rifle. You set yourself up big time to close it down now. And even to that set play, you can see they're running into a stack. They still deal with it very effectively. Maxter gets caught around truck, completely flashed. Can't do much about it. 3 more rounds to close it down. MIBR Academy maybe keeping it fresh, going over to a new map, deciding to ban Mirage for their last ban of the veto process. It was a change-up that was a long time coming.
Oh, and Sani sprays through against Adam B. 3 more players to make their way in from Monster. Nilo's the Eagle does dink him back. Get control of an AK. But now need to turn it into a round.
Just start bringing more pace up to A. And with Nilo's AK, you can start shaping up ZTR in with another one of these stacks, because they are shifting players back towards A, so very similar stance from the last round.
Minute on the clock. Smokes in for card. Flashes at the ready for Lum, making their way out and over. ZTR swinging in, gets a kill against Spinny with Nilo's AK, turning up the 3-on-2. Now the chance is on here for Young Ninjas. Picking up the M4 and Nilo just domes in their heads. 3 kills for him. And now 1 man left in B, got on the B lurk. Bomb dropped on the A side, so there's nothing he can do.
So it seemed like Big God was either going to rotate up to connector fairly quickly once that bomb goes down, or have a mass backstab, get himself up to heaven, play the late round, and just look for exit frags. And instead, it actually relies down onto him to win the round, which is not going to be plausible. So bring that AK forward into the next. Young Ninjas with an incredible eco steal.
Number 6 out of a lot more that they need to bring back against MIBR. Can recover those guns, of course, bolster their economy state. The AWP in with a 2 AKs for the CT side. Buys up will come through for Adam and ZTR. So they're back in the game.
Spinny can drop an AWP, and B-God can drop an AK back to him. So everyone will be okay with the buyout. Tactical timeout coming through from the MIBR Academy side. Because I think they know they don't want to give away in. They don't want to give leverage forward to Young Ninjas. Just keep it stable, keep ourselves driving forward. If anything shows you about holding on to leads, I mean, just look back at that ENCE Academy 15-3 that doesn't get closed out. So that's just a very good notion that even though you're very comfortably in the lead, don't give them away forward.
For now, we have this one round. For now, we have the start for the Young Ninjas. MIBR back up on the buy, still limited by Khalil. There's rifles versus rifles. Ninjas bolstering up their economy state, but won't be bolstered for another reinvestment if they lose all 5 of these guns here. Era's AWP being respectable thus far. Unable to hit a shot in mid right now.
Repositioning out to long. HE placement's going to be decent from Maxstar. Quite a bit of damage going down to Lub. Get himself out towards Divider. Jiggle peek up against the AWP. Does not bait him though.
He knew. He knew exactly who Card is and what he's looking for. Smokes down from the T-side line. He'll make his way forward ahead of them. Not out in the open though, still in bathrooms.
Try and work with that shadow advantage. Even get closer to the crossfire between him and Era. Now it does mean that it opens up quite a big avenue of that banana and bathrooms take to A. So they might have to rotate ZTR up just to be a spotter.
Rotations from the MAS T-side forces will lean towards the B player. The crossfire locked between Adam and Nilo. Smoke in the way for now, but those are about to clear, and there's another resmoke that can come down. Perfect timing to do so at the 40-second marker.
Just try and stall. MIBR Academy still working on that lurk from Spinny. If he could deal with Maxter once they show presence on B, that could be the man advantage they're looking for.
They get checked. Oh, looks away at the wrong moment. Adam can try strike, but Nilo's got a lineup of his own. 3-on-2, bomb in the open. Rotations called. The lurker is useless. The main man's got to be bolstered up, and now they've got to go for the hit here. Less than 20 seconds to make it happen. M4's tucked away. They hear the footsteps on the short control. MIBR, the peek off the back of his flash, have to make their way in now, and they just can't do it. They fall back and save. The Ninjas get another.
It just didn't feel like their hearts were in it at all in that situation. They lose a lot of emphasis out there towards Monster, and Spinny and Card don't react immediately. You've just got to charge off at the back of that, continue putting those trades down. And while it was a great opening pick up there towards the top of the bathrooms, popping through in from Monster, it deals with Adam B, but you can't get Nilo. You can't get him on that trade-off at all. And because of that, he's able to shut the entire round down.
One more back for the Ninjas. The 2 AK saved, or the AKWP saved in rather. Coming back with the Galil force buy once again for MIBR. Still rocking 2 Deagles in this one, so it's getting worse and worse as these rounds go on. Young Ninjas just making up more and more ground to the Brazilian side.
Start hearing some of those footsteps out to long. That would have been calmed over from Era. And rather than going out to long like he did in that previous round, he's actually going to hang back towards Divider, establish that crossfire with Maxstar. Era starting things off to Insanity.
There we go. It's back in control. Back in with the first frag. Only a Deagle lost. Era's looking for a little bit more. The confidence might have returned with that shot. Scoped into the bathroom. He's got to look to Spinny. The flick does not quite land itself. One man in connector can catch the bomb carrier. That's all important for Maxter. He knows that was the bomb drop, so he falls away.
And no one's going back to get the bomb control at all. Instead, trying to put pressure down onto the site directly. ZTR catches off Spinny and out in the open deals with Card as well.
Lub left alone, 1-on-4 situation. Does adjust with that AWP pick, but now needs to go back for the bomb, which the CTs have swarmed. 42 HP to win this. Does get another kill, but not the third man. Nilo finds the return. Maxter grab the other AK, maybe the AWP. Yep. 8 to the board of the Ninjas. 5 more to the good.
This is going to be a struggle. This is going to be incredibly tough to bring a comeback like this. MIBR Academy is still keeping these rounds fairly competitive. Yes, the scoreline of the differential is closing, and without giving bomb plants in the last few, it does mean it's going to be buy eco consistently. Young Ninjas have just got to keep Nilo up into that impact. Make sure that Era gets as much full with that big green towards A. And just keep the pressure on, keep that tempo up.
Sprays through to try to look for damage on Love and ENCE. Not much gain past the smokes, and the teams, as you mentioned, in the eco status of the buy eco. No bomb plant, therefore no force, no buy. Deagles, Tech 9, PT-50 and a Glock. Try to boost that Deagle up to look in the toxic. ZTR expecting there to be something. We'll try and force them back with wallbang sprays, but won't connect any damage. Do you see Love? Don't think it matters. Spinny's caught the kill out towards the A site. The Deagle might look for more.
Picks himself up, and M4 even get the smoke down. Needs to try and get that fight onto Era. Doesn't quite happen. It does start over-rotating quite a few players. Nilo's the only player on B now.
3 on 3, 4-8. Young Ninja's going to rotate back to the B site as well. Expected there to be something held. The Deagle shot on the boost of Lub actually did work out. Now ZTR regains control by putting him away. Rotations are coming into connector, however. I think Nilo heard it.
Carter B-God trying to see if they can shift up that pace, try and get it fast up with the acceleration towards A, and put pressure onto Era.
Backed up passive footsteps will be heard. Nilo will leave the bomb plant to come down for MIBR. Be a retake on for the Ninjas.
B-God. We've seen how deadly he can be in some of these rounds. They're going to aggress bank, actually.
B-God doesn't win the fight. Cards PT-50 up against 3. And doesn't get past the first. ZTR, final the frag. Decent work for MIBR on that eco, though. A couple casualties taken, and as well the bomb plant. Something they've been missing over the course of these last few rounds. Ninjas hold it together. Get another one on the board, but the real challenge begins again.
Lum's been working incredibly hard to put up a good fight here. We know that he's the 4th highest rated player for MIBR Academy in this season of the league. Negative 29 KD difference and a 0.85 rating is what we've seen in the previous games from him. But looking at what we're getting from him right now, we're getting some of those glimpses of what these guys are like locally.
ZTR tagged up initially by the AWP leg shot. I think that was through to the mid position. Down and out towards the B site. Maxter catches Lub, kicks things off on the right foot again for the Ninjas. The fast play in from that one man, tried to make his way all the way up towards Long, but got put back down all the same. Spinny strikes out towards Monster. Nilo and B-God go back and forth, 3-on-3 scenario. Flashes in, suddenly ZTR, that low HP leg shot earlier on. It's the lone man standing on the defense.
Still plenty of nades, though, to work with from both sides. ENCE's waiting for an overswing to come through for Connector to come up from the pit control. Just waiting for the response. Try and see if they can force ZTR out into the open. Another resmoke down to heaven.
Backup has arrived as they just telegraph this entire execution for MIBR. Counter incendiary from the CT side. Flashes in. Nades on ENCE. Damage has been done. All 3 players are now tagged for MIBR. As high as 63, but as low as 40. Bomb on site should get planted here.
Might just have to respect the bomb plant. Get that retake forward. No denial opportunity.
Incendiary should force B-God into the open. Max is going to capitalize upon that kill. It's ENCE inbound with cards. AWP watching the backstab for now. Now looking up to the site as smokes come in towards short. Him at Monster has got to be the main protector. Looking around, flashing against him. Undetected, ZTR not moving. Now he is. Shot connects towards 1. Wrap around for Maxter. Not going to get to him in time. Card has got the double and looking for the triple. Here's him on the site. AWP battle gear. Wrap the corner. He's playing against it. Around the pillar. Leg shots come in and ENCE provides the backup. 14 for MIBR. 2 more to go.
What a post plant coming through from Card. He holds it fantastically, plays around, wastes a lot of time, and that's going to cripple the economy. There's going to be some players with decent money flow. Adam B's down to an MP9. Maxter's going to probably be on the same. And this is closing time. 14-9. Rubbish buy coming through from the Swedes. For MIBR Academy, you win this, you win the game. You just get 2 in a row.
What would be their first win in the Academy League as well, Dweg. Flashes in to enable ENCE to push up towards that B site. And ZTR puts him away again. Straight in from Monster. The kid is found for the Ninjas.
Card is not able to respond with a pick towards the bathrooms or that divider entrance. Now they've left Spinny just outside here of Monster. What they don't know about is Nilo pressed up on the railing.
Closing the squeaky door. Getting out of the way here. CT's down into connector. I think they might have heard that. Jump face of the SMG. Nice bait and switch with Era finding Spinny. It's a 5-on-3.
And these are the kind of advantages you really need in a round where you're not working with the best of weaponry. We've seen the way that Adam B's been able to upgrade that MP9 over to an AK. Yes, there's still a dig down for Maxter over at A. But the jump over around the corner, MIBR Academy, not much to work with from this point onwards.
$40 seconds.
Hard save, I reckon.
Yeah.
Not a bad call.
All stuck in T-Con outside of Park. No real map presence. No time to gain map presence either. You can respect it at the same stance. You're right. MIBR have these weapons. Insani has money. Spinny might get passed off an SMG by Card.
Probably drop a Galil.
Possibly. 10 to the board of the young ninjas. Hanging in there by a thread. Knowing that they are still 2 rounds away from the loss.
And this is going to be a strong rifle round. I reckon Card drops over a Galil. Insani's able to buy up an AK. They'll be okay between the two of them. Young ninjas, all about what they're able to respond with now going into round 25 and whether they can just get harshly reset again. MIBR Academy looking at Card, looking at someone like a B-God, even a Lub just to try and crack open an early entry. Even Spinny going down to a dig. I don't know about that. I mean, Card's still got plenty of money. Even Card could have dropped him over a pistol.
They don't want to do it.
I guess they want him strong with the money float, don't they? Because he's the AWP.
AWP, yeah. It's the best thinking I could come up with why he didn't drop him. Set with the AWP in towards short, of course. MIBR fully revealing their hand. The idea that they have the rifles around all 4 of these players. Sprays through Manic stuff, shots ringing out of the AWP, not connecting anything. Damage is done more to MIBR here.
Even the respect that Maxter and Era are giving up, they are so deep. Both of them jump spotting. You've got Maxter playing around the APC and up there at DICE. Era can now be one of those rotates to get back to heaven. Drop him down over at the B side. They're going to keep 4 on B this round.
Boost up again, coming through from Lub. Eyes turned away, won't be seeing anything. No, he catches the angle on ZTR, kicks things off. That boost has come in so many times from MIBR, and it's worked every single occasion. Era now leaning up, catching Card, but Card hits the shots.
Nilo might have to be the next one to try and overface once again into the B site with a 2-man advantage. This is everything, but now it's the gamble stack on B.
Orp leans up. Nilo gets leg, but he gets the kill instead. B-God responds to Nilo the same, and that bomb trying to commit Adam Monster. Dropped by Adam. B-God responds all the same. 2 kills to his name. Maxter needs to come up with a 3K. Gets that first. 3 points of HP, and the backstab closing into the A site will not even be required. It's 1 bullet for B-God's triple, and match point for MIBR.
What an incredible round from them. The boost up with the success. You mentioned that ZTR just gets dropped, and then as soon as that AWP v AWP duel goes the way of Card, you know this is it. This is going to be the round which they get to series point. 15-10, broken by, even worse than the last round for the Young Ninjas. No M4s, no AWP. MIBR Academy, maybe even a pop setup, maybe a setup quick out of B.
Flash in, fast play, MIBR making their way into position. Spinny's AK wrapping over, looking for Adam B. Picks up the shot, looks in for the second of Insani. ZTR comes up with 2 picks and a 5-7, playing on the site, still trying to hold on to a lifeline, but it doesn't last much longer. Max to Deagle, Era for Mars. And Love wrapped in upon by this pistol player. He is put away, and Era is the last man in play for 16-10. MIBR have done it. Their first victory in the WePlay Academy League, and it comes to the detriment of young ninjas of all teams.
What a surprise. What a wild day we've had in front of us. The 16-14s, the overtimes, the fact that MIBR are able to upset the best team in the group, one of the best teams in the competition, that is one hell of a result. And they looked confident. They played incredibly well in that first half. They closed it down with some tense rounds in the second. They deserve all the plaudits in the world.
They do. What ridiculousness we just witnessed right there. Because we were writing it off from the word go. It was like, there's no way. There's no way MIBR MIBR do it. It's, you know, still too far in the future for them to adjust to the European play style. But here, I feel like the Young Ninjas didn't really show up as well as they wanted to, especially in that first half. Numbers were looking so low. I think Adam still ended off the matchup by like 7 kills or single digits by that point. So seeing that dip off from certain individuals for me is one of the key things, because when you have guys like Nilo going as well as they have, you should be able to capitalize upon that, but they just didn't do it today.
It was a slow start. That first half from them was very individual based, and they were down 2 and 11. You can't be getting into positions like that. And I think for MIBR Academy, they just showed that Card was the much more consistent AWPer over the course of the entire best of 1. And for Young Ninjas, it's a surprising turn of affairs. They take their second loss in the Academy League. You didn't think it was going to be to the side of the Brazilians, but MIBR Academy, that's got to be the best feeling to know finally we've got our first win, and it's against one of the strongest teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's just a fantastic situation for them to be at, right? The fact that they've finally proven themselves against one of these massive squads in the group stage, whether or not it translates to the season itself, of course, they've already taken a number of losses as of right now, but it's encouraging to see that finally they're getting some wins on the board here in Europe, and they can finally break their cycle of going 1-6 right now in terms of the group stage standing. Still back at the bottom, so we've got a little bit more climbing to do in the coming few days. As for now, we're going to move on with our day itself, as we're going to move on to our penultimate match of the night. FURIA Academy are back in action with a chance of revenge against the Flames Ascent side. So do stick with us, because we're back after the break. Welcome back into our second to last match of the evening. Flames Ascent take on FURIA Academy in a rematch for redemption on the FURIA Academy side. They started off their season losing out to Flames Ascent with their coach standing in, though Dwayne, we've seen a much more better and more formally looking team against FURIA Academy a little bit earlier on today. So I'm imagining that this might not be quite as simple as the 16-8 we saw previously.
Yeah, we do have to temper expectations for both teams. I think for the Flames, this has been a very impressive first start to the season for them. They've come through, they're the new team, they haven't seen many events played at all. They're up at 3 wins, so they've been able to impress a lot of people. They beat FURIA Academy quite one-sided yesterday. But then if we're drawing on the idea that FURIA impressed us earlier today, which they absolutely did, they took on Apeks Rebels. So this could actually be quite a close and competitive game for me.
It could well be. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're weighing up two teams that have certainly had their bigger rises over the course of either the day or over the course of the last week or so that we've seen. Again, as you mentioned before, Flames Ascent came into this season as one of the key underdogs, I guess, one of the debutants, one of the brand new organizations and brand new teams overall. We don't know much about the overall squad itself, so I kind of wanted to quickly prod about first impressions as how we think these players have done in the matches they played so far.
They've been incredible. I mean, this has been a fantastic structured team. I think ENCE has obviously captured our minds to just how strong he can be as an AWP player. But we're starting to see more and more. I think Bunny in the first few games, the IGL proved that he could be quite high fragging. In the game that I saw from Flames Ascent yesterday, in the head-to-head against FURIA Academy, Fez, one of the B-side anchors on the CT side, he was putting on a really good show. So the more that we see from Flames as an overarching picture, the more team cohesion and strength I can see with this roster.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm excited to see where they can go from here, honestly. Like, you know, this development side, and we weren't looking at this season as being a big moment for them. We weren't looking at this season as being an opportunity to make it so much further than just the group stage. But right now, as it stands, they're in 4th place with 3 wins to 4 losses versus FURIA, who are in 5th place with 2 wins to 2 losses. So in terms of the records, Flames, of course, have a few more games played out as of right now with one more win as a result of that. But to put themselves up to 4 apiece would start to put them in line with fnatic Rising currently, who are also sitting in the 3rd place position. So if you imagine what Flames could actually do with that, you start to think about the prospects of how this team could shape the rest of this season coming forward, and it certainly has been quite a surprise, especially considering that we really weren't expecting anything at all out of this team here. Again, it was very, very much nothing was on the table for them over the course of this one. So, yeah, I'm excited to see whether they keep it up, and if they can beat FURIA, this will go a long way, I think, to their success.
And knowing that for FURIA, it's only the first taste of what this actual team is going to be like. They played the entire game yesterday and the entire 3 games yesterday without their IGL. They had their coach standing in. And we know that for MSR, he had a tough day, individually speaking, but the team overall did. So being able to bounce back, put some better results up onto the board, this could be the turning point for FURIA Academy. But for Flames, they're more comfortable with the atmosphere, I would say. I mean, they're coming into their 8th game now.
Yeah, look, that warm-up period, I think, in the start of the season has aided Flames quite significantly against a team like FURIA Academy to a certain extent in their matchup yesterday. So I'm looking at this thinking to myself that there's an opportunity in which Flames Ascent might be able to pull off another good victory here against FURIA Academy. I have the concerns, though, because I looked at that game a little bit earlier on for FURIA, and I just do feel like that as a team, they look far better than they did yesterday, even when they had their one-sided victories and their good matches in proceedings from the stand-in situation. So I'm still looking at this thinking that FURIA are probably my favourites in terms of this pick. I'm still kind of the team I look towards as being the team that, in theory, should have the position above the Flames Ascent side. The map is different to last time, though. Dwayne, it's Barrage played out today. Dust 2 was the 16-8 we saw for Flames Ascent. So any better situations for the Brazilians still?
I mean, we saw a decent Mirage only just before against the Apeks Rebels, but we also saw some difficulty against MOUZ NXT. So we've seen both sides of the coin. I think for Flames, I was quite impressed with the opening game and starts that we saw from them on Mirage. It's a map that locally has been able to be played ever so slightly. So for me, there's not a heavy favorite. I am backing FURIA Academy, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Danes are able to pull off another upset. They keep surprising us every day.
There's a part of me that really wants to see a Danes upset, honestly, just because of how good Flames Ascent have been as of late. So I'm excited to see whether they can pull it off. Whether they actually manage to do so, however, is something that's yet to be seen. We're getting into the pistol round to see how far they can go with this one. USPs versus Glocks, P250 on Descenti. I'm back in FURIA, you're back in FURIA. Let's see if Flames can back themselves into the CT side. They go.
And just knowing that even on the setup here from FURIA, you've got the bomb and a single individual there of Brahino outside of A. It seems like it's going to be a fake towards what could be an early A lean over to B. They're just trying to see if they can scramble, make it very uncomfortable for the CTs.
Bez has gooshed down already. Good start for the T side. Koala hearing jump facer Bunny, spotting information, just those pixels of that individual, watching. Let's try to see if we can get a good, decent pick in, but so far so little is gained. They fall back.
And that's a great evade of information, because now he's able to get towards that jungle control. Speedy's not going to see him. Oh, he does right at the end onto Koala. That is safety for Bunny now.
Speedy definitely saved him there. That would have been an easy kill. Kawes caught next, tagged up, not quite taken down as of right now. He does get his pick into the 4 versus 4, and now the teams press forward. Brunino watching for Inspire, smokes back, taps through as ENCE finds Kawes with a shot to return. Still bits of damage being done to the T side here and there. They hold the advantage still for Flames. Fez and Speedy come up good against ZMB and Descenti, locking down this A defensive, leaving Brunino as the lone man left standing. ENCE makes it a kill, a double in fact for him, and a pistol gained by Flames.
I think it shows how strong that setup was from Flames Ascent towards the A side. Yes, there's a slight moment of an avenue of approach that the Glock is able to walk further forward of, but Speedy catches that information down there from under Balk, and then you've got Fez playing towards default. You then have even Bunny, the IGL, to work in from jungle. So just a strong level of crossfire being established, and for FURIA Academy, back to a basic Glock round with an upgraded D for Kawes. Flames Ascent should get their 2-0.
Eagle trying to force forward for Kawes, get that opening kill. Not quite able to do so with the first Eagle shot. Bunny takes the frag of the SMG. Money to gain for him. Speedy's forced to bail him out once again. Not a lot of damage being done to that SMG, but with the reload inbound, it was going to force him back to a certain position. Brunino does get his kill in the end. But Bunny makes it a double on Koala as ZMB fell towards Speedy. One Deagle left to play, trying to see if he can find anything here, but probably shouldn't do much here in the round.
And Brahino just trying to keep it more expensive. 45 points of health to peek right back in. See the MP9, see the second player behind him, but not quite get the kill onto Speedy. 2-0 start coming through from Flames Ascent. Now, Fez was one of the guys that really shouted out to me as being an exciting player in that game against FURIA Academy yesterday. 25 frags, 15 deaths, 103.2 ADR and a 1.60 rating. We probably won't see another outstanding performance by him just because of the role he plays. He plays B anchor, which means, well, B anchor of Mirage. You're not going to get much at all. So we might not see all that impressive numbers from Fez. Doesn't mean he's not an impactful player.
Got the M4 on his belt. 1 of 3 in play for Flames. FURIA. Just the AK of Kawes in as ENCE is picked up first and foremost. Another casualty against his position. As Koala gets one of the crucial M4s to drop. Bunny can't get it back.
Just trying to put some pressure down onto that mid control. Even Kawes going to be burned away. That incendiary forcing him off of the post. Inspire is super close behind this connector smoke. Trying to evade up. He might just have to keep fighting.
We smoke on towards bottom con. Is he going to get flashed in here? Looks like he's setting up for a quick peek up towards top mid. We've got Bunny in the SMG. Gets his frag together. Kawes trades it back. Koala is still low as well. So there's possibilities for these SMGs to strike back. Kawes up at the window boost. Not seen in window itself.
And they heard Kawes getting up, so that's information that Inspire might think to himself, there's a late wraparound that he can get into window and try and crunch us in from market. Fez is making an info play, but it is going to be a regroup. They could get themselves back into the apartments or go into T-Sport to split A.
35 seconds. Inspire believes that Kawes is still sitting here. No footstep was heard of the drop-off. He's going to make his way back out of position, though, to cover off the backstab in case he's already made his way into the B site. Being watched, spray in from Koala, facing in against Speedy. The SMG is going to have to get back here. The man is low, and Kawes providing support in from jungle will not rotate around the backstab. The bomb plant can be secured. No engagement to try to deny the plant. They'll get up there in the end. Fez combining with Inspire. Koala in the center of the site. Footsteps have been heard of the CT bases, and they'll get that kill in the end. Advantage now for Flames Ascent.
Now, Fez has still got a smoke to put down onto the bomb. Speedy looking up towards the top of the ramp. Fez actually being caught towards that short angle.
Senti got tagged there with a quick face and spray in the M4. Shots ringing in. Speedy connects the head, but Kawes returns. Inspire. No smoke. The spray through wins out the 2K. Despite the low HP advantage there for FURIA, it's a third round for Flames.
And it comes down to one of the older guys on the team, Inspire, the 22-year-old, to get the clutch forward. And how different that round could have actually been, even if that bomb got denied. Now, you can see there for FURIA Academy, they've got control of the A site, they've got a smoke down towards the top of connector, they plant open for Con. Fez swings from that short angle and comes so damn close to denying that bomb from going down. Now, because it does, it means that FURIA Academy, with the lost bonus, can buy up again and try and put as much pressure back on the Danes as possible of forcing that reset.
Heavy damage sustained, as you mentioned. Opportunities abound for FURIA Academy if they can go in quick towards execution. 3 players are set up. The smokes in particular from the bomb carrier. Players in the underpass and the apartments might throw a spanner into the works here. The AWP of ENCE watching in from Palace. Smokes up top, going to force him and Bunny to make their positions felt. Straight through them for swing. A little bit awkward there for ZMB's trade, but it keeps it together as Koala falls.
There's still a lurk for Descenti going through from the B apartments. That's still being watched from Fez, not leaving it at all. It is going to be the A fake. That bomb's going to end up on B.
Doesn't see the player up the stairs. Brunino is going to get fought upon. It's the man advantage gain for Flames here. Man still in connector as they rotate back. ENCE going to check for him. Kill Fanakawes. And now they realize it must be the B play.
Even Fez, close towards that van position, might get caught on a timing. Descenti running out in the open. Does take a lot of damage through the process.
And underpass, Inspire's going to make his way in. Set up the backstand for the retake, because there have to be a retake at this stage. AWP in for ENCE, looking to catch Descenti. Shot connect, ZMB out in the 1-on-3.
Even out to this bench position, out in the open, try and give himself a little bit of an unorthodox angle. Very much out in the open, just wants to try and drive a fight.
Leaning in, flashes forward. Incendiary's thrown towards the backside and on the site itself. Inspire waiting through timer and pressure just by revealing himself for only a moment. ZMB gave up his position and Flames conversion upon the man. 4-0 now for the CT side.
And I think if you've come to watch a team that's going to be insane individually and that they're going to have some of the best mechanical skill in the entire competition, you're probably not looking at a side like Flames Ascent of what they can maximize their potential in. Their team play is what's given them a lot of wins. The protocols, the setups between one another, the readability. And I even look at that round and it didn't even look like they got tested. They didn't over-rotate off of B. They leave Fez back there towards that van position. Yes, he doesn't get a kill, but it's not leaving the post. It's reading the game incredibly well.
Fury looking to go quick into this next round here. Flash is sent. Bunny in a sandwich. Unchecked, undetected. Gets a double. Not quite. The triple! The adjustment is still on. Trying to get that quadrant. ZMB finally puts him in his place. And the AWP of ENCE is there to close it. 5-0 for Flames. What a sequence that was for Bunny, though.
He made it look easy out there towards Sandwich. Not being checked on that first wraparound, the adjustment up there towards the Palace angle was everything. And then getting that support in from ENCE, who we know has been so clinical to so much of their success. 7 maps played here in the Academy League, positive 36 KD difference and a 1.27 rating. He's been consistent in pretty much every game that's been either a win or even a loss.
Deco half buy for FURIA now. Put away with the bomb plant not coming through for this round. They'll try force the issue. Fez with that Incendiary forces him forward. Kawes first to drop.
Flames Ascent looking to put as much of that emphasis down as possible with this opening start. 5-0 looking to be 6-0. Keep the AKs in play for Speedy and for Fez. FURIA Academy off to a slow start here on the T side of Mirage.
ZMB, however, trying to pick up the pace. Found the frag on Speedy. The AWP, suddenly the only player left on this defensive. Rotations are inbound. They'll get towards connector just about now. Bunny looking for ZMB next. Burst forward. Adjustments there against Descenti. Doesn't even get a shot off.
Trying their best to keep it pricey. Offering up a bomb plant might still be difficult with ENCE over towards CT and with top comp presence. The best they're going to have to do is try and drop the AWP and plant default.
Nade on Koala. He goes down. ZMB. Last to fall in the round itself. Should get to that AK, I believe. Or not, in fact. Okay. M4 in for Bunny's his choice. 6-0 for the Flames. You're right about the slow start for the FURIA Academy side. Tactical taken by their team. Maybe there was something a bit more to that match yesterday.
And knowing that for Flames Ascent, you could look at them and say, oh, well, look at their track record. 3 wins and 4 losses hasn't been an ideal season. They've taken 2 losses to Na'Vi Jr., who have proved to be one of the best teams in this group. They've taken a loss to Fnatic Rising. And the only other loss was that overtime madness one against MOUZ NXT that probably shouldn't have been a loss. Again, they had 8 match points. It was one of the early games in their entire season, and they were still very inexperienced. I mean, they still are. But I think that was maybe something that got to them, was the nerves of trying to close that game down. A lot of their victories, I think ever since maybe the OG Academy win, has been able to really address just how strong and consistent these guys have been.
ENCE up. Trying to maintain his consistency with the big green. Bunny's M4, however, is what starts things off. That nade sent back off the wall. ENCE at low HP. Inspires down at underpass. They aren't expecting this yet. They still think about the man here in the sniper's nest. Bunny's going to continue to hold back with the sniper's nest being opened up by that smoke. Advantage sits at Inspire, strikes next towards Brunino. Koala still being low, makes this 5-on-3 extremely good as ENCE picks up a high HP kill on Descenti, and Koala will not last long. ZNB 1-on-5, does get 2 in the mid control, 3 more to fight.
ENCE, hearing these footsteps, can put that incendiary down to bottom of con, work the crossfire in with his teammate Speedy, flash around the corner, AWP to peek back in, not quite the connection just yet.
Up open the scaffolding. Caught off by Fez, however. The mid-control wraparound backstab. 7-0 for Flames Ascent, despite that tactical coming in for FURIA, despite the reinvestment. Bring the fight back, which they nearly did. Flames still look utterly confident here.
A very similar stance of what FURIA Academy were like on Mirage yesterday. Remember that last game of the day against MOUZ NXT? It was a bit of a battering in the first half on their CT side. They got over to the T side and there was nothing. Not a single T round being gained from them. Even with the pace, they've tried to outpower. This has been an unbelievable start from them. And even ENCE's repositioning the AWP over to the apartments this time.
Pressing forward as well to try and look for Brunino next. Engagements out towards the A site and the connector control that might yield something for FURIA. But the real onus rests on that AWP. And look at the further aggression in that apartment on the minimap. Fez leaning all the way up, checking the kitchen, seeing nothing in apps. Will hold that corner.
I actually wouldn't mind ENCE relocating away and leaving Fez here, putting more of an emphasis towards that connector stance and out in jungle. Now, Cowers is trying to catch a timing where he's able to walk up. Might get spotted by Speedy at back triple.
AK leaning in. Not seeing Cowers. Going to get up to the top of the ladder. Inspire just watching. Continuing to bait off the quick wall, flashes over. Incendiary's thrown as Bunny isolates Cowers. No utility support around that particular peak. Taps on from the Palace position. Going to get the info that one player's out. I think Jump Face also saw Brunino. Koala engaging one. Tag damage done. And Descenti and Koala get those 2 frags to return. Inspires low HP. 3-on-3. Backstabs inbound. They have to just play passive and wait for that.
I like this positioning coming through from ENCE. Try to put pressure on the bomb plant, open for the short control. AWP not going to fire, gets ever so close, and now gets the leg shot. Now Fez can set up the backstab and deal with Brahino.
ENCE was a pixel off. If he moved a little bit over to the left, that would have been a headshot and a kill gained. The backstab does work though. Advantage CT. Descenti detected now. One player in the stairs might become the main threat as ENCE locks onto him, and Descenti falls at the same time. It's 8-0, half gained by Flames Ascent.
And this hasn't even been competitive. This hasn't been close at all. This has been Flames Ascent rolling them. And I think it just shows that the way that they can drive distraction, yes, the leg shot finally comes through, but it's the allowability of Fez in that backstab to deal with that individual. And then ENCE, give him a shot up close and personal where he doesn't have to just spam through a smoke. And look what he's able to do. 10-2, incredibly consistent. We saw it in the last round with that first pick of the apartments. He ended the round because of it.
Guns in for FURIA here. Hero AK investment for Descenti, half buy for everyone else. ZNB's also got an AK to play with. Man, FURIA, I'm not sure what to make of this, honestly, because this is looking even more dire than the one we saw against Flames Ascent yesterday. This is with the full lineup as well after they had such a great showing earlier on this afternoon. Smoke set, Coway is detected, spray through, Bunny finishes off the frag. That's an advantage game with the execution inbound, the bomb's been dropped. Second and third T-side players have been seen. Koala does get one on return, but he's low HP.
Handsy with that AWP, spots off to Senti moving over to that right-hand side. The bomb even gets denied from going down. No extra cash injection to get held at all. Even this Tech 9 down towards Sniper's Nest and the jungle control, just trying to look for some further damage. Fez up there from ladder, will eventually drop, so it is a couple of players.
Third man might be required though. Bunny's really building up for Flames Ascent. Keep both those AKs in for Inspire and Bunny. AWP of Hansi, of course, locked and loaded with his 2K. 12 kills deep for him. Bunny at 13. The two top fraggers of Flames. And the two players that FURIA are having the hardest time with.
And something that I was telling you about, Jay, in the pre-game to this, is that we're judging a good performance from FURIA Academy against the victory this morning. Now, that's an Apeks Rebel side who now makes it the only team in the competition to not get a win. Yes, it was a 16-6. Yes, it was very good team cohesion, but you're not up against a top team in the group. And if we were to compare that, I personally, I don't think you can compare a massive amount with the results yesterday because it was a stand-in for FURIA and they didn't have their IGL because of it. So when I look at that, it's really 7 best of ones for Flames Ascent against 1 best of 1 of FURIA Academy if we're comparing the pair between one another.
It's not a good outlook for them if this is the current situation they stand at in the true, proper official. Oh, shot in for the AWP is so ready for Cowes. He saw him, and he's not going to move until he's forced out of the way. Waiting for the peak. Meanwhile, in the apartments, we have got T-side players trying to make their prods out. Fez, smoke against it, inspired as Kakunino. That's a decent shot. Descenti with a responsive. Hansi takes his quick pop back in towards the mid-control. Players up short might catch that AWP off guard, so FURIA have a man advantage for once.
Try and catch that timing, but Inspired towards Van continues doing damage, and now Koala's even been seen. That bomb is so far away, still in top mid to try and cross out to B.
3 on 3, and Speedy is thinking about holding the A site. Koala's basically committed at this point. The man in from Connector might cut that bomb out of position. As Koala drops, it might be a rotation, especially as Cowers gets the pick back. 2 on 2, FURIA. Best chance so far in this game. Decent hop as well into the ladder room. Flames Ascent on the rotation, but they're going the long way around.
Bunny might push Cowers out in the open. He's extended so far wide. He could have just stayed in ladder.
And his knife pulled out and everything. If you're going to go that far, you might as well have your gun in. You're not running. Now the AWP to cut them off. Both players in from Connector. M4 to swing. AWP to watch for it. There's the shot. Inspire down. Bunny now knows what's going on here. AK up. Flash in. Catches the player completely blinded. Bunny leaning in against the AWP. Tags up. ZMB can't hit the shot. The Deagle is pulled out. The kit is in play. It's 10-0 for Flames Ascent.
And I'm looking at that from Cowes' perspective. What are you trying to gain? The bomb is open for short. He's aggressing B. Like, it just doesn't make much sense at all. And when you're down 0-9, right, you've got to play it by the book. You've got to play the percentage Counter-Strike. You can't be letting high-risk, high-reward plays be made when you're 0-9 down.
The only thing I can think of that was going through his head was that they must have rotated through market already. There's no way.
But why? What difference does that even make?
I know. That's what I'm saying, right? He should have had his gun pulled out at the minimum. AK spraying for Bunny. Now going to line up some significant damage done to the T side line. They're going quick into the B side from shore. Hansi, his AWP does get isolated. This is far better for FURIA here.
Just trying to bring more pace towards that mid-control, down into Connector, out towards the short take. They don't have a smoke off the top con, so Speedy could try and put some more pop shots in.
Meanwhile, Inspire playing behind the smoke in a Sniper's Nest. Player in at the ladder room, Branino. Footstep heard, Inspire's going to wait. Speedy catches 1 kill on Koala. Nade sent down as well, doing some damage. He stands alone on the bomb site, is at least safe to the backstabs. Cowers coming in real close though, wins that fight. Left to 2 now, out of the sight, and on for the retake.
And Descenti playing the angle like Coway should have done in the last round. Hold it down here towards ladder. Make sure there's no way that Fez could deny the bomb for going down either.
Good nade. Follow-up flashbang in. Fez wins that fight. Back within a manageable distance. The bomb gets planted at last.
Yeah, might as well go for it. You got plenty of money in the back. Even if you just look for exit frags and keep the round expensive.
Nade damage done again. Upgrades through the AK. Fairs double peaked. Dead to Cowards. His hands Inspire in a 1-on-3. Looking for the exits, and ZMB says no. Finally, FURIA with a round on round 11. It was utterly flawless from Flames up until that point, and they got caught with speed.
And this is something that has to be adapted to for FURIA Academy of, okay, let's continue to be aggressive. Let's try and put some more pressure down towards that mid portion. The only concern I do have is anti-rush nades, that there might be a nade stack to come through from connector up to top mid to just try and cancel that out.
FURIA not playing as one big unit anymore. Back to the spread around defaults into the mostly A-centered press. Speedy waiting, smokes up. He'll wait for the push.
Gonna be the A split. Now you've got Inspire still holding quite aggressively to look up towards top mid. Hansy's gonna have to be the guy to work with the information to look down towards underpass, make sure that he doesn't get caught off guard by Descenti or Cowers. Even Inspire can work with the vertical advantage.
That's what he'll do. Kill found. Speedy follows it up out towards that dark position. Brunino's going to fall. 5-on-3. Nice nade on ZMB. Bunny swinging forward as Speedy continues to aggress. Descenti did find that one pick back in connector. I'll provide a little bit of pressure against the A-site players, but still two more on the way in for the Flames Ascent.
Speedy just trying to waste time. Even Descenti needs to try and drag this fight out to the open.
Oh!
CT does catch Bunny, and now there's workability.
It's a big 3K in from Descenti. 2-on-2. In towards short control. Fez will make his way up. Inspire. Slow pushing. Trying to wait for his teammate to get to position as they try and go for the retake here. Kit is only on one man, so Fez has got to stay alive.
So many nades. Try and see if they could drive Descenti out to the open. Work that crossfire.
Oh.
Fez gets caught by ZMB.
Inspire will try lean forward, heard towards CT. Engagement for Descenti. Makes it a quadra. The hero for FURIA when they need him the most. Their second round on the board.
That was still a tough one. That had to come down to an incredible multi-frag in from Descenti, and I don't think Flames Ascent played that wrong at all. You've got Speedy down there towards under Balk. He's playing around the smoke. As soon as you realize, okay, he swung triple, you want to swing on the contact, you want your CT player to swing out in the open, and he didn't swing late. He just got turned on. That was just a very quick reaction coming through from Descenti. And a tactical timeout comes out quickly from the Danes because their money's actually crippled. This is going to have to be an eco.
Tactical timeout. First one called for the Flames Ascent. You mentioned the eco basis. I reckon that's the best thing to do right now. Second stage loss bonus. $2,400 in the bank account in the next round. Upgrade pistols at best. A bit of a half invest. Dooley, CZ. 5-7, a couple bits of Kevlar. And stacking towards the A site as FURIA lean to B.
You think to yourself, even the Kevlar players probably might not look for exits. Might as well hold on to it, bring it into the next round. Tried your luck with the gamble towards A, not to B. FURIA Academy just trying to get a foothold on stringing rounds in a row and just bringing back the deficit.
Well, it was to B, Dwight.
What's that?
They went to the B. They went to B.
They went to B.
It was to B. See?
It was. Yeah, yeah. Nice.
Julie's in for Hansi, trying to take contact against Koala. You're right about the exit frag position for Speedy and Fez especially. Kevlar might be valuable to Flames Ascent. Descenti. First contact out towards the boost up. Didn't quite find anything at all.
He takes damage and Koala doesn't. What's going on there?
CSGO is a glitched game, man. Like, I think we've all figured this out by this point. Exit frag positions held by the Pistols. I think they're going to get away in a market. Descenti. Make sure that he maintains his lifeline as 5 players alive. They do swing out towards the site itself, though. The Susan and Julie are trying to look for something, but nothing's going to get gained. Again, the focus was all about this next rifle. AWP in for Hansi, M4s on 2. Speedy and Bunny should follow suit.
Yeah, Bunny's been one of the high-fragging IGLs over the course of this group stage. Been incredibly impressive for the side of Flames Ascent. Looked at as the opening few games that we saw from them as one of the strong, capable riflers of the team. Flames Ascent not putting as much emphasis towards mid this round, so maybe that's the change that they're trying to bring into round 4.
Been decimated whenever FURIA have challenged for it for the most part. Especially in these latest few rounds when they've gone for the fast rush in towards short control and what have you. Similar story for the FURIA Academy side. No real mid presence outside of that one man up top mid. The real emphasis is all in the apartments. Utility back and forth from both sides. The AWP will grab that bomb and rotate.
And this is a strong, unorthodox crossfire. Your AWP slightly back passive, the M4 looking up to Palace. It means that Bunny can focus the attention on any walk-through that comes through from window or a quick rotate out to B.
60 seconds left. Smoke's in, Inspire. M4 leaning in against Brunino. Fez right behind him. Engagement needs to get found here. Body blocked on the way out. Damage being done. 2 line up. Only 1 kill found. Inspire barely escapes. Nade sent to the T side doing minimal damage. And now the execution comes in with Bunny in the back. Inspire should get caught very quickly. Indeed he is. There needs to be a trade back from the M4. It doesn't get much done. Speedy and ENCE, last 2 players remaining.
There's no surprise that Cowards is going to be the guy to get you out of trouble once again. It's come down to a bit of X factor in these rifle rounds that have actually been turned into victories. A couple of players like Ascent and Cowards to show up. And the 2 guys that we always expect are going to put in good performances. ENCE and Speedy holding on to the rifles. Now, they do have 2,900 loss bonus, so they will be on the bye next round, of course, being round 15. So ENCE will probably have to drop an M4A1S. Speedy could do the same, and then Fez buys himself.
The 4th to the board of FURIA. Flames. By looking like it should come through for the most part here. Of course, max loss bonus, and at this particular stage, kind of need to buy back. Round 15, no choice in the matter. SMGs will come through. M4s will be passed around. The Masters will get brought back, so it's not perfect, but it is a buy.
And FURIA Academy know that this is a good opportunity for them to start driving ahead when it comes to the scoreline differential, get a streak of themselves, turn it into even more going into the second half. Flames Ascent, bringing back that mid starts. You got Speedy, ENCE, and Bunny all in connector.
Damage done to ENCE to start things off. The T's making their way in quickly to the ace site. Molotov's down. ENCE's AWP picks up the first. Cowers into sandwich. Hold position. The flash is sent over for the CT side, making their ways in. Bunny was spotted. Swing back. Damage is done. Inspire credited with the kill. Diving in. Speedy can't read onto Brunino. As ZMB and Descent to get a couple trades back in the AWP. Not required with Bunny's P250 picking up the frag and making it 11-4 at the turn of the half for Flames Ascent.
They just continue to impress me. Every single game that I see from them, I see more depth, I see more creativity, and I see a very strong up-and-coming Danish team. But there's no surprises there at all. We know that if you look at the Danish scene for the last couple of years, down in some of the depths of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 scene, they just produce miracles. They produce incredible teams and incredible players. And while a lot of these guys from Flames Ascent aren't known to many players and many people, they're starting to put on one hell of a show in the Academy League.
Like I was saying over the last handful of days about what Flames have been able to achieve, the Copenhagen Flames organization as a whole. Even as a Tier 2 squad, they were aiding Danish talents that are now having places in the Tier 1 space. They've done a real good job at finding these players and building them up to be a team above all else. Pistols now brought in by the T side, an all-important one for Flames Ascent, and FURIA need to hold it to hold contention left in this matchup. Here they come. Utility sent over. Smoke seen. Inspire dives in at the jail position of Koala. Doesn't get anything for it. Fez and Speedy get those 2 kills to Senti. Caught off. Goosh down dead to the right of ENCE. It's a 2v5.
I actually haven't seen that before. So what Flames Ascent do is the B pop. They get the smoke down towards the market window, but see how the flash is late on purpose. They actually want to drive contact before that flash pops to get them into the site, to draw the attention away from as many of those CTs to the apartment rather than turn away from the anti-flash. That was very clever.
I wonder whose idea that was.
IGL's.
Coaches?
Between the 2 of them.
Stole something from the main team, perhaps? Maybe that's something in their scrims?
Nah.
Nah.
These guys got a better HLTV ranking. No, they don't, but they will.
I was about to say, I was like, I contest that particular point, but you know. 12-4 Flames pistol gain. As you mentioned, as I was mentioning just at the start of that round, it was a very important one for FURIA Academy. They couldn't afford to lose it, and well, they've just lost it.
Flames Ascent just being able to answer immediately, going into even round 17 could be important to their success. Force buy comes through, and we've seen this a couple of times in FURIA. Rather than forcing it down evenly, they actually try a couple of hero weapons, so try and force a few of those from Masters forward to be dropped in from other individuals.
The Masters bursted through, ENCE finding ZMB to kick things off. Eagle the Descenti trying to chime back in, shots not connecting, not quite finding much here. Teams will make their way up. It's Cowes for Marcin, for him. Deagle moving closer for FURIA, trying to find some sort of way to counteract the bomb plant. It's not going to happen. Fez finds the frag. He's sprayed back through that smoke at least, but Speedy with a responsive maintains the two-man advantage.
Descenti just trying to see if he can muster anything above this CT smoke. They should be saving already, though. There can't be much counteraction to go for this.
FURIA. Not moving at all. For Mars and Deagle, just not pressing forward. And Flames actually might force themselves into these extra frag positions. The Descenti is caught. Cowes known. Inspire better get this kill real quick for them. They're hunting down all these weapons. We'll take them all out of play. There's nothing left in for the CT side. All four alive for Flames. And there will be no buy for round 18.
At least we saw when I look back to Dust 2 yesterday for Flames Ascent, it was fairly competitive from the side of the Brazilians. You could see that they put a bit of a foothold in that first half, and then towards the tail end, that's where things got completely out of control. There has not been many points and many rounds that we can pinpoint in this affair of Mirage and say, it looked like FURIA Academy were going to turn it around.
And the little build back of 4 rounds on the first half was not quite even there for that matter. We saw the little return, but after a 10-0, you're really looking at the second half as the main chance of FURIA to try and gain control of this game. I think they may have been in the same sort of mindset here. Got a press forward from Cowes over on the apartments. Might catch one player off guard. The stack is in towards the A play. And indeed, Fez is dead, so that's a rifle.
And what a statement this must be from Flames Ascent, knowing that you're going to be able to beat FURIA Academy twice now. A team that's been here since the inception of the very first Academy League. The team that even in the 4th season was able to make a deep run to the playoffs.
Hold on, they're running into the stack, and Bunny has it marked. Inspire gets a kill. Brunino backs down towards the default position. Flanked in by Speedy. ENCE were holding the control. I was about to say for a second they were running into the 4-man stack, and there was possibilities in which maybe those pistols could have done some work. Did get a couple kills out of it. Of course, one on Cowes out towards the B lurk. Brunino, USP compounding the damage, and the AK at least gets save of FURIA. So a small consolation prize in a round that they weren't going to win, but a 14-4 scoreline for Flames Ascent. 2 more to the win.
And this does have to be looked at as an embarrassing point of view from some of the teams like an OG Academy, like FURIA Academy, that you are taking losses to Flames Ascent. These are the new guys on the block. This is the brand new team. This is the lineup that literally came together on the 30th of August. We haven't even got to a 2-month marker yet.
You just think about like the experience of players like a FURIA Academy, for instance, right? Like just the players, the lineup themselves, about coming in from the tier 2 to level of Brazilian sort of teams, and all this experience they've got in that particular scene. And in Flames Ascent, like, what have they done before? We haven't seen them at all prior to Academy League. That is what we're talking about. That is the difference between a lot of these established names and Flames Ascent. And it applies not only to FURIA, but as you mentioned, all the other squads that have conceded to them thus far. It's nothing but positives for this new blood, though. It's what the Academy League is all about, bringing up these guys and finding how good they really could be. Orps in, AK is Galil out for Inspire, FURIA, M4 set into the buyback. They're waiting for the execution.
They're going to come through from just the simple exit, out from ramp, out to Palace. Descenti, hoping that he just gets overlooked, hope that he gets overchecked. Brahino might get caught in the jump spot, wants to give himself a one-way smoke.
Daenerys put up here, Cowers with a kill onto Fez, kicks things off. Descenti in a firebox undetected as Cowers continues swinging. Hansi will get his kill back and Inspire will drop the bomb. 4 on 2, making it 1 speed. He does get 1 frag to return, see the player top a ticket booth, but can't stabilize a decent headshot, so FURIA have 1 back.
And the money position's not fantastic here at all for the Flames, so might have to just see a half. Hansi's down very low. If they do want to force it, then Speedy or maybe Inspire would be able to drop over a Galil to him and buy an AK himself. 14-5 with the scoreline. Seems like they just want to hero it. So just try and get as much out of Inspire as possible come this round.
Incendiary is thrown again for the CT side. Half invest around this AK for Flames. They can get the rifles out for round 21. Let's see what damage they can do on this BXE.
It's all about being able to force Koala in the open, make it uncomfortable for the B side anchor. Descenti rotating down onto the post. Now you got 2 crossfires on B. This is going to be tough to break.
Spray through, kill on 2, triple, quadra, not quite the ace. Descenti got most of the work done, however. Inspire will get picked up by Koala. Nothing lost for FURIA of any particular note. The guns are back for Flames Ascent.
At FURIA Academy, just trying to give themselves some wiggle room. We saw that light little burst of a streak towards the tail end of the first half. They need to try and be able to bring something similar and stretch it even further. Galil down for Hansi. AKs for everybody else. A good rifle round in for the Danes. Try and bring some pace up towards top mid.
Lashes, all sorts, sent in towards that mid control. A lot of them available for Flames Ascent. Forcing FURIA to fall back for the moment. Will regain connected control, but Sniper's Nest completely vacated on the CT side.
Descenti keeping his eyes locked. Flash forward for Cowes. It is actually Koala the first one to fall, and Bunny doubles up.
He's been great so far in this matchup. 22 kills deep. Another 2K sequence to add to what's been many, many more multi-frags for him. ZMB, nade sent out towards short. Smokes at the ready as well. Will start the action from Fairs. He is going to check that apartment's window. Get the headshot in to find a trade.
And knowing that Bunny is still around here towards that chair position, they would have had an inkling of that. We're now starting to see a slight over-rotation. You've got Descenti moving that AWP towards CT spawn. Bunny might be able to cut the rotate off of ZMB if they do get the bomb towards the A site.
Rotation slowly in position, 45 seconds on the clock. Smokes are sent. 35 seconds as Brunino makes it a 3-on-3. Bunny to 4. Hansi sending in Descenti to 4 points of HP on that AWP picked up by the Galil. Now they're on the side. Oh, they catch Brunino, a pixel peeking out of the right-hand side of that smoke. Still he gets the kill in and falls away. The bomb plant can be secured. Molotov put back behind the danger box. No, it actually lands in the front side of it. And both T-side players escape to the stairs.
Only one of them got seen, though. It's still a lack of information. They could play off one another, and they've got a lurk smoke, too.
Inspire. Speedy making noise. Engagement goes the way of the T side. And Brunino is out of there, saving his own AK. 15-6. Match point for Flames Ascent for the second game against FURIA Academy.
I don't know about that, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, ZMB's got plenty of money. Cowboys has got plenty of money. Koala can buy. Brunino's going to be able to buy next round. The only limitation is Descenti. Hey, there's not even a go in that 1v2.
Brunino at least keeps that rifle in for the next round. FURIA. The concern now is the 9-round comeback. We've seen worse so far today, Dweg. Let's see whether FURIA are going to do the impossible for the second time tonight. AWPs in, M4s, AKs. Across the entire T-side board, of course, on the AK to front. ZMB's AWP is going to get forced out of Sniper's Nest with the Molotov's thrown there. And the swap for the smoke. Finding Inspire, kicking things off.
And now the reactive ability is to try and get a little bit quicker out here towards the A tempo, put pressure down towards CT spawn. In fact, the NWP's actually turned it into a couple of picks.
5 on 3 with ENCE falling to the big green. FURIA, very little damage done, let alone trade potential here. Bomb will go to the site, will try get planted. Yorp scoped in, finally finds Fez. Open plant for connector. Bunny's going to get spammed up and just about gets the bomb in time. Speedy in a 1 on 5 though. Surely should not do much from this. Nade sent to him will keep him at low HP. Sprayed through, gets a 2k, not 3. It's 7 for FURIA.
A decent effort there from the Flames, but not to be. Now, they've got no loss bonus. They've got a bomb plant, so probably very light on the eco going the next round. Can't expect to buy on the table at all. FURIA Academy, it's all about survival.
At this stage, that is certainly true. 8 to go to overtime, of course. And the buy for Flames not looking as confident as it might have done for FURIA in the previous round. Upgrades will get bought in P250s, but that is all.
Just focusing all your main attention back here on round 24. Plenty of rounds to close it down for the Flames. They've proved themselves to be the dominant team in this matchup. As for FURIA's point of view, they just don't want to lose any of those AKs. Keep them in play for Cowes and Koala.
Ascent finding ENCE. Inspire has slipped past 2. Koala, knife. He's seen 2. He's caught the knife. There it is. AK picked up, swing back to the headshot. That's a 3 on 3. And now this round is on.
It absolutely is. A couple of players up with rifles, whether you've got armor or not. This is workable. Get yourself back out to the B apartments. Now, ZMB is going to be the only player out to B. And if he gets baited, if they run over the top, try and beat him with some pace and put pressure onto the AWPer, he might just crumble.
Stuck back in the back corner, pressured in, footsteps heard. There's one shot. Second one, not connecting, and that's all you need to get to the site. 2v2 at least being brought back by that AWP. But now it's the retake for FURIA.
And they would have heard Cowes coming through from that marker control. Going to start walking further forward.
Speedy's not going to swing. Backs up in the apartments as well. Got to account for. Cowes shoulder peeks out. Speedy's going to get caught, and they know exactly where Inspire is. Smoke, flash rather, excuse me, sent onto the site. And slowly but surely, Brunino's going to make his way around. Catch that headshot in the end. FURIA will make it work. Decent damage done for an eco, however, on the Flames Ascent side. I don't reckon it will make much of a difference in the rebuy, though.
No, it won't, but it takes one of the AKs out of play. They had 2 of them into that round. Now they've only got 1, so that's little less firepower to play up against come round 24. The Flames Ascent got incredibly close to stealing that completely. And that's going to be confident for the Danes, knowing if we can do that on basic eco pistols, mate, think what we're going to do in this next rifle round.
Let's have a look-see. Be their next best chance to get this matchup under wraps. The AWP ZMB has other plans though. Kill found. ENCE's AWP picks back 1 in the mid control. They've been fantastic at controlling with the AWP battles here for FURIA Academy. 4 on 4. Look at how Fez is extended. Does Koala read this? He might not do. I think he does. Yep, he's seen him. That's an advantage.
There's a slight aggressive play coming through from ZMB. Now, he was down there towards underpass. Rather than peeking back out to the mid side, he's actually walked even further forward. Speedy's got a pick down on A. That opens up the bomb site for a moment before Cowes comes into jungle.
Yeah, low HP on Speedy. Wasn't going to win another fight. Ooh,
oh,
I think the backstab's been seen. Yep, ZMB's got to deal with potentially a 2-pronged attack. He's watching out for Inspire at the moment. Inspire's going to peek him. No utility. The shot gets missed. That's a 2-on-2 again.
And that's a sitter, and that's Flames Ascent putting that pressure down. Cowes is going to go for another info play, but while that's happening, they're going to start speeding things up and moving towards either top mid or the apartments.
Top mid seems to be the call. AWP taking control here.
Should smoke down short, go B.
Seems to be the best call for them. I mean, they could just completely avoid short entirely because this push forward means that there's no one watching it, and that could be information played against. In fact, that's what they'll do. Does Koala get caught off guard with this?
Perhaps not, knowing that he's still jiggling down the angle, thinking that there could be an avenue of a slight lean forward from Sniper's Nest.
Oh, and turn away from Market. AK spray from Inspire catches the kill. Now it's up to Cowes to clutch.
1v2, got to get out towards that short position. No nades whatsoever. At least he's got a kit.
Working inland. AK in his hand, needs the taps, needs the shots, the AWP watching the market doorway. The smoke will start to fade, the footsteps will be heard, and there's the pick for HYNCE. 16-8, Flames Ascent have done it again, beating out the favourites in FURIA Academy. Their full team this time falling apart with what was a 10-0 start and the exact same scoreline as last time.
What a result, again, coming through from Flames Ascent. And, mate, they keep proving some good victories. The hard work is paying off. FURIA Academy, very disappointing from their starts. We saw them up against Apeks Rebels. Maybe we have to look a little bit deeper in that and say, well, that is not enough of a judgment to give us an idea on what they're going to be like against other teams.
I honestly thought today was going to be their day, man. Look, that first result against Apeks looked so dominant and so much more contrasting from the bases. Even when you take a look at how that match played out, from just the eye test of how FURIA Academy handled themselves, they looked like a completely different team compared to yesterday. I thought that was going to translate over today, but you're right. Flames continuing to put wins on the board, now evening up their starts in the table, and that means there's a fourth contender in terms of that top 4 position, Dwayne. I am very excited, and I think Flames might be doing some very silly things in the coming few days.
Well, let me put it this way. I'll be surprised if Flames don't make top 4 because they have played beautiful Counter-Strike. They've worked off each other very well. It might be tough to get wins against the top teams in the group. I mean, a lot of teams are going to be in that position. I think if you put them up against the Na'Vi that we saw in the double head-to-header or another one against fnatic, it might not be easy. Everybody other than that, I think, is beatable for this team.
I reckon so too, actually. I wouldn't have agreed with you up to coming into this season. I don't think you would have said it, if we're being honest, coming into this season. But the way that they've handled themselves looks extremely good. And I think Flames Ascent might be one of the key dark horses of this season. 4 for 4 in their record at this moment in time in the group stage. And we head to a break into our last match of the day. We've got Big Academy taking on Spirit to see whether the Ukrainians can trump the Germans after the break. Welcome back to the Academy League. We're into our last match of the evening, but another long one with our 7 best of ones in Spirit Academy and Big Academy. We look to try and close things out by biting for a spot within the top 2 right now. They are 2nd and 3rd in Group B. Dwayne, and Big might hold contention above Spirit for the time being, but I think the first thing to entertain is that recently that form has started to take a bit of a dip. Very inconsistent so far for the Big Academy squad.
And this has almost been an upsetting group stage, which is wild to say to a team that's still got more wins than they do losses. But I think we hold them to a very high track record. They're a team that have consistently always done very well in Academy Leagues. Even with the core of this lineup for the last few seasons, they're a top team in the group. They strive for excellence. They go into deep runs. And we have just seen wild affairs from them in this group stage and not anything that can draw parallels to previous seasons.
It's very much a difficult affair to try and cut your chops with Big Academy in this group when you consider that they constantly come 3rd place, 1st placed in most of their groups over the course of the last few seasons. And as well as that, we're coming off the back of a number of close affairs in the last few Academy League seasons. Last season was a 2nd place position. So we are talking about a very awkward, 3rd place position, I should say, rather. So we are talking about a very good team by comparison to previous seasons, and it feels like that's just not being replicated here. I mean, a lot of people tend to say, oh, Sin was the reason why this has happened here, and this one roster change for Big Academy that I don't think is really enough. I mean, what are your thoughts on that one? Do you think that has really rattled this roster to its core thanks to that move?
It's going to be an element. I don't think it's going to be the factor. I mean, Sim was obviously a great player. There's no denying that at all. And it's understandable why he had the opportunity of moving forward. But since Tizian's come into the mix, I think he's brought a lot of experience. He's been able to bring quite a lot of fragging potential, some of those clutch rounds, some of the important situations. I think he's been a highlight entity, which is wild to say because I don't think we're expecting that from Tizian. We're not expecting him to be like a star player or someone that's going to impress us. But yet when we look at the numbers and when we look at the impact, he's normally up there at the highest end of the board. So the question is, where are the others?
I don't know if I didn't expect him to be the star individual of this team, but obviously, given
absolutely.
That, listen, he's the guy that obviously came down from the academy side, from the main side rather. So he's come down from the main big squad to sort of support the academy team, and now as a result, like you can expect him to have those numbers because of his level of experience. I think the concern is obviously him applying that experience to the rest of the squad and giving them the leg up they need to develop their careers, which I don't think we've been seeing as of right now for Big Academy. Admittedly, it's only been about a week, so that's fair enough in that sort of sense. But in terms of the results, Spirit have a decent chance, I think, to take this one over the big side. In terms of the head-to-heads, they have been pretty back and forth in best of threes over the last couple of seasons. The last best of 1 win went the way of the Spirit side, the big side rather, if I do recall correctly. That was 16-7 on Dust 2 last week as well. But this time on Nuke might be a bit of a different story for me. I feel like Spirit probably is the best team to bank on just because of how inconsistent Big can be.
Well, let's just take that marker as an example. They have a good victory against Spirit Academy. It's a 16-7 win on Dust 2. You've got an excellent track record of 4-1. And then you end up going up against MIBR Academy. Okay, one of the teams that got their first win here today, but it had a very difficult time. You get taken to overtime, and then you go up against ENCE Academy in what should be a leg up for you guys, and you're getting rolled over. So I'm also backing the Spirit Academy side. I think that they proved themselves to be incredibly capable last season. And I think they've just shown us the finer details when it comes to this group stage, even if their track record is slightly different from one another.
Well, Nuke, of course, is the map being played out between these two teams, as I said a moment ago. Very different from the Dust 2 best of 1 we saw last week. We have actually seen a head-to-head between these two teams back in Season 5 during, I believe, the playoffs of the last season position. This was an overall best of 3 victory for Big, and Nuke was won out by Big in 22-18 fashion. So I'm not really sure how much we can rest on that previous map as a discussion point in terms of how well we can weigh this map into conversation. So how do we feel about Nuke overall?
Well, we know, we've mentioned it in previous broadcasts, that it's a map that in best of threes often gets picked by the Spirit Academy team. They were the ones that picked it in that upper bracket semi-final in the playoffs last season. We've also seen in quite a lot of other events when best of 3 contexts apply. Nuke is a map that does tend to be leaned in more so in favor of the Ukrainian squad. So it's a map that's shown us some good tenure. We look back at the 16-8 result, the comfortable win against Astralis Talon, even overtime against ENCE Academy. I remember them being down by quite quite a margin in that one. They were always on the back foot to climb it forward, and they ended up pushing it all the way to overtime, closing it out in the end. So we've seen some good nukes from them over the course of this group stage.
Currently on a 3-map winning streak on Nuke in Academy League and across the entire Tier 2 space as of right now. So feels like the most appropriate map for Spirit to go in towards, and that's just even more reason for me to believe this is going to be theirs to take. Yes, it was big taking this Nuke last time we saw it against these two teams, but I don't think that's going to be a factor here. I think that it, due to the fact it being an overtime success and a double overtime at that, I feel like right now Spirit have the leg up, and again, I'm banking on that much more consistent basis to hold its solid nerve against Big, who might take the dip down in today's proceedings. We'll find out whether that really does apply as we get to the pistol round of our last match of the day between Spirit Academy and Big. Spirit on the CT side with the USPs.
And I'm going to be looking out for Hyped again. I think he's been a guy on Nuke from time to time for Big Academy, and throughout the course of this group stage that's impressed us the most out of any other player from this German side. So whether he can find that form and find that leg up in a positivity point of view. Owner trying to spot for some information towards outside from the back of Credit.
Couple of shots sent back here for Spirit. Unable to connect many of them though. Damage being done to Tizzy, at least connecting to the kill, of course. PT-15 for Hyped. Falls away from position.
You can see Big Academy just trying to see if they can prod towards outside, pull a slight mistake, but end up just relocating, getting back into the lobby control. Baz and Donk are still fairly aggressive towards the hub control and near the squeak door.
Minute on the clock. And there's the goosh onto Donk. Return fire now for Big. Still not finding a kill yet on either side. Donk's going to get back to the close bank corner. See one man dropping into. Okay! Baz just caught 2 headshots with Donk getting one of his own. Instant capitulation there for Big Academy. Tizian can get one. That bomb can get picked up, committed to the site. As Sky finds one back on the outside, it'll still be a 2v3.
It looked as if that bomb was just going to commit towards a lower bomb site. Instead, it's coming back up from the secret control. And look at Artfrost. This is a perfect position to set up a crossfire with Baz.
USP continuing to hold. Both players extremely low, giving Artfrost the kills. 2 of them in. Pistol game by Spirit, confident.
Now, I like ripping in, Jay. I like being critical. I don't think I can rip in that round. That is just unfortunate. You've got a lurk smoke, you try and run down the vent, and you're being triple goned. Like, what do you do about that? You've got Baz and Donk just spamming bullets through that smoke, and there are some excellent connections. For Big Academy, that's just one of those where, okay, we just got spammed, nothing we can do, let's focus on the next round.
I was going to say, because when you said rip in, I was like, oh god, what are you going to give against the big side right there? Maybe the only thing you could argue about is getting caught up on the the left hand or the right hand side of the vent.
It can be tough with the smoke, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think you can give him criticism for, because you're right. It looks like a collateral USP shot as well from Baz. So just instantly, situation turns in the favor of Spirit, and they never let go of that advantage until the end of the round. Kill found already against Aqua. Owner with that pick. SMGs engaging towards the A site control. Towards the outside, Sky should try and face. It's a harsh eco in any way from Big Academy. Looking towards the guns to come through early in the next.
Zontic's going to be up against the Rat Rush, swing out to the open, going to get a line up with that M4. Now notice what Artfrost did there. So there wasn't a bomb plant in the round, so they know Big Academy aren't going to force buy. I'll invest myself into some head Kevlar and a P250, but I don't want to buy down into an SMG or a rifle because I want the big green. And Artfrost, while there's been some games where he has gone missing in the victories that have come forward from Spirit Academy, he has been an impressive AWPer.
Spirit side, we up against the guns now. Big again, focused entirely on these rifles. The AKs, the Galil. Utility in for the most part. SMG still rocking on Baz and Donk. Bonus weapons for Spirit Academy.
Just knowing that there's a lot of lobby control in here for Big Academy is going to offer up what they can do in the mid portion of the round. Spam forward. Zontix gets dropped as that smoke starts to clear.
Great kill from Process. Artfrost revealing himself, trying to look for wallbangs. Getting closer to landing one of them, but not quite the shot to connect. No damage done to Big.
Even Owner towards outside isn't seeing a massive amount. Artfrost is repositioned back passive outside. allowing that setup to be baited in from Owner. Now, Process has gained that ramp control and waiting to see if there's a reaction to come through from Hell. Not to be until they're going to rotate Baz down to the lower bomb site with that MP9 to focus on the ramp drop down in case there is anything to lower.
As Tizzy and Catching Owner getting overly aggressive. Frag on, starting things off for Big Academy. Smokes towards the outside, trying to protect against any particular AWP position. It's not a perfectly foolproof smoke. Make his way past the CT line. It's a 5-on-3 game for Big here.
It seems like it's going to be the upper crunch, and Tizian can late lurk into heaven. Should get caught off by the AWP, but Donk and Baz are so far away towards Secret that this is probably just going to be a harsh save.
As SMGs weren't going to do much in the first place anyway here. Bomb passed up and over, flashes to support. Bit awkward there from Hyped. Artfrost did catch Tizian on the outside, but the site has fallen. And they might lean in to try to look for some exits here. That M4 grab from Donk as well. I don't think it will be a retake, though. I think you're right.
Yeah, there's no point. I like the position there from Artfrost. You wait for a pick towards outside. It's a little bit more of a gamble. You're trying to see if you can catch the heaven rotate and dive Big Academy down into the vent drop, get them towards that lower bomb side, or start to work outside with Tizian's point of view. Now, when I look back at the head-to-head that we saw only a couple of days ago, look at Dust 2, Tizian actually had a great performance. 27 kills, 14 deaths, 133 ADR, and a 1.70 rating. Might be a player once again to watch out in this head-to-head.
Do love how Baz extending around to try and look for the other dropped M4. We did get a Galil out of that one, so it's rifles in play for all players, save from Spirit. They should be able to buy around this weapon, these weapons as well. So 3 M4s, Galil, AWP. That's the setup.
I think that's everything that you want out of a bonus round. You've always got to play a little bit more high risk. You don't want to be losing any of the money state of it. So upgrading a couple of those SMGs over to rifles, keep that AWP in play and buy around it. Put that pressure immediately back on into round 4.
M4 set, damage done, straight through from Dong, lines up a double, doesn't quite connect the second threat pick. Aqua is low HP, and Process has been tagged on this occasion. Both players are downstairs now, running right into the hands of the CT player of Ono, who catches both those picks, and Big fall apart again.
Just great information call. They heard that bomb drop in the vent, so that's the tell. It's a vent drop. We've got a kill. There's another player down there that's going to try and pick it up. Owner quickly repositions down to the lower bomb site. Now they've given up ramp, so they have to expect to themselves the only walk is probably ramp or outside. Those are the only 2 angles that they can come in from.
Sky and Hyped playing together. Trying to find a workaround to the position that they found themselves in. Slow in from the AK. And backing up towards CT spawner. Save those guns. There's no round here for Big. It'll be 3-1.
And I do think to myself, Jay, is the vent dive worth it? Because this has been 2 rounds now that the vent dive has been offered up. And both times it's just been mass damage. This might have to be something that Big look at and go, vent dive's normally very good for us, but not in this head-to-head. Not against Spirit. There's a certain protocol, there's a certain positional advantage that they're finding off of the back of us, because the bomb was trying to dive into the vents, and it's so much information off of the back of it. Owner comes down, they're able just to completely siphon the round off from that initial dive.
Even if they may try and stagger the vent dive, you know, for a little bit, rather than just rushing straight into the hands of the CT side, who, as you mentioned, are dealing with it well. Maybe trying the tactics out towards the A side, but it might come a little bit of a similar sort of set of baggage for Big Academy. Guns will stay in. The rebuy should be found. I'm seeing 3 AKs out on the T side, so yes, they will reinvest with the Galil out. So those rifles do hold contention. Small tech pause before we go any further here. Regardless, Big have those weapons, and now need to just find a little bit of a better basis.
And just for Big's counterpoint, I think trying to get more out of some of the riflers. We've obviously seen from Hype that he's been very consistent. 7 maps, positive 33 KD difference so far in this season of the Academy League. But when I look at guys like Sky and even Process, I think they've shown us more in previous events, in previous seasons, haven't seen them at tip-top shape, and that comes off the conversation again. 2 seasons in a row, they went 9 wins and 1 loss. They're now down 4-3, and we've even come into this head-to-head today thinking that Spirit Academy are going to be the favourites, so that on record could be a 4-4.
Smokes on a suppress here for the CT side. Zontix creeping up in position. Spirit make their way in with Baz trying to set the utility in on the defensive line. Stops them from making their way in at Squeaky Door. There is no vent dive this time, Thweg, so you get your wish on that regard. Big play the outside.
Haven't seen much of Artfrost at all, only because there has not been much direction towards outside at all in this first half from them. We're now going to see some of those cross smokes going down. That AWP might have to reposition ever so slightly. Owner playing out from Secret. We know he's been loving this area over the course of the group stage.
M4 looks above the smoke. Well placed by Owner. Double up. Can't quite get found. Runs out of ammo. That nade will come in to do some damage. It lands a little bit too far past Sky. And the AWP set towards the A side this time. So continuing to play away from Artfrost's position.
Even Owner just gets down towards lower. Jiggle pick up for some information and jump phase towards that secret angle. Now, Donk is still holding in Garage, so if Big Academy start working outside to split into main, that's where he could do the damage.
There comes the kill. A double up for Donk. Decimating all that facing, including Sky, who got tagged up earlier by Owner. Hyped in a 1-on-5, and Spirit are taking full control of this one.
Hyped eventually cuts off one of the rotates down to the lower bomb site, but the damage has been done. And I've got to look at this and say, anytime I see a smoke towards that secret angle, just don't peek. Because how many times have we seen Owner with those one-ways over the course of the game against ENCE Academy, in the game against Australis Talon, in the game against Prospects? They've got to know this by now, that if you see any utility down there at secret, it's a one-way, and Owner's going to be playing with it.
The common mistakes being made here by the Academy, or the Big Academy at least. Spirit looking so far, so flawless for them. Funny you mentioned that you haven't seen much of Artfrost, and he's still on 4 picks and 1 below the top fragger of Donk.
Kills are misleading.
For the AWP, certainly that can apply. One time they play towards outside is the one time he plays inside, so I wonder when we're going to see one of those big AWP sequences from him. Tech pause for now. Fix up issues and get back into the game as soon as possible.
And just even going back on the Tizian discussion, the reason why I can't see, or he shouldn't be, a star player on this Big Academy side is because look at the role that he plays. He's never been a star player. He's always been more supportive. He's always setting guys like Tabson up on the main roster and guys like Sirison. So when he comes down, you don't want too much adaptation from him. Obviously, he can use his experience, and individually, he's going to be strong, but he shouldn't be a star player because that's not the role that he offers for any lineup that he's a part of.
Tight, engaging up against Owner, picking up the frag. Nade to return, drop that AK up on Silo, unrecoverable, not quite as recoverable, I should say, for Big Academy. 4-on-4 as a result.
Even if it is, what are they going to do with it? That's an excellent trade coming through from the outside individual for Donk, because no one else has got armor. So you pick up the AK, and it's pretty much useless. And Tabson. We remember the game yesterday against ENCE Academy, Jay, and it felt like he was by himself. 22 kills, 17 deaths. Winning 2 clutches in that game as well. So you wonder if that's going to be the same thing here today. On this eco, they pick up the AK, they get another kill onto Donk. It's back to a 3v3, but this isn't a position to me that looks all that winnable, and even that AK gets dropped outside.
Running into the only position that Artfrost could have connected a shot, and finally we see a bit of that AWP potential. Frag is found. AK does get recovered at least by Aqua, so that's something. Without Kevlar, without utility, without backup from Process. Feels like it should be a formality for Big. Spirit should gain 5. Listen, M4's also picked up by Process, so now a bit manageable for them in terms of trying to take the site itself. One player seen, second player out from heaven, swing of the headshot. Kill for out of the seconds, and there it is.
Easily done. 5-1 is the scoreline for Spirit Academy. For a moment, you think, okay, there's a hero AK, it's got in for a couple of kills. Does anything else present itself? No. No is the answer to that one. The money is proper strong, and that could be the concern here for Big Academy, that if they don't strike in quickly on this T side, it's just going to be too strong to reset.
Weapons. Well, back for the big side, the AK. All 5 players. Owner, very aggressive in from Spirit Academy. We saw a little bit out of him from this position in previous matches. And towards the edge of that smoke, Tizian's going to see him first. Find the frag and kick things off.
It does just get caught on a timing. Over-aggressing when Tizian does the exact same thing. The Big Academy with a man advantage. Haven't seen many of those. Resmoke goes down towards the squeak door to stop any explosion out from that area. Now, Baz will have to focus some of the attention down on towards the main wraparound. Artfrost with the reposition has gone back away from ramp and over towards outside.
Yeah, okay, watching and prodding. Smoke sent. Molotov's backed up by Baz. Straight through, damage taken. Transfers it back to the double. Not quite the triple, but Donk is there on the rafters. Gets his double of his own. Sky with a trade responsive and brings in Zontix. One-on-one situation. This is manageable now, but he's on 13 HP.
Well, he goes down towards that main position. Sky's going to pick up that bomb, try and get back out to the ramp control, or reposition towards Squeak Door. If he goes ramp, he could dive lower quickly.
Artfrost is ready, though. He's already on the way in. And it's a wraparound from Sky. He's readjusted to this. 20 seconds. He'll make his way onto the A site.
Now, this is well played from Sky. Now, he is still low HP, and Artfrost can rotate up from the vent control. He's got an incendiary to work with, too, so he can put that back to the back of the default silos.
Sky's hearing the footsteps. It's going all the way around. Back out from Secret in the way he came. Footstep heard, smoke on, perfect placement from Sky. Artfrost knows the angling. Holds the AWP, blind shots, P250's looking for one good bullet. Sky gonna elevate himself away from those common pre-fire angles, and Artfrost without the kit, and now without the time. He'll fall back and save, and Sky has done it on his lonesome. It's a second round for Big Academy.
And that's an incredible clutch coming through from Sky, because it didn't look like a massive amount of backing was going to get created in that round. You could see that Baz was able to multi-frag, Donk does the same, and that is frustrating if you are both of those A players, because I don't think that you could have done any more. You had the top Mustang angle, and from the back there, the default silo, and you do enough with the trades, but those rotates up in heaven just get cancelled, and Artfrost just gets baited, thinks about that rotation down to the lower bomb side, doesn't quite come in. A second round for Big, a much-needed round from them.
3 to the difference still for Spirit's lead. However, a long way to come back for Big. As you mentioned, they got the start. The rebuy is immediate from Spirit Academy. Artfrost has so much money. Saving the AWP. M4's crossed the rest of the board for Spirit Academy.
Owner sees those smokes outside, and straight away, down into the vent control, getting it over close towards that secret angle. Aqua playing out from lobby. You got Sky with a little bit more presence being shown to ramp, and a single lurk from Tizian on the outside contact.
M4 checking for Zontix. Falling back away as the T's make their way in. Turning away the AWP of Artfrost. Molotov sent back. Shots not quite taken. Zontix hiding. Sky caught dead. All important start for the Spirit side. Donk is going to follow suit as well. And Hyped drops the bomb rather to the 2K. 9 HP for Zontix, backed up by a teammate. They do lose owner, but they're unaware of how close Zontix really is. Triple foul for him. And now Process is left alone in the clutch. They won't even get that far.
The Spirit Academy are incredibly confident with a lot of their player styles. I was looking at that one round there from Zontix and thinking, he's got a kill. Dong's done the same. Just fall back, mate. Fall back. And what does he do? He just double pumps straight back into it. And I think that's what catches so many of these teams off guard, is that the play style they offer up, they're extremely confident. They love their double peaks. And for Big Academy, dealing with Zontix at ramp and then finally to that lower bomb site was an issue and something that they just couldn't really do.
The Eagles in for big now. Harsher Eco. Nades up. Owner diving away. Artfrost picks up Tizian. That's a start. That's a kill. And a follow suit from Baz for Aqua. Sky gets one to trade once again. Oh, the shot not connecting for Artfrost, however. Hyped does manage to make it a second, so it's kind of getting a little bit expensive here for Spirit. The adjustment from Artfrost is just still so solid. A triple for him. 7-2. Spirit Academy. 1 to take in the half.
It still hasn't taken a death yet. We saw him ending up going for the save in that 1v1. And because he has been so passive, he's been deep towards CT spawn, he's been out towards hell. He's not a hyper-aggressive AWPer. He won't put himself in a lot of advantageous positions to get a pick and get traded instantly. So you'll see a lot of retreating from Artfrost in the playstyle.
Kind of wish he would have missed out that last kill and not gotten the assist. That way it would have been reverse James Bond. 7-0. Spirit resting on his consistency and his just stellar performance as of right now. But not just that. Like, in general, the team has been looking pretty good. Owner's had his moments. Zontic's had his moments. Donk, of course, playing from those rafters effectively. Now playing up in heaven at the moment. Ready for the execution. Coming in very quickly for Big Academy. Fast rush dealt with on Process's part. 2 kills for Baz's 1. Artfrost will also fall. There's his first death. The way we jinxed it. Now it's onto the retake for Owner and Zontix. Now just Zontix alone.
It seems like it might be coming down to a bit of X Factor here for the Big Academy side. And Zontic's going to put himself in at least exit fragging, searching, knows that there's so much money left here. And let's consider the idea of where the last 2 rifle rounds have strung from. It's been the likes of Sky winning that 1v3, and then that round is Process. So it might just be that to gather rounds on the T side, we need to see a little bit of an X Factor, a massive multi-frag, and they've come down to actually connections to the upper bomb side.
A little bit of success for Big Academy. How will Spirit adjust towards that, though? Flashes in. Oh, what a leg shot. Tag through and hype. 60 HP down.
Artfrost hasn't seen the next player swing out into the open. That's Tizian getting to the back of T-Red. Owner expecting that there could be another vent drop. Reposition himself in the further corridors to that lower bomb side. Artfrost is now actually taking the ramp control and rotating the rifler of Zontix away. Haven't seen the AWP in this position.
Trying to find an angle to play with, hoping that they're going to get a bit more, or he himself get a bit more aggressive. Unless he extends deep into the trophy room, he's not going to see much of Process. Tizian walking out to the secret position. Owner shoulder baiting. Didn't see him. He did. Smoke up. Instant suppress.
It just wastes time. Minute on the clock. Now for Big Academy, it does feel as if it could just be a ramp take to dive into that lower bomb site and to regroup up with Tizian to put pressure down at lower. Baz still keeping his eyes out for the squeak door wraparound. Could even be the vent drop.
45 seconds. Molotovs and flashes sent over. Donk just waiting for his move forward, as is the rest of Spirit Academy. Big need to make a move now.
It seems like it's a lower fake. They're going to go up here.
Smokes up. Molotov sent. Spirit still watching for contact. They're hearing all these footsteps. They know that they're out here. Finally, Aqua gets his kill. Baz at the backside. Back his turn. Focuses on Process, and Aqua finds the responsive. 4-on-3 for Big Academy.
And that was an excellent round from them. Good timing, strong utility usage, and that's something that you can expect from Big Academy on T-sides, is just excellent protocols with the nades. Those flashes were so on point. Donk and Baz just couldn't see a thing.
Owner down next, and Big have found their form at last. 4-2 the board. The guns staying in for Zontix and Artfrost. They don't have a choice. Big won't go for the hunt either. Guns will stay in at least. Actually, one player will go for the hunt. Zontix will pick him up. Snake to be retrieved. Little something gained. How to hold their guns, hold their weapons. Ooh, maybe not actually. Artfrost thought that bomb was a lot further back than he actually did. 5 HP for Zontix. There's a lot of damage sustained by Spirit Academy. Might even be an eco here.
I was actually thinking there was going to be a force-up if they had the AK and AWP being saved. But now it's probably just going to be a half. It's a little bit more difficult to justify the full-on force with only one rifle being saved.
tactical taken by Spirit as a result. Could have been a far better basis for them, but it's not. So see the 5-7s in for 2. Deagle on Zontix. USP for Owner. Won't even invest much here. Not even Kevlar for him. The truest of half buy is passed off. Eventually finds the Deagle. And the AWP. Only thing saved.
Have a chat with Sofix. Try and see if he can use some of his experience to counter what Big are doing towards that upper bomb site, because that's been the difficult task for Spirit Academy. They've been doing fine towards ramp and towards outside, but defending against those upper hits, that's where the lack of success is coming in from.
You know, 5-7 inserted a bit more deeper here for Baz. Pistol, of course, against the rifles. Probably should be overwhelmed by Big at some particular point. Zontix with his AWP of Art Frost. Leaning up to catch them. Minute and 15 left on the clock. Molotovs are gonna miss out of a process. That's not great. Art Frost can continue sneaking in as the opposition will start the push forward. 5-7 will be protected. They're in towards Squeaky, and the kill found by Process is traded back by Donk. 4-on-4.
And just try and hold that leverage out towards a hut control. They don't know about the last few players out in lobby. Tizyun might be able to come away with a couple of the Zontix.
Picking into Art Frost though, that's going to be the casualty back to a 3-on-3. AK still in for Zontix here. Owner around towards Garage. Won't be able to recover the AK that was dropped in lobby, of course. Bomb plant secured. No way forward for Spirit Academy at this stage. Big. Going to hold the round, and Zontix and Art Frost will look for the exits. Making their way into that Deagle position. Owner gets one pick. They're going to go for this. Diffuse kit. Oh, they're off it. They're off it. Oh, Zontix is detected by Sky, and he just comes back in time. Damaging round there for Big. They nearly stole it.
That was an excellent effort, and it just comes down to trying to put pressure. He actually had a smoke, so I would have liked to have seen the smoke go down onto the bomb. Make it easier to actually stick the defuse. Not to be. Big Academy. At least they rotate back in quickly, dive back up from that vent control, get themselves in to deny any opportunity. Art Frost was there out in lobby to try and keep that orb on the sideline in case anyone rotates up from main or from the vents, but not to be. Good effort, but it's still the round for Big Academy.
Nades in, flashes over, fast plays in from Big. Against the pistols, the rifles are brought back here for Baz and Co. Baz will be traded, damage has been done to Sky. Bomb plant can be secured, but it'll be a 4-on-4 with a HP advantage for the retake.
Dog not being able to deny that bomb from going down. Big Academy might just have done enough in this post plant.
Body blocks heard of those incendiaries. Molotov sent up by the T side. Flashing as well to try and keep Zontix burning. Third smoke on towards Mini, and a Molotov sent up as well. Extinguished by the smoke that was put up there at the paint cans. Spirit have got to make a move in now. They're running out of time. AK a Process holds his nerve, gets Dong as he detects the position, doubles up on Zontix. Hypes gets his kill on Art Frost, and Owner is left to own his mistakes, own positions on the outside, get a kill on Process at least. But it will be round 6 for Big.
And this has actually been a very hard effort to bring back a deficit. And the last 4 rounds on the T side have been quite deadly. We're definitely seeing these topside hits be the best outcome possible. And while Spirit have been able to adapt, they have a slightly different angle. Even Donk that round thinks to himself, well, I'm going to play outside of main. Rather than playing on the floor, let me just try and see if we can play it retake. And it still doesn't work. The Big Academy, they just had way too much util still left on the post plant, and they needed to deny that bomb the first time around when Process was low on HP.
This game started off looking so great as well for Spirit. Felt like it was going to turn into a one-sided affair, but Big come back into their own, and now into the half-buy for round 14. Spirit will look to the guns for round 15. This is Big's chance to equalize and potentially take a T-side half.
It'd be an incredible effort, that's for sure. Art Frost realizes he's got to get more potential out of this big green, and he's got aggressive into hut. But while that's happening, Big Academy are going to start working outside.
Minute and 10. Tizuin and Sky slow walking past the mini smokes. Garage smoke will clear, so they have potential in terms of finding the player on outside. Aqua has been tagged up initially. Donk will still get the kill on Tizian, so that's a 4-on-4. T-Roof gain controller by Baz. Will try hunt for the man that's out there towards the lobby entrance. Chance available for him to do some decent work as the T's continue the outside play.
And just knowing that Hype just keeping his eyes locked down there towards Secret. Sky's gaining some of that heaven control. Artfrost does actually drop Hyped in that Orb of York duel, and that drops the bomb outside.
That changes things here. Oh, Sky going to change it right back, though. In from heaven, shot to the head. 3-on-3, bomb going to get picked up as Aqua does find Baz and turn the advantage definitively to the favor of Big. Owner might grab an exit, maybe might Zontix do the same. This is a retake that's off the table for Spirit, though.
A bigger one of the most patient teams in this competition on T-sides. Something that you can always expect from them is to catch some good timings, try and force mistakes just by pressure. And for Owner and Zontix, while this round looked incredibly stealable, it doesn't anymore.
I look for Sky, though. I think they're aware that he's there in heaven. Spamming positions, but not able to get the wall bangs against. Owner does catch that pick, so that's a rifle that can get recovered as well. AK and M4 staying in, and considering the eco that they had here for Spirit, that's not terrible. Process to making sure that it stays out of play and he doesn't go down, and Zontix says, no thank you, I want to kill. I want this gun. I want to have a fight in for round number 15, even upgrading to the AWP, in fact. So that's another free weapon that still could have been brought down by Spirit, but it gives even more options in the last round of the half.
Yeah, I was utterly convinced that it was going to be double digits at the turn of the half at minimum.
Yeah.
10, 11 rounds here for Spirit Academy on their city side. Being up 7-2, they've now been answered back with 5 rounds in a row. And for Big Academy, just getting into the tempo, into the swing of things, their tactical edge, being able to give them quite a lot of success in this first half.
Molotov sent in ahead of these smokes down. Nice nade from Owner, Tizian and Sky. Tagged on outside. Down into Secret will hold control. Two other players also backed up out the T-yard. Spirit Academy hold their nerve.
Now, they've had Zontix dive down to the lower bomb site from the ramp portion, meaning that that AWP from Artfrost is going to replace the angle. And they have pretty much evaded this AWP the entire half. Whether he's playing out to ramp, outside, or into heart, it feels as if wherever that AWP is, it's not where Big are.
Smokes up. Flashes through, process. Make his way in. Owner gets the kill. Starts things off for the CT side. And Hype will turn back on Artfrost, so even up the standings here for Omen. 4-on-4 situation.
Start being able to give themselves some more control down to that lower bomb site. Aqua's still going to try and cut any of those rotates out from the squeak door. Any players trying to dive down into that vent position. Big Academy need to put pressure down onto Zontix.
Slow walks in the lower corridors. Gonna give no info away to Zontix for now. That might start to change though. Stand by for contact. Information gain, a Molotov sent towards the back of the ramp. Flashes forward, Zontix going to evade those in the dark. He tries to hold a kill, but doesn't do so. Baz does find one responsive on Aqua. Bomb will go down to the site. Baz tagged, Owner second man, 2v3 on the retake.
They're going in together towards this ramp control. It's all about being able to initiate this first engagement, try and get a pick in quickly, and now they're starting to make noise. This should be commed through from Tizian.
Both sets of footsteps heard, so the AWP will adjust as well. Getting in towards the observation window, incendiary thrown out towards dark when no one's occupying here for Big. First flash sent, second flash in, Owner checking angle, AK involved. There's the kill against Height. Tizian's been seen, but he gets his kill back. And Baz 32 HP to clutch this 1-on-2. Tap burst, Sky comes in from the sidelines. And Big will have the half after a 6-round winning streak. It's 8-7 on the T side.
Well, I'll have to give full credit over there to Big. They were thoroughly impressive towards the tail end of that half. I think they started to realize to themselves outside wasn't working. You had Owner finding too much success in there at Garage and over towards the secret entrance. And I think they were just a little bit more direct from that point onwards. They started slowing the rounds down a little bit more. Their upper hits were fantastic. We saw some great sequences in from Sky and from Process. And then from that point onwards, once they were able to crack the reset and force the strengthened economy down the drain, that's where Spirit just lost complete control on the slow defaults.
It's only a single round advantage for Big. It is an advantage nonetheless, and one that we did not expect that they'd get, let alone come close to. Pistols into the pistol round, USPs and Glocks, P250 for Artfrost on the Spirit Academy side, taking an engagement, tagging up Tizian, but not getting the opening frag.
Even Sky is ready for a slight setup with a flash as soon as there's contact towards ramp. A lot of presence towards outside. Could just be a quick split into main.
Damage being done, the several individuals on the Spirit side, but compounding against Tizian for Big. Caught off by Donk, the Glock shot that draws first blood.
Oh, they're actually not committing with this. Dealing with hyped. They might start shifting this bomb back up to A. This is very fakey from Spirit Academy.
Well, they bought rotations from Big, but eventually they will go back down to Secret, and there are 2 CTs there to meet them.
Minute on the clock. There's still plenty of time. One thing that we know Spirit Academy love doing is adapting in the mid-round, trying to over-rotate and force mistakes when they're on the T side. Down to lower, this is going to be a difficult crossfire to break because as soon as they get contact, even that ramp player is going to come down into the action. 40 seconds.
Doors open, USP, tap up for Aqua. Looking for the second headshot, that's what he'll get. Unable to get the third, but Process keeps it at a 2-on-2. The backup, the flicks back. Owner suddenly alone, crossfired in. Sky will close it and bring in the pistol for Big Academy.
And it's a slight tilter coming through for Spirit Academy. You've got yourself a lot of picks towards outside. You've given yourself leverage. You've got plenty of time. You just don't want to run into the stack. And what happens there at that lower bomb side? Aqua takes first contact towards the double doors. You got Process up onto the rafters. And then Sky that can go in from ramp. You are running into what is the triple stack down at that lower bomb side. Spirit Academy looked like they were going to close it. Not to be.
Significant start for Big. Spirit going to try to pick up the paces, go for the rush tactic in against the SMG. Catch Process dead to rights. Did a lot of damage towards Baz there. Now they dive into the B play with CTs hot on their heels.
Get that smoke down towards a single door. Get the bomb plant in quickly. They've got to start taking map control away though.
Smokes back, spray through. Aqua with the kill. Tizian responded to by Zontic. Sky comes into the site. Deal with on Donk. And now Hyped stands alone. 1-on-3, Spirit. Are forced out the second round.
Yeah, this might actually be better than winning the pistol. This has set themselves up for that harsh reset, forcing Big into a very uncomfortable double eco status. Just knowing the explosion came through from ramp, I've given Process quite a lot of praise in the nuke games I've seen from him. He's a very adequate ramp player. And that time around, I think he just got caught off guard with the pace, positioned himself out in the open and just got rolled over.
Spirit gaining control as a result of that rush tactic. Big weren't ready for it. Scout Hyped. Sticks around for a shot on Zontix. That's a good kill. Stonk is also low. Second player also tagged up and taking down the bonus. So still expensive for Spirit Academy. Big can force around this and potentially find a counter reset with being more of attrition at that point.
Yeah, that would make it a wild start to the second half. And Spirit Academy have to dig deep on this T side for them. Those MAC-10s being upgraded once again. Perfect for a buy like this. You know you're not going to be up against a massive amount of head Kevlar. You've got the one player of Hyped. Everybody else is down there at the body.
Quick in again from Spirit towards the upper side take this time. Incendiaries will get blocked up by the smokes. One player up top of the hot position. That's Aqua with a kill. Owner responds towards it. Donk gets domed in. Tizian continues facing into the center of the side, but loses his life to another MAC-10. 3-on-2 for Spirit Academy. Bomb plant can be secured.
I'd be surprised if they go for this, in all honesty, Jay. They have been completely locked out of the bomb side. They don't have a kit. They're light on util, and no one's in good retaking positions.
We found out that these fast kind of rounds from Spirit Academy have been working well against Big so far. Charging them around to the site itself. The AK spray is going to trade places with the CT side. Process gets caught. Hyped now. Scout in a 1 versus 3. Again, taking some damage, dishing out some towards the T side line, hoping for kills back. Nades landing close to Owner, a little bit too close to Owner for my liking. Fortunately, he escapes the ire of the damage. And Artfrost will get Hyped to fall. 9 apiece. Forced by Wasted. Eco round for Big.
You could just see there for Spirit Academy, good entry paths coming through from that squeak door. You've got the explosion to come out, deal with the top hut player, and then straight up to heaven. Even Tizian just runs through that main smoke, tries to see if he can make it awkward, drop the bomb out in the open, but he finds nothing. It might not be pacey again, though. It's only one MAC-10.
Wicking. Team side down towards their ramp control, stacking towards A for big. B site taken, bomb plant to be secured. Nothing really left in it here for the pistols. The USPs might try to source end it and try to see if they can take any of these rifles away from their hands. AK's taking point of the defensive, and Artfrost will drop to Tizian, so that's something back. But a gun for Aqua to fall back.
And that's way too aggressive coming through from Artfrost. Needed to hang back there because now it's just an AK that can get safe forward. Unless they can hunt down these ramp players, that's going to have to be the focus.
Get that AK out for Aqua, still maintaining his position back over towards lobby.
It's a good call.
Bonk and Owner and Zontix engaging upon these players do find the kills on all those pistols. Getting close to a number of kills there for the CT side, and if they stuck around to try and look for the picks, it wouldn't have much doubt that Aqua would have it.
Ooh,
but he stuck too close to the bomb explosion. Hogging the wall, I think, towards T-Roof. That might be a bad idea. It's definitely a bad idea because, yeah, see, I understand the logic of going back towards Dark there on the B site when it's an A plant, because you can, that actually is winnable. Actually, you can survive by sticking in the rafters on a B plant as well. But sometimes you do get a little bit too close on that sense because it is such a massive amount of damage being done at that kind of range. And Big have made that mistake a few too many times for my comfortability.
Zontix just trying to see if he can jiggle peek towards outside, catch anyone getting overly aggressive with the walkout from that garage position into Secret. Doesn't spot anything. You got Tizian and Aqua close towards the squeak door. Spirit Academy are going to start working the smokes outside, but they're going to leave Zontix as a single lurk.
Smokes down at outside. Tizian just going to fall away from it, not even bother challenging. Leave it all hyped. Diagonal set in, but Zontix will not move with them. He'll try and rejoin Spirit as they make their way indoors. Donk burning in the hut control. The vent dive cleared out by Tizian.
It could be a double pump towards upper. Check out the util for Big Academy. There's hardly anything. They've got one single re-smoke, no incendiaries. So if there is a quick pounce for an ENCE, they're going to have to take all of the jewels dry to hit against it.
Utility sent, flashes over, here they come. AKs to engage, Don't get Sky, Baz gets Aqua, 5-on-3. Site secure, plant should be secure with it. Spirit should find 11.
And that's incredibly clever. The Spirit just know to themselves, anytime you're playing a city side team on Nuke in one of the opening rifle rounds, if you can bait the early util, mate, they're not going to have much util towards the end of that round. So try and see if you can draw them on a double pump, get yourself back in towards A, and just hit them as hard as possible. Even Owner peeking down towards that bottom of the ramp control or into the vent on the lower bomb side. I would have much preferred to have seen that rifler just hang back a little bit more, further passive, get yourself towards Secret or maybe observation or like over towards a single door, because playing there is just so out in the open, and it means not that there would have been a force buy on the situation. There could have been 3 M4s being saved, hyped and processed to drop. The one thing I would add to that is Big aren't normally one of those teams that like buying down on rifle rounds if there's limitations, if there isn't that extra util, if there isn't that extra AWP to work with for the likes of hyped.
Yeah, it's got an M4 on his part alongside Process's rifle. See what the buy looks like. Deagle, extra spoke, bit of utility, upgrade pistols, no Kevlar on the players that went down. Yeah. Basics for this next one. Spirit should find their way up to 12. Especially with the rushes continuing to come through, and Big have struggled to deal with these rifle or pistol otherwise. Aqua dead first. Sky supported by Hype, who looks to double in, but it's been a 3-for-2 trade. And now Hype's question forced away from that heaven position.
Even Process might be able to spam down onto Zontix. Can he deny the bomb?
No, Molotov forced him off position, and in the end, he doesn't even want to spray through, give away his angle. Go play the retake. A re-smoke comes in, though.
Flash for Hype, try and get him down for that heaven control. All about the initial start. Onto Owner, doesn't find anything, and now Process just safe. Just get out of there, mate.
Yeah. Back off. Hold the gun. 12 now for Spirit Academy. They fought valiantly. But ultimately, that defensive was completely in vain. 12-9. 3 rounds to the good for Spirit. At least it was a bit more of a eco basis. Again, only upgrade pistols being brought in by Tizzy and Sky and Aqua. The M4 staying in the Process will form the basis of a buy.
We're seeing some very good T-sides on Nuke from both teams. And I think that shows the class level of both of these squads, that even though Nuke is a map that can be incredibly CT-sided, if you've got some teams that are very proficient on it, like a Big Academy and a Spirit Academy, you're going to expect some consistent halves. 12-9, buy back in. For Big, they need a response in quickly. They can't allow themselves to continue this streak of losing.
Hype shot ringing out, missing. Second connection on Owner. It's a little bit better for Big. Start up advantage, reducing Spirit to 4.
You can see the way that they jumped over just to try and spot that AWP, but then they peek in dry. They don't even offer up a contact with Util. Dog getting closer and closer to that span down on the sky. This is going to be a tough round to work with because you don't have any Util and you're already down by 1.
AK trying to play in for Baz, sprays through from Sky. Molotovs sent from Zontix as the T's try and find some sort of breathing room, some sort of working position. Big have the defensive hell with the Molotovs being sent. The smokes will counteract them. The execution should come through, but they stall. They apply the brakes again.
Well, it's because they got Zontix outside. They want to try and draw a further mistake, try and see if he can work even further to get outside. Now, if he gets up to heaven, this might really help out the double pump to come into upper.
It'll take an extra 10 seconds before that happens, though. They've just got flashes in for the T side. ENCE. Orb of Hyped watching in at Trophy. You see them making their way around towards the ramp. Shots on 2, missing. Flashes at the ready for Hype to try and get back into the site. Might need some backup there indeed. There is a player at double doors to watch for it, but it's a quick wrap in. Split play. Still the Zontix in a heaven. Gets his kill. Tizian takes him back. 10 left now, and player on site. Players inbound to the rafters. Tizian gets caught. Sky gets his kill, but Donk crosses with the bomb, and Baz provides support with the 3K. And Hyped is left alone to fall to Donk. What a play that was for Spirits.
Bro, that is an insane round. Oh my goodness, I love that from Spirit Academy. And it doesn't even look that chaotic either. So they know that Zontix is out there towards outside and he's wrapping heaven. What they want to do is fake that they're going ramp towards the lower bomb side and then crunch it. Get 2 players to go up heaven, 2 players to go back into the hut control. And it's all about manipulating those over-rotations, catching players off guard. They just get that bomb back into a safe bomb plant, and the heaven player brings out so much damage.
Who would have thought that would be the case? It's ridiculous. So staggered, so weird about where they were going to go with that. I wasn't sure if they're going towards B, A, heaven, hell. In the last moment, they made the commitment. It worked out for them. Big. Falling to Baz mostly. And the buyback for the CTs is completely wrecked. The Orb of Hype trying to get involved again. It's fast out towards the A side, but Sky and Aqua hold the line only for a moment. Donk with a responsive, looking for the second man, but up on top of the hut position. He'll get the bomb carrier. Zontix will fall to Hyped, and Art Frost will not be part of a rush here today.
And that is a shame for Spirit Academy. So they realize they're going to be on a bit of a weakened buy. Let's try and hit them really hard and really fast. And anytime you're committing towards an upper execution rush, you need your entries. They deal with Aqua, but Sky stays alive. And if you're staying alive towards the top of hut, you've already won the round. Because that's when the rotates can come in quickly. That's when you can set up the crossfires. I think if Sky would have dropped in one of those early contacts, that could have been a completely different round in there for Spirit.
Hyped finds Art Frost. One more on the board for Big. The consolation prize at this stage, though. Spirit still lead by 3, still with guns in. Still 3 to the win for them at the same time. Orb and AKs across the board. 1 M4 for Aqua, but the 3 AK saved by Big gives them a firepower advantage.
Zontix working with that utility, crossing towards the outside position. Tizian's going to be able to relocate very deep in garage. Zontix probably needs a flash to be able to deal with that player back passive of Tizian.
Smokes in. Tizian backed. Evaded by Zontix. Footsteps heard. Hyped with a kill. Zontix back's turn. Hype doubled up in the meantime. And Big are back in the game.
And knowing that Hype just starting to find some form, that's always going to be a scary factor. It can be a player that could win a game just by himself. He's got that nature of him. Tizian, even the timing on the pick to come through from the lurk forward as Zontix out to garage. Baz and Ona don't even have the bomb control, separated between one another. What a deadly start to the round this has been from Big.
They go to 11, I think, as well. Bomb dropped on the outside, watched by Hyped. Baz and Ona not making moves. Baz is, in fact, falling back into spawn. Falls away. Holds the AK. And Big hold 11 rounds.
Now this is going to be touch and go to some of the crucial rounds that are going to dictate what the economy is going to look like. I mean, for now, it's been built up to a very high marker for Spirit Academy. They're going to obviously get the loss bonus starting to kick in. Still plenty of money in the reserve, so they'll get another buyback. Big Academy, though. Hyped and Tizian outside, the perfect combination.
Counter-terrorists win.
Especially when Hyped hits those quick shots to the AWP. Spirit can buy around these drop weapons now. Orps inbound for Art Frost. Investment will be found for them. Still a little bit of a floater. You mentioned the economy will start to be harmed here by Spirit. Don't think there'll be a buy in the next round unless the bomb plant comes through. Big. They've found their way back into the match.
The Spirit Academy, they see their way of outside once again. AWP from Art Frost. Now this time around, there actually isn't a garage player at all from Tizian. Instead, it's just Sky playing off of main. You've got a reposition down towards that lower bomb site of Tizian, so still keeping intent if there is a play to lower, but not as direct.
Slow walks ahead of those smokes. Now down in the secret for 4 players. Baz playing lurk out. This is slow. Crawl into those corridors or walk out to the B site. Big have seen absolutely nothing.
There's going to be a boost up for the AWP. Artfrost has to get the connection instantly.
Oh!
Oh, what a shot that is onto Tizian.
Beauty. Good night, sir. And now one of the side they'll make their way in. Process and Sky trading back on Zontix and Baz. 3-on-2 for Spirit Academy, and the plant is secured.
That's a bloody ripper of a shot in for the AWP, and that's going to be the safe call because of it. Trade evenly down at that lower bomb site. Oh, man. Can't blame Tizian at all. Nothing that you could do against that.
$14 for Spirit. And as you mentioned, it really came down to that one shot, didn't it? Full send after that, and Big were just caught so flat-footed. What a beauty. That's 14-11. Spirit. Still edging closer and closer to the win marker. To the match point for now. Talk about the economy of the T side, but we recovered to that round win for Big. They've got savings built up, so the AWP and the AK staying in will be bought around. They'll have another rifle round.
And just because we haven't seen a crazy performance out of Art Frost, and even the kill counts are only sitting on 13, we know the potential he has. We know why he's the highest rated player in previous seasons of this event. We know that he can turn a game in their favor. 3 rounds the difference, an impact play towards that lower bomb site. For Big Academy, this is your last chance to respond.
Aqua does do so. Baz picked up on the spray. Their man in a squeaky corridor. 4 players rest to meet him. Smokes in against him as well. Aqua was tagged in that exchange. The Molotov will not be able to force him out into the open, not be able to get the kill either. Tizian starting to lean forward, seeing the jump face. Fights on the Zontix, and Aqua gets picked up. 2 for 1 for Spirit. Player up in heaven. The AWP will get forced back. Big, do they save or do they go for this?
Oh, I was going to say you have to go for this, but now things are getting so uncomfortable after Aqua got the opening man advantage. And now look at the pressure building towards outside. Hype's going to drop this AWP. They're going to go hunting for him.
Flash is over, 17 HP. Dead. Only hit the leg on Donk. It was a beautiful flick. If only it was a bit higher. 15-11. Match point for Spirit at last.
And the buy's still actually pretty good, even dropping that AWP. They've got a lot of money farmed up from the last couple. Spirit, just beautiful entry on the trading path too. And Donk's double kill was the sealer of that round. 5 to go to OT. Spirit Academy trying to close it down after not even taking a lead on their CT side.
Quick in. Default set for Spirit once again. AWP of Art Frost. Holds his nerve, waiting for some sort of aggressive force there, trying to bait Big to go for a lobby crunch. But Big are not going to bite.
No, not at all. They know better than that. Now you've got Hype towards outside, Tizian close towards main. Slight little press with that information. Spam actually works out for an onto Tizian.
Pushed up in the doorway, dead to rights. And it's 4 more kills to go for Spirit Academy. 5 on 4. And they slow it down.
This is excellent patience. Because, like you mentioned, slow it down. You've got an opening pick. You can force out a mistake. Get those outside smokes. Big are going to have to start searching for information. Start sending a player down to the lower bomb site when those smokes come in. Aqua might have to leave his post to go into the vent drop.
Sky holding top of silos for now. Aqua watching still, waiting for Donk. Sprays on. Damage will be done towards the CT player, and Donk will get the kill. Process lines up 2 though. Sky on the backside. Owner's low, and now he's dead. Art Frost, his AWP is fighting, as is Zontix, making his way in for Mini. Flash forward for Sky, looking around the corner, desperate to catch a pick, desperate to hold on to another man advantage, but Art Frost up close and personal. Lands that shot, will not land anymore. Big stay alive.
Process is the key in that entire round, because things get very awkward on that initial walkout to the squeak door. You lose your player very early on to the back of the default silos, and unless Process comes up massively, that round is over. You're just not finding anything at all. He ends up with a double, drops down to the bomb side to close it up with 3. That's an impeccable round from Process.
And a double AWP inbound from Big. Process rewarded with the big green gun. Quite literally in this case, no skin on that thing. Set in for the T side default. Process is trying to get bait, or Tonk is trying to bait Process out here. He won't take a shot until he sees contact.
Spirit Academy probably won't expect a double AWP setup to come into round 28. It is a little bit unorthodox. You're playing a deep angle, deep range out here towards ramp. Art Frost with the boost up has not even seen him and won't to at all until they commit.
Wider face, crack angle, he caught his funny bone. Nothing funny about that for Process though. Art Frost taking the man advantage for Spirit.
And that's another precision shot coming through
no.
as MOUZ has turned it into 2. The CTs think about the prod forward in the lobby control. There's still one more of Tizian that they don't know about.
If he dies, it's over. Catches the bomb carrier, but he pulls out the utility and hyped. AWP in against for 16 kills in this game. I don't think he's going to win this clutch. Maybe with a rifle, you could give him some credit. The AWP adjusting so quick. Been spotted by the T side. Trying to make noise to force them to make a mistake. They're going to put that bomb in towards the B site. They know exactly where he is. He's got no way out. It surely must be over.
Even Donk, look at the off angle that's being held towards Rab. 16 to 12. Spirit Academy closed it down. And what an excellent way to end off the day. That was a great series. I thought we saw some very strong T-sides from both of those teams. And for Spirit Academy, it's not often that on a CT basis, you don't win out the half, but still look as confident as they did going into the second.
Yeah, I thought that T-side was going to be enough there for Big. Like, you take a look at their stats in the CT half, and it definitely indicates that it is a better second half for Big, but they didn't quite get that far overall. Only 4 rounds found in the CT side, and that, of course, will be a bit more crippling to Big, because now the tie has been broken. Spirit takes second place in Group B, and a massive result for them to continue to compound to Big's bad times. The consistency highs can't be hit. Like, what do they have to do to find their form again?
It's a very tough question. I don't know if it's just a time thing, or whether it's a... I mean, even the tactical dev, I didn't see a lot wrong there on Nuke. I thought they played very well. I think that just towards the end, Spirit Academy with a better team in this engagement. So knowing that Big for the last 2 seasons were 18 wins and 2 losses in best of ones in the groups, they're now 4-4. It's a massive wake-up call. Like, it's an eye-opener to see that the Big that we know in the past is not the Big that we're seeing here today.
I don't know what the reason is for that, and everyone's going to point towards the roster move for Sin and say, oh, it's down to him, right? Because he was the man that kept it all together. I genuinely don't believe that to be the case. Like, I understand it's a massive loss for Big overall, but the fact of the matter is that it's one roster change, and the rest of the team have not been able to keep it together here, in spite of more experience being in the server for them. Arguably, that should be able to make a team. You should be able to prod Tizian for all of his information, have him be the guiding hand that brings you everything you need to make a successful squad happen, but that's just not happening at the moment here, Dwayne. It might take a season for them to rejig their formation, but as you mentioned, it is a complete contrast to the Big that we've seen in previous seasons, and this might be them going into the gauntlet for, I think, the first time in a very long time.
Yeah, you're right about that. They've directly got into the playoffs for season after season. So with all that in mind, I think for Spirit Academy, we pin them as a slight favorite coming into this one. They've now been able to lose the first head-to-head, lose the second one against Big. They find themselves up 5-2, and they're a driving team in this group. There's no question about it at all.
Spirit Academy taking all the success in their position at this moment in time, and another series to add to their tally. A pretty big series, excuse the pun, in that sort of sense as well. Another victory to keep themselves in second place in the group stage standings, and that, as you mentioned, Blake, is a hell of a way to close out the day and close out the week as well. Our little stretch of matches have concluded, and we look towards the 24th, where the group stage will pick up at this particular moment, Blake. That's also going to be it from us two as well, so been a pleasure to be here at this moment. Any wraparound thoughts that we can discuss around how the groups have played out thus far?
I think surprises have got to be here. I don't think it's been as easy to judge some of the newer squads and judge some of the veteran squads this time around. I think the level of competition is getting closer and closer between the top dogs and some of the weaker end teams, which is making everything else so much more exciting to follow the stories.
Indeed, and you can follow those stories again on the 24th of October, where MOUZ NXT will take on Flames Ascent at 3 p.m. CEST at the same time here, of course, on break for the next 6 days. So make sure you're keeping it followed to the Twitch channel and the Twitter pages to keep yourselves up to date with everything that's going on in the WePlay Academy League. But from us today, that is it from us for this week. We want to thank you so much for watching and for listening on behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Dwayne, and all the team that's back in the WePlay offices in Ukraine. We want to thank you all once again for tuning out over the course of the last 6 days. We'll see you back here in 6 days for the rest of the group stage of the WePlay Academy League. Until then, though, good night and goodbye.